I hope you enjoyed this special showing of the Star Wars trilogy. As you may know, the films we've just seen are only the middle 3 chapters in George Lucas's master plan for a 9-part saga.
Whether George only completes 6 of the 9-part series or he actually ever really ultimately completes the 9, it's really 9 parts of one film.
And Star Wars is forever. That's right, Star Wars is forever. George Lucas and 20th Century Fox have plans for 12 more blockbusting chapters to the Star Wars story.
There are 9 films. I think of it more as 3 3-act plays.
It was actually designed as 3 films, and it was actually written with the backstory and everything as 6 films. That's why I say there won't be any more after this, because I haven't written any more after this.
George always wanted to make 9. He wanted to make the first 3, then he wanted to make the prequels to that, then he wanted to make the last 3. And that was something that was part of his concept.
No, absolutely, positively, you're really closing the door without any wiggle room whatsoever.
Right. There is no episode 7.
So will there be sequels? Well, I can tell you I've had conversations with George and I've heard lots of rumors, but so far they are only rumors.
Okay, so I think that we are live now, assuming this is all working and given that I have no idea what I'm doing. But I've done one live stream before, which was with J.W. Rinsler, which I was very lucky to have him as my very first guest. And then the second time I ever did something like this was with Paul Duncan, which I was also very lucky because those are basically the writers of the 2 best making of Star Wars books ever by far. So I was lucky to get them both on my channel. And so now today we wanted to talk about the sequel trilogy, the real sequel trilogy that was never made. And I'd already been talking to James Kruczek for a while about a project he's doing, which is his own version, trying to reconstruct based on what Lucas wanted, a version of the sequel trilogy. So when I was trying to think of somebody to have as a co-host to talk about this, I thought that he was perfect. So I can see that there are already quite a few of you asking questions, but we're going to talk for a few minutes first, and then I'm going to go up this list and try to get to all the questions. So just be patient. But first, we're going to introduce James, and I'm going to let him explain to you a little bit of what he's been working on and how it relates to all of this. So let's do that. Hi, James.
Hey, how's it going, sir?
Not bad, not bad. How are you doing?
Doing good. Thanks for having me on.
Of course. To my massive ongoing broadcast here.
Yeah.
So, just explain to people a little bit what you've been working on with the sequel trilogy.
Yeah, so I back in the day, I did some freelancing for West End Games, so not all that are familiar with the Star Wars license. And just kind of like you, very disappointed with the product that we got from the sequel trilogy. I consider myself even more a George Lucas fan than a Star Wars fan. And so I wanted to try to do it justice and knowing kind of what his plans were and kind of, I think certainly I'll include you in this category. There's not a lot of Star Wars fans that really get Star Wars. There's some people that like, I like the spaceships and the lightsabers and Boba Fett's cool. But to really understand the whole concept of what George was trying to do. So trying to incorporate that into, and obviously no one can crawl into that man's head and know exactly what he planned to do. But I think I understand the IP well enough to convey a lot of the same ideas and understand the world and present it the same way that maybe he would. So I've had a lot of different concept artists and stuff, including, my background here. There's an amazing artist that people should look up on like Instagram and social media, Greg Bain, Bain. And he did some concept art for my project. I've got full scripts, storyboards, always looking for additional talents and people that could contribute in any way, shape, or form to something like this. Because ideally, at some point, I would like to, animate it in some kind of form and put it out there as a viewable product instead of something you can just read and flip through some pictures.
And you sent me your script about a year ago, I think, and I never really got back to you. Yeah. So I apologize for that.
Oh,
but I did actually read it, and it was interesting because I kind of, when I was trying to formulate my thoughts on it, I was thinking, when you messaged me, I was already working on the next video in my series, and then you messaged me to ask what are your thoughts on, Lucas's sequel plans, basically. And I was like, well, I'm making a 3-hour video answer to that, actually. Yeah. So that was kind of like, I was thinking of all the stuff I wanted to say about, I think Lucas would have done this. I think Lucas, these were the themes he was dealing with, whatever. Structurally, like this is how he would arrange things. And, a lot of those thoughts just ended up getting put into the video that finally got posted. So that's kind of what happened. But, yeah, I don't know. What did you think of the video? Did you think I was fairly generally close to what your conception of Lucas's plans were?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Without a doubt. Yeah, you pretty much nailed it. I certainly would have told you if I thought he had needed to make any corrections or anything, but I didn't see anything that I would object to. So spot on. So good job.
Well, if there was stuff that you would think like, oh, no, I think that's wrong, I'd be interested to hear it, because I don't think that I'm infallible, but I think I made pretty good guesses based on what I've, based on doing the research that you would need to do to have a good idea, which a lot of people don't.
Yeah.
With that step of. But
the only thing you and I might disagree on is, because I know we both are not fans of the sequel trilogy, but I would argue that Rise of Skywalker is a worse movie than The Last Jedi.
The Last Jedi, that's another thing that it's like, well, I have an answer to that, but my answer is like a 4-hour video about why that movie is the worst thing that ever happened to me.
I will say, in fairness, I'm not even sure Rise of Skywalker qualifies as a movie. So
Rise of Skywalker is such a that movie is such a disaster that it feels, making fun of it just feels like making fun of a disabled kid or something. So it's like, this isn't even it's not even a real movie. Like, how can I even talk about this? It's just such a train wreck.
Well, and I'm sure you're going to go into this in your later videos, but the behind the scenes of, I don't think people realize throughout, really, with the exception probably of The Last Jedi, certainly Force Awakens, and without a doubt, Rise of Skywalker was a train wreck behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And the fact that anything got put on the screen, given the circumstances and what happened in the production process of those movies, it's pretty amazing that they did anything worthwhile. So
I don't think they did anything worthwhile, but the fact that they actually have film to put on a screen,
and credits, and but it was quite disastrous, and
I think that's what I think my tweet as soon as I left the theater after Rise of Skywalker, I said something like, the fact that anybody that worked on this movie had the nerve to cash their paycheck is amazing to me.
It's one of those things like I you don't want to, because obviously a lot of people work really hard on these things and stuff, and it's like I don't want to crap on people's hard work, but at the same time, and again, I put a gun to your head and say, give me a movie in 6 months. It's like, well, what do you expect is going to happen? I mean, do you really think I'm going to put out something the quality of Empire Strikes Back, and when I have limited time and resources to get it done? Right. Probably not.
I'm not shitting on the costume designers or set builders or whatever. The people just doing their job. But the people that at the higher level that conceptually thought that this was an okay finale for the Star Wars series, whoever that, those are the people that I'm going like, how could you dare to feel like you? I guess everybody probably blames somebody else. Somebody's like, well, Kathleen Kennedy made me do it, Bob Iger made me do it, whatever. So I guess nobody feels personally responsible.
Yeah, well, I can name names if we want to talk about who's personally responsible.
Well, I just named Bob Iger. I think he's
the head culprit.
There was that one comment Lucas said something around 2016 or something that I thought was a very passive aggressive comment when they asked him about why did he sell the company, and he said something to the effect of, well, to do a Star Wars trilogy right takes at least 10 years. And he said that right when they were in the middle of doing their version of Star Wars trilogy, which Iger was demanding that they do it in 6 years. And so that was how he phrased it. He said, to do this right takes 10 years. And it's true. You can't do those movies. And anybody that's put in the position of doing one of those movies in 18 months or something. That's just stupid. It's not.
Well,
it's
and
not how it
I'm
works.
sure I know you kind of hit on your video, but you know the whole sequel trilogy started out with George Lucas's treatments, and just it's because I know they've not been released to the public, but I know people that have seen them, and what I was told, it's like 40 or so pages, double spaced, of concepts. So people that think, well, George Lucas had a sequel trilogy plan, he had a vague idea of some thematic things and different and how it was going to be structured, but it wasn't like he came and said, "Here's the story." Um, he just had themes and concepts, and then worked with Michael Arden, and he created a script. But it started out with story by George Lucas, written by Michael Arden, directed by J.J. Abrams, and you know, a year after the sale, it became story by J.J. Abrams, written by J.J. Abrams, directed by J.J. Abrams. So pretty much a year of production was lost, and J.J. Abrams deciding, I don't like this Lucas guy and what he wants to do, and if I'm going to direct this movie, his stuff's got to get out of my way. And they started from scratch. So that's where you get the comment where Kasdan and it's talked about him and JJ walking around, okay, blue sky, whiteboard, notes, and they're walking through the park with a tape recorder. And it's like, you were a year into production. Why were you whiteboarding and recording stuff? Because you threw out everything that had been done, and now you're filming in 6 months. So they literally gave themselves zero time to make that movie. They admitted they were writing it.
True. It's on, especially on that first one. It's their fault that they didn't have enough time to do it properly, because they just decided, and that's a lot of it comes down to Abrams just deciding. And Kasdan made lots of those comments in interviews too, that we just, our only directive, our only North Star was just whatever gives us joy, whatever gives us. You're writing chapter 7 in a 9-chapter story. You don't just, I'm just going to do whatever the fuck I fucking crosses my mind. How about that? That's not what you do, But this is, we're getting a lot into my next video, is how it all, I wanted to do this part was all what Lucas set up. And then the next video, part 4, is going to be how it all fell apart, which I think is interesting also. I think that might be what a lot of people want to watch me do, is to really tear apart the actual Force Awakens. Because right now I set up, I had to set it up before I could tear it down. I wanted people to really understand. I think I explained it fairly well. People have like what you're saying, that he had sort of about 40 pages and it was fairly general, but that's how he always works, is that he has the big shape and the concept. But this is something that I really empathize with as a writer, because I understand that I do the same. My comic books and a lot of the stuff that I write, they've got this big shape. And I've got ideas for the very last chapter. I know the last page of some of these things, but within that, you always leave yourself room to be creative. You don't plot out every single beat by beat. You always have to have room. And that's the way Lucas has always done it. He's always had, even more than the story, he's had the themes and the idea, what it's about, why he wants to tell it. Like, that's important. And then within that, I saw some people like shitting on the Lucas treatments for the sequel trilogy, saying, well, in his quotes with Paul Duncan, he's talking about Iraq, the Iraq war and stuff. And so obviously he didn't have this planned in 1977 if he's talking about Iraq. Well, no, of course he didn't have, but the general concept is still there. That's the important thing. And that's what you do anytime you're writing something that you're going to write over a long period, is you leave spaces in there so that when you're actually doing finalizing the thing, you have to have a way to keep it current and keep it personal, And that's the same way that when Lucas was doing the first one, it was very much about Vietnam. There's tons of Vietnam. There's tons of Richard Nixon in the first trilogy. And then when he was doing the prequels, there's a lot of George Bush in those movies, quite a bit. And people that are too young might not remember, but it was controversial at the time, because at the time Republicans saw Revenge of the Sith and they're like, that's George Bush, and it was very, very obvious. But unless you were around like current politics at the time, you wouldn't know it. But that's, it's still like, if you look at that first prequel in the novelization from 1975 with Alan Dean Foster, Lucas talks about how the Republic fell, how Palpatine rose to power. And he kept that all for the prequels. He didn't change any of it. But within that, there was room to keep it current. And that's how he has a story that it was a story that was about Caesar, it was about Hitler, it was about Nixon. But when he got to, when we got down to 2003, 2004, he can put in some George W. Bush. And that's how I think of his sequel trilogy outline is, he had the broad strokes, but he always tried to leave pockets in there where he could still have it be current to when it was actually being written,
Well, his concept of the Force
down.
Yeah. His concept of the Force never changed. And I think he was going to go into that mythology heavily in the sequel trilogy.
Yeah, but even when he was talking about George Bush in 2002, it's still exactly what he wrote in 1975 in terms of what it means about, how democracies change over time and all those kinds of themes. So it was still very much true to what he wrote and then also current. I think that's what keeps it interesting is, I think the sequel trilogy, I don't think he would have wanted to do a sequel trilogy unless he could have found some ways to make it relevant to 2015. Otherwise, like, what are you doing? You're doing shit like what J.J. Abrams did. Lucas, he wouldn't have wanted to do it unless it actually meant something. That's the whole.
And I see that a lot with like just fan fiction in general, not even just Star Wars, but it's like, what's the point? What's the whole point of this story? Why am I going to waste however many hours like reading this or watching this or whatever? And if it's all because there's a cool space battle or a fight or there's, that doesn't like really stand the test of time. There's got to be something thematically as to why I'm going to waste my time and money on this thing. And that's the most important part of it.
It's the only reason,
right. And that's the thing. I think, to your point, J.J. Abrams, Disney, I don't think they agree on that point. And
that's what Lucas said a couple times. They wanted to make a retro movie, and he was using that phrase very pointedly, because I also have quotes from him before the Disney sale saying, I don't do retro movies. It has to be something that's current and has to mean something, has to be, and even Iger said that's the quote that Iger said, Lucas, when he saw The Force Awakens, said there's nothing new. And, why are you doing it otherwise? Even if Lucas was to an extent doing a third trilogy to save his company because they had to have Star Wars, he still had to, there's got to be, you have to, even if there's not a reason at the outset, you have to find a reason. Otherwise, what the fuck are you making 9 hours of movies about, Right.
Well, I know Iger at one point used the word requel, which is basically a mashup of reboot and sequel. So soft reboot. Yeah. So
everything, just the vocabulary that he uses just kind of sets me on edge. Like as when he's talking about content and IP and product, and it's like little needles in my head every time I listen to that guy talk.
I mean, they're not necessarily mutually exclusive in the sense that, like, I get it, like, okay, I can sit here and talk about themes and motifs and concepts and all this stuff, but it does have to be entertaining at the same time too.
Oh, sure.
Fair, but it's not mutually exclusive. It's not like so to them it's like, as long as it's entertaining, all this other stuff is irrelevant, and it's just
that's kind of the entire, maybe like the whole overall reason why Star Wars exists, is because Lucas wanted to talk about these very serious things, but he wanted to put it in a package that was palatable for 12-year-olds and for a mass audience. So he wanted to talk about ancient Rome, and he wanted to talk about good and evil, and the biggest themes, but he wanted to specifically make it so that like a 10-year-old could get it, That's the whole thing. So it's, of course it's not mutually exclusive. The whole point is to make the two things coexist, to make it so that you can talk about ancient. Ryan Johnson had that really stupid comment about the prequels where he said Lucas made a 6-hour children's movie about how democracy, about politics or whatever, however he phrased it, and it's like, that's the whole entire, that's what Star Wars is to take these big concepts and package it like in a, I think that's why Flash Gordon appealed to him, because he was thinking, what did I really like when I was 12, and to use that as a vehicle to get across very, very serious, weighty ideas. He wanted to use the vehicle of, what really just gave me a thrill when I was a little kid.
Well, it's the same concept with the Force, is that it's religion without the dogma. So it's like you watch that,
Right.
the Force. That's what my religion teaches me. But you don't have to put a label on it. Is so anybody, regardless of what your faith or denomination is, can watch that, and without like this kind of lens that you're looking at it in terms of what your personal beliefs are, and say, oh yeah, those concepts are things that my religion teaches too, and it's because it's a lot of those things are just universal themes Joseph Campbell hit on, and that was his inspiration for really the whole project, is to see if the myths still hold true in our modern society.
There was in that James Cameron interview where he kind of talked about the wills a little bit and that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Cameron asked him something about the, trying to think how I phrase this. He asked him about other science fiction movies that were an inspiration to Lucas, and Lucas said something along the lines of, he said he's not really a science fiction fan. He said what he likes about science fiction is that it's a way that you can present philosophical ideas and political ideas that people find palatable.
Yeah.
That's what's really interesting, and like you keep saying, it's not the spaceships, it's the fact that you can use the spaceship to talk about ancient Rome or to talk about religious philosophy.
Yeah.
That's the whole entire thing. A lot of people just take this, including fans, just take the spaceship. That's as far as they get,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But okay, I'm everybody, I will get to all your questions and everything. I'm having fun talking, so we're getting off on a long one of the main things I wanted to talk about, and I've already seen a couple people bring it up in the comments, so we're just going to do this first, is one of the comments that I've got a few times, and one of the things about my video that seemed to upset people. So I'm going to talk about this for a minute, and I'm going to give like my little monologue explanation, and then I'd be interested to see what James has to say about it and see if he agrees with me, because this is sort of where my reconstruction of Lucas's sequel trilogy got into the realm of speculation, but speculation I think it was pretty grounded. A lot of people have taken issue with and this is kind of 2 or 3 points, so I'll try to break them down, but my speculation about Luke and the Jedi in the sequel trilogy. Like one thing I go into in the video is the idea that Luke trains Jedi as an adult, and the idea that the Jedi in the prequel trilogies made mistakes, and that's regardless of the mistakes, that's something that people automatically seem to get offended by, is me saying that the Jedi make mistakes. I think that's something that should be self-evident in the prequels, is that the Jedi aren't perfect. Obviously something they were doing didn't work because it didn't turn out that well for them. But I think a lot of people, they kind of take it like, if you're criticizing, they take like the philosophy of the Jedi to be the philosophy of Star Wars, and so they feel like if you're criticizing the Jedi, then you're saying that the whole concept of Star Wars is flawed in some way. And so I get people that automatically react against that. I think that two things we know that Lucas was saying back since like the 80s about the sequel trilogy was that the themes would be one generation learning from the mistakes of the past and correcting the mistakes of the past. And the other theme that he hit on was that the sequel trilogy would deal with the idea of, I'm paraphrasing as close as I can, but the wisdom that's required to tell the difference between good and evil.
Yeah.
Okay. So these were what he laid out like way back in 1980 as the themes of the third trilogy. Obviously, he feels that Luke and the people in the third trilogy have something that they need to learn from the mistakes in the first two trilogies. Mm-hmm. And that for him was sort of the whole point of why you would make a third trilogy. But also the idea that he one of the themes would be learning to tell that the wisdom that's required to tell the difference between good and evil. That good and evil is not so black and white. There's a little bit of gray. That's where I think people get tripped up, because when I say that the Jedi had flaws, I'm not saying the Sith were really the good guys and the Jedi were really the bad guys, and like, oh, it's a twist, it turns out the Jedi were wrong about everything. I'm saying that what Lucas said is that there are shades of gray, and that good people can make mistakes, good people can have flaws, and I think really essential to the prequels, actually all the movies, is that he's not saying that the Sith were the good guys, obviously, okay? There's no defending killing children or blowing up planets. Nobody's trying, but he is saying that there's a little bit of gray to it, because part of the reason Anakin was able to fall to the dark side is that yes, obviously Palpatine's evil. Lucas says 1,000 times Palpatine is the devil. Palpatine is pure evil. But when Palpatine is seducing Anakin, he does make some good points. He makes a few points about the Jedi being arrogant. These are things that Yoda said himself. And, he makes a point. He's telling, he's making things where you can see why Anakin would go along with it. Now, if you zoom out and you view the conclusion that these ideas take Anakin to, and you view what Palpatine is using these ideas to justify, then yes, obviously Anakin is wrong. Palpatine is evil, obviously. But that doesn't mean that somewhere in there weren't some good points. And that's what I think when Lucas is talking about the wisdom that's required to tell the difference between good and evil, that's what he wanted to kind of go into, is that, of course, Palpatine's evil, but that doesn't mean that you can still kind of see how he can kind of worm his way into Anakin's mind, because there were some certain points that it's like, okay, well, you kind of had a point that the Jedi were arrogant. The Jedi were used to just running everything for 20,000 years, so the Jedi were just used to having all the power in the galaxy to themselves. And that's just how they thought it should be, And so you can see where Palpatine, and you can see where it kind of wormed its way into Palpatine's mind. That Palpatine would think, Palpatine doesn't necessarily think that he's the bad guy.
No.
I think Palpatine probably knows he's doing some bad stuff. But anyway, so all that, what I'm trying to get to with that is, when I say that the Jedi were flawed, I'm not saying that Lucas doesn't agree with it, because I had a lot of people in comments kind of tell me, well, of course the Lucas agrees with this or that thing that the Jedi do. Lucas, that's Lucas's philosophy, that's Buddhist philosophy, whatever. Yeah, okay. I'm not saying that Lucas thinks that the Jedi are secretly the bad guys and that was what he was going to flip. But I am saying that there were situations the Jedi didn't handle well. And I think that in the third trilogy, Lucas would have dealt with that.
Yeah.
And then coming up to that, specifically the points that I made that people got hung up on were the points of the Jedi training little kids as toddlers. Now, Lucas has specifically mentioned, he said that after Return of the Jedi, that Luke started a new Jedi school and he was training kids as toddlers, like 2 or 3, the way the Jedi used to do it in the prequels. Something happens between that time and episode 7 where Luke stops doing that. Luke is a recluse. He stopped training people. And then within the course of the sequel trilogy, Luke decides to train Kira again, and he decides to train Leia again. And by the end of the trilogy, Luke's rebuilt the whole Jedi Order. The timeline-wise, if Luke wasn't training Jedi at the start of episode 7, but the whole Jedi Order is rebuilt by the end of episode 9, that means that most of the Jedi that Luke has trained, Luke trained them within like a 6-year period, meaning that they aren't a whole Jedi Order of 6-year-olds. Obviously, Luke has trained a lot of adults. And getting down to the issue of family connections, Luke, Anakin's big flaw was his connection to Padme, his connection to his mother. But by the end of the sequel trilogy, Luke was going to train Kira and train Leia. So that would mean that not only are we allowed to have Jedi that are attached to their parents and parents and Jedi that have children, but we'd actually have like a mother-daughter Jedi team as part of the story, and they would actually be the heroes of the entire thing. They would be the two that are at the end of survive to the end of the series, Leia and her daughter. So he's going to have a mother-daughter Jedi team that turn out at the end of the 9 episodes to be like the big triumphant heroes, right? So obviously that's going against the idea in the prequels of Anakin's fatal flaw being that he was too connected to his mother, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mother, these are the heroes of the whole thing. And Lucas has also said 1,000 times that what saves Anakin is his connection to his children. Mm-hmm. Whereas in the prequels, Jedi weren't allowed to have children. Okay, so I'm going somewhere with all this. That was me. That's why I zeroed in on these things. We don't have from Lucas him saying the Jedi were wrong in these 2 particular points, sure, and we're going to fix that in the sequels. But we know that those are 2 things that were very important to the Jedi during the prequel era, right, that Luke has specifically reversed in his reestablished Jedi Order. We know that those things are going to go away. Again, to the whole issue of shades of gray and like complexity, no, I'm not saying that in the rebuilt Jedi Order, all the Jedi are going to be married with children. That seems like a bad idea in most cases. If you're a Jedi, you're going to be out there fighting wars all the time. You probably don't want to have children in most cases. That's bad. But shades of gray, it's not necessarily the end of the world. They can see why in some cases, an older person might be able to deal with that, or it might be an advantage. There are situations where it works. Obviously, the way that they dealt with it in Anakin's case, that didn't work out well, obviously. So I'm not just saying that, Lucas was going to throw all the Jedi teachings of the prequels out the window. I'm saying that Lucas was going to see shades of gray, and we were going to see a situation where a mother could be a Jedi, a girl that grew up with her parents and didn't become a Jedi until she was 20. She could be not only a Jedi, she could be a great Jedi,
Well, I would point
So
to
those-
I would point
Go
to
ahead.
your point, the novelization for Revenge of the Sith, when Yoda has ruminations about exactly what you're referring to, and that novelization was read over by George Lucas, and he did provide notes to Matt Stover. So if Lucas didn't agree with everything you just said now, that wouldn't have been in that novel, because there were changes that Matt did not want to make that Lucas said you had to. So
I read interviews with Stover at the time that Lucas was very involved in that novel, and actually all the novelizations of the 6 movies Lucas was really involved in. I remember being a kid growing up in the late 80s, early 90s, before the prequels. Somehow every kid in the schoolyard, we all knew that Obi-Wan and Anakin had a fight in a volcano, and that we all knew these things, that they were because the novelizations of the movies were basically, Lucas was he was feeding them stuff that wasn't actually in the movies, that was part of his official plans for all that. And I've had a lot of people point out to me too that the clip of Lucas I play in my video, where Lucas is talking about the difference between the light side and the dark side, and he's saying that the dark side is selfishness and its attachment, and he's saying that Anakin's flaw was that he got married and he was too attached to Padme, and they take that as like, well, see, Lucas is saying right there that you're wrong, that the Jedi are right, that the Jedi shouldn't be, the Jedi are right about this. Again, like shades of gray. He's not saying. He's not saying that the Jedi are wrong about everything, but obviously, of course I know what's in that clip. I put it in my video, by the way. People point out that clip like they're gonna gotcha, and I'm like, I made the fucking video, but but I put that in the video because I'm trying to show that Lucas is saying Anakin's flaw was that Anakin got obsessively attached, and he couldn't, he had to become like an intergalactic space warlord and blow up planets because he couldn't handle the idea of someone he cares about dying. So there's like, healthy attachment, which would be maybe Kira and Leia have a healthy attachment. They love each other and they grew up and had a good life. And then there's unhealthy attachment, which is Anakin's going like, I can't allow my wife to ever die, so I'm going to defy God and become Dr. Frankenstein, and I'm going to end death in the universe for all time, no matter how many people I have to kill to do it, right? That's what you would consider an unhealthy reaction, I think, So, Lucas is saying like, okay, here's like Leia and Kira would be a healthy way to have a family relationship, and Anakin would be a not so healthy way, and so I think that there's both of those, but that's what I wanted to address, because a lot of people zeroed in on that in my video, that I was somehow implying that Lucas doesn't like the Jedi, or Lucas is saying the Jedi philosophy is all wrong, or it's not what I'm saying at all. But I'm saying from the plot details we have about the third trilogy, we know full well that these are things that Luke was going to reverse course on, as far as versus how the Jedi did it in the prequels, and that Lucas specifically said that a theme would be learning from the mistakes of the past generations. He said that one several times. Like, that was the big reason for doing a third trilogy.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think I covered. Thoughts, James? How do you feel that the Jedi philosophy would have been amended by the events of the sequel trilogy?
Yeah. Well, I could say, because obviously in doing my project, I had to kind of tackle that and come up with an answer of what is it that changes, what happens. And Luke was training Jedi, and the attachment thing was kind of off the table, because he's training his niece and nephew, and he's training his sister, and so there's obviously a familiarity with that. And it wasn't a dogmatic thing of like, oh no, you're too old, or you're too attached, or but yeah, tackling what that attachment looks like and what that attachment means. So yeah, I 100% agree that it wasn't going to be a thing that they were going to say that the Jedi had to end and like they did in Last Jedi and
Right.
the Jedi.
Right. Like in some, yeah.
Yeah, I did have
That's one of the things.
I will say because
No, I was.
you have to kind of answer that question. Well, what would it be that so Luke was going to be in a dark place and he was going to be giving up on training Jedi at the beginning of Episode 7. That's where Luke was going to start off at, and so you kind of have to answer that question. Then, okay, what would it be that Luke would just basically say "F this" and stop training Jedi and just go off and be a hermit somewhere? And that was going to happen. Just as much as some people hate it in Last Jedi, I don't think it's so much that the fact that that happened in Last Jedi. It's why he did that, and
Right.
the explanation was poor. And what I did is kind of flipped it on its head and said, like, well, obviously Anakin had visions of the future of Padme dying, and he tried to stop that, and he ended up creating a galactic empire and killing children and getting stuck in a metal suit. And then Luke saw visions of his friends potentially dying, so he rushed off and he lost his hand. Mm-hmm. And so every time that seems like someone tries to intervene to try to stop things from happening, things get worse. So I think Luke's ultimate philosophy was like, and this is part of Lucas's thing, is that the Force balances itself out. So Anakin was created when the Sith started mucking around with the Force, and it got out of balance, and so they created Anakin, and the Wills influenced the midichlorians to create the Chosen One. And his job was to correct the balance. And Palpatine knew if he killed Anakin, the Force would just send somebody else to kill him. So that's why he decides to turn him instead, to double his strength, as opposed to killing him and knowing that the Force is just going to correct itself. So if Luke's philosophy is, well, the Force is going to correct itself, and if I intervene, because every time somebody has a prediction or vision of the future, things go badly, maybe I'm better off just letting the Force figure this out and not trying to play God here and think that I somehow have some special role in this, and I need to take a back seat.
So that would be your idea for why Luke decided to sit it out for a while?
Yeah, is to say that, anytime someone has a vision of the future and they try to correct it, it ends up going the opposite direction. It's a classic Greek mythology trope, is that, the Oracle tells you, oh, your child's going to kill you. And so it's like, well, I'll leave my child in the Force to die. And then he grows up and you don't know it's him. And it turns out he ends up killing you. So it's this
and the whole reason that he kills you is because the reason he kills you is because you abandoned him in the Force. Because you create you make the prophecy come true. Right.
Yes.
That's something else that I've kind of got, I don't think I've really got into in the videos more, but it's something I've got shit from Star Wars fans is, part of the flaw of the Jedi in the prequels, I think. And again, I'm not saying the Jedi are the bad guys. I'm saying, shades of gray. But when the Jedi hear that the Force is out of balance, they assume that means that there's too much of the dark side. The Jedi idea of the Force being in balance means that it's got to be 100% light side all the time. Well, obviously that's not balance. That's all one side. Yeah. But that's what the Jedi think of as balance, is that it's all us all the time.
Well,
and
the
so there was a little bit of a course correcting.
Yeah, if you had all light side, there would be no death and dying. Everybody would live forever, because death is not fun, and it's not something that anybody anticipates. I don't think. So but that's not it's not dark side to say that people get old and they pass on. It's not you're trying to. That would be too much light side, I would think, is if you were trying to somehow create some kind of utopia of no pain, no suffering, and no death, no dying, and everything is just wonderful and amazing.
Well, that's what Anakin's trying to do, and that's the Dr. Frankenstein thing I'm talking about. Is Anakin is trying to create this, and that's not natural. If there's no death, there's no end. That's wrong, And the way that. The way that Obi-Wan and the ones that become Force ghosts, the way that they're able to become Force ghosts isn't by holding on to everything and trying to possess life. It's by self-sacrifice, and it's by letting themselves go. They become immortal by letting themselves die, by willingly sacrificing their life. Whereas the dark side is trying to forcefully keep life, as opposed to having the natural progression. I do wish that he would have got more into that stuff, because a lot of that stuff just sails right by people, especially the Force ghosts. That's something that's, well, we'll get to there in the later. I'm trying not to go off on tangents about Last Jedi and so on, but trying to stick to this. But that's so important, and it's a lot. It just sails right by people from the reactions that I get.
Yeah, there's a lot of misconceptions in terms of just the Force in general and what that is.
I'm getting way behind on these comments.
Oh yeah, you want to tackle some of these?
I didn't realize there were so many people.
Yeah,
and I kept telling them I'm going to get to all the comments, which was a lie, is a filthy lie.
Welcome to our 12-hour podcast.
By the way, everybody, if anybody's wondering, no, I'm not going to be one of those channels that does like those 9-hour gamer podcasts where you want to die, because I've been on those and I would never subject anybody else. Although I only lasted about 4 hours and I bounced. I told them something. I lied and said I had to get out of there. But let's see. I'm going to try to answer a few questions and then maybe go back and do a few more. I'm not going to methodically. Please don't get your feelings hurt if I miss something, but I'm going to try to do what I can. Let's see. Fun question. Do you have any particular salty, stupid replies to your previous Star Wars videos that you've kept remembered just because of how unhinged they are? Oh my God, so many. Thousands and thousands. This is, I try to not react to things because I don't want to seem like I'm aware that there are smart fans and that there are intelligent fans with good commentary. A lot of times, if you've been on the internet, you know this. The internet elevates the very stupidest people. So when I scan through the comments, I see one smart person and then 100 of just the stupidest things I've ever read in my life. And so I really try not to let that get me down, but I fail a lot because I just what am I doing? So I don't even know about particular comments because there's so many. I just try to appreciate the people that aren't morons. The one comment I've got 1,000 times on that first video is, just because it's a reference doesn't make it's good. That's what people keep. That's the takeaway. Because when I'm talking about what Lucas is doing, I'm talking about intertextual dialogue and quotations from other movies. And I tried to explain it in there a little bit. I talk about Bob Dylan quoting from old folk songs and how you repurpose something and it creates a new meaning, but the old use gives it context. So, and I have the one example in there where I talk about, I think, Lucas using shots from Frankenstein when Anakin's reborn. Now that's obviously, it's not just a case of oh, that's a cool shot, so I'm just copying the cool shot. It's a case of Lucas is using this particular image because this image references Frankenstein. He's saying that Anakin's becoming a Frankenstein monster. He's telling you something specific about the themes and the plot of his work, which is an entirely different thing from just oh, I thought this was a cool camera move, so I'm ripping off the camera move. And so those two ideas have nothing in common. But it's so depressing to me to read the comments and realize that a lot of people don't have the basic tools to understand symbolism. They don't understand that this image says something. This image gives you a particular set of meanings. And that's just something that a lot of people, so that drives me up a wall, because every time I read that, I want to say how did you get through high school without understanding that there's symbolism in art, and it wouldn't bother me so much if I got that comment a couple times, but I've got that comment hundreds and hundreds of times.
Well, I'm sure you and I will both agree that the comments of basically the long gist of the story is Lucas is a nitwit, and if not for all these other smart people that he was surrounded by, Star Wars would have been an absolute disaster. So had it not been for Gary Kurtz, Marshall Lucas, insert name here, he is a knucklehead, doesn't know the first thing about how to make a movie, and somebody else that was way smarter had to bail him out. And it's just dumbest thing. Yeah.
So the Marshall Lucas thing drives me up a tree because it's She was a very talented editor. She worked on a lot of. She's a very good editor. But people who say that she's saved Star Wars, they don't know what an editor does, because they read like an interview with her where she, she's explained many times what she's done, and she's like, in Return of the Jedi, one of the things she said, I tried to find Luke takes where Mark Hamill seemed less angry because I wanted to soften Luke's character, and I thought that blah 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 blah. That's what an editor does. That's literally a job of an editor. Is they go through the footage and they find they find the best take for the tone and for the purpose of the scene. And so she's going, she went through and she's like, okay, I think that we should do this, and I'll find the takes. That's what every editor on every movie that's ever been made has done. It does not mean that she saved the movie. And if Lucas went in there and saw, Luke's like, no, I wanted Luke to be angrier, then okay, that's the job of the director. And so she didn't create Luke's character. She made editing decisions to support the character that was there. And people don't understand, because I think that they don't understand what an editor does. And when they hear that she made that choice, they think that she just kind of unilaterally came in and created the character of Luke Skywalker, And it's like,
because what was his name? Jim Jepson, the original editor.
Oh, that got fired off A New Hope.
Yeah. There's a reason why he got fired, because Lucas didn't like what the job he was doing. So when people come in and say, "Oh, the movie was a mess," it's like, and Lucas agreed. That's why he fired the editor. It was a mess. He wasn't like, well, gee, I don't know what to do with this footage. It was like literally saying, like, no, you're not understanding what I want. I need someone in there. And even Paul Hirsch, when he accepted the Academy Award for like editing on A New Hope, he said George Lucas is a hell of an editor. I mean, so
and Lucas has talked 100 times about that. That's why the Marshall Lucas one drives me up a tree, because Lucas is an editor above all else. He's talked so many times about how editing is where you make the movie. He said over and over, filming is you collect the lumber, editing is you're actually building the house. And I think there were 3 other editors on A New Hope, something like that. He fired Richard one of them, and Marcia did a lot of it.
Yeah,
but because even if the editors don't make the movie, they're assembling things. They do have creative, like everybody else who works on a movie. They've got opinions and creative and ideas, and they help. But Lucas is still, and especially out of all directors, George Lucas is more interested in the editing than I think probably any other major director. You can find lots of footage of him, even on Empire Strikes Back, which people don't give him any credit for. Most of the footage of him from that movie, and I show a lot of it in my video, and I did this on purpose. Most of the footage from him in that movie is him sitting there at the editing table, editing those frames and like the snowspeeder battle and stuff. And he's editing those scenes like frame by frame. While Kirshner is off filming the movie, Lucas is sitting there, building it up like shot by shot, frame by frame. So, I mean, he probably did more editing on those movies than just about any other director has ever done on a big budget movie like that, hands-on frame by frame editing by the director. That doesn't always happen. A lot of Marvel movies, the director is there on set and then they kind of like fuck off to the next project. And then, Kevin Feige makes a piece of shit movie. But Lucas is actually in the editing room, like frame by frame on these movies. So that's why it drives me so insane people try to give the editor credit for the movie.
Well, what's even worse is when they give someone like Gary Kurtz credit, because he was literally the producer. The producer's job is to make sure that the people working on the movie have what they need to get the movie done.
And Gary Kurtz couldn't even do that, which is why he was fired.
And he did a bad job at that. Yeah. So it's like, but they're like, oh no, if not for Gary Kurtz, this would have been. What did Gary Kurtz do after Empire?
I think Dark Crystal.
Well, he did work on Dark Crystal. Yeah. That was during, right?
Well, in his revisionist self-promoting tours that Gary Kurtz would do later on when he was an old man and out of work, he'd like to say that he was given a choice between Dark Crystal and Return of the Jedi, and he chose Dark Crystal because he didn't like what George Lucas was doing with Return of the Jedi. That's a load of horseshit. He just happened to know Frank Oz and Jim Henson from the Yoda situation.
Yep.
But even Dark Crystal, he came on to that movie well after it was underway.
Yeah,
they just hired him because he was getting fired from Return of the Jedi, and he knew these guys, and so they needed a producer.
Yeah,
but he didn't make Dark Crystal. He didn't make Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, and I believe there's a story in Kazanjian's biography that Rinsler had written, and where like he basically said like Kurtz showed up for like a meeting, like a story meeting, on Return of the Jedi, like, hey guys, and they're like, why are you here? Like he just showed up, like not realizing he was fired and not on the project. But I mean, the only other thing that I can think of that he did after Empire was Return to Oz. And if anybody's seen that nightmare fuel, if you want to say he's the creative genius behind Star Wars,
well, that movie's almost become a cult classic because it's such a horror movie in disguise. That
it's hilarious.
One of the weirdest movies ever made.
To think that's supposed to be a sequel to Wizard of Oz is
yeah, it wasn't just another Oz movie. It was billed as a sequel to the Judy Garland movie.
Yeah.
And to think that that's what they came up with is like, I understand if people that have a fondness for it in kind of like a weird cult movie, traumatic childhood memory kind of way.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's no fucking cinematic visionary.
No. So yeah, he had zero creative input on the movie whatsoever. So if anybody thinks Marshall Lucas did some things, she might have suggested a few things like, why don't you kill off Obi-Wan?
Marshall Lucas
should you have a clock?
Well, yeah, Marshall Lucas was a very good editor. She did a good job.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean she fucking made Star Wars or that she saved Star Wars.
Yeah.
You know, it's just completely ridiculous. All right, let me try to get to the second question. At this pace, it's going to take us.
Yeah, especially I know giving you some money here. So
I'm trying to do the first questions first because I told people beforehand if they came in, they got their question in early, I would try to answer it.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to not be too much of a liar. Have you read the Star Wars Legacy comic series with Darth Talon? I like the idea of Force healing being a dark side power is opposite of letting go. No, but the idea of Force healing being a dark side power does make sense. It is total bullshit in Rise of Skywalker that Rey can do that. It goes against, this is another tangent I'm not going to start on, but everything that they do with the Force in that movie just goes against. What's so annoying about it is it's not just like a bit of plot trivia or minutia, like, oh, this is established as a dark side power. Mm-hmm. It goes against the fundamental concept of what the Force is, why it does what it does. It just undermines the whole thing. But
yeah,
I guess stay tuned for part 6 of my videos because that's when I'll go to Rise of Skywalker. Go to Tim on that one.
Well, and I'll bring up Book of Boba Fett and the same kind of idea. So they had the Vespa gang. I don't know if you ever watched Book of Boba Fett.
The Vespas, yeah.
Yeah. So the kids that have all the cybernetic implants and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I know for a fact. So when I was working with West End, they had submitted a book that had cybernetic enhancements in the book, and Lucasfilm rejected it because they said no, absolutely not. And so they kind of shot back and they said, "What the hell is Lobot? You got a guy with a freaking computer on his brain, and how do we explain that?" So basically, what they came back and said, the compromise was that in the game mechanics that you basically turned more to the dark side as you added cybernetic enhancements, because it kind of went against the whole philosophy of like Anakin becomes more machine than man, and the whole thing of does technology serve you, do you serve technology? So the whole idea of these kids having these cybernetic enhancements to turn themselves into Inspector Gadget, same thing. It just completely goes against, like you said, like the whole idea and philosophy of what Lucas was trying to say.
And that's a perfect example because it's like a lot of even like the pro George Lucas fans, when they debate this stuff, they're talking about like a sort of a in-universe plot minutia reasons, like, oh, well, this would work because of this or that precedent or whatever. That's not the point. The point thematically is Anakin becoming more the machine than man, right? This is like the whole theme of the whole fucking thing. Not only that, but the whole issue with Lucas of the issue of the droids and the droids being treated and the humans and like the different levels of reality, different levels of society, humans giving themselves over to machines. All these are really, really, like, they're not just important thematic things. They're the whole foundation of why Lucas made this whole fucking thing. And so that's what drove, this is another thing for a later video, but that's what really drove me nuts in the Solo movie, is all that shit with the droid that she's like, oh, I'm going to be a droid rebel. And you can tell whoever thought that, oh, I'm putting like a clever new spin on the whole droid thing. And you really, in order to think that that's a new spin, you realize that they didn't understand anything at all that happened in the first 6 movies. That's why they think it's new, because they don't know what was already there. It drives me like when Rian Johnson, all that shit in The Last Jedi with the stuff about like, oh, the same people are secretly funding both sides of the war. Wow, that just blew my mind. Oh, it's not about good and bad, it's about money. How could the same people be funding both armies? George Lucas did 3 fucking movies about a war where the same people were behind both sides.
Yeah.
It's just that these people they didn't understand it the first time, so they think that it's new because they were too dumb to get it when it was there before, you know?
Yeah.
Which is why it's so hilarious when people talk down about what he's doing, because it's like he wrote these to package these ideas for 12-year-olds, and you're not understanding it. So if you couldn't understand it when it's written for a 12-year-old, then how fucking stupid is this version of it that Rian Johnson is making? That makes it like, you know what, for a 6-year-old, I guess. If you couldn't get the 12-year-old version, so Rian Johnson had to make it like he had to make it a couple levels stupider for you.
Well, like when you're talking about Shades of Grey, Saw Gerrera was a character that Lucas had created for Star Wars Underworld. And it was supposed to be a rebel character that was an extremist. So it's like, well, is he a bad guy? Because he's basically a domestic terrorist, but he's against the Empire. So he's a good guy. So it's that whole.
Yeah, Lucas wanted to explore that a lot. A lot of people don't understand in the original trilogy. Okay, well, obviously, I'm not saying the Empire are the good guys, the rebels are the bad guys. I'm saying with Shades of Grey, Lucas was very, very deliberately playing with the idea that, well, this is all based on Vietnam, so that makes the Empire is America, and the rebels are the Viet Cong, and the rebels are essentially terrorists. When the rebels blow up the Death Star, that's like whatever people from Gaza coming and blowing up the Pentagon.
All those independent contractors on the Death Star, you know.
Right. So, I mean, he was, and this is something that you find this a lot, like in message boards and stuff. People are like, oh, actually, the rebels are kind of terrorists. It's like, welcome to 1975. Thank you. You just picked up on this theme from a children's movie that's been a blindingly obvious theme for 50 years. But they think that it's like a new insight because it took them 50 years to get there, you know? Anyway.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Should I just click on all the ones that say my videos are good and then I'm amazing? Let's do that. Based on your research and knowledge, how do you think the concept of you'll want to talk about this, the concept of the Wills, midi-chlorians, and microbiotic, I think you mean, life would have been explored visually in Lucas' sequel trilogy? That's interesting because years and years ago, before Lucas gave his more concrete explanation of what the Wills are, he talked about them being like on another plane of existence, which we now know he meant that they're in the microscopic world. But I always had this idea of, how is Lucas going to show another plane of existence? And I kind of imagined him going back to like his experimental film days and doing something really wild and trippy. I don't think that when he eventually said that the movies would get into the Wills, I don't think he actually meant we're going to, like zoom down to micro and have like magic school bus thing. He never said that. I think he just meant that they were going to talk about it and explain it. I don't know. Do you think he would have gotten any kind of like trippy imagery showing the Wills in some way?
No, I mean, maybe, I think of like the end of 2001 when, David Bowman goes into the monolith and sees all the trippy light show. Something maybe, ethereal like that, but nothing too heavy. I mean, I think what he was going to explore was the concepts that you're not the one in charge. And you're not the main character of the story, and it's not all about you kind of thing. Is I think where he was kind of going with this whole idea is that so it was going to be more of a bigger fish. It was a bigger fish, yeah. There you go. So it was going to be a thematic device more than it was going to be like a visual. You're actually going to see a will pop up on the screen,
right? Yeah, that's pretty much what I think too. I think he might have. I don't know if to somehow to leaven the exposition scenes where people are sitting around explaining this, he might have had some computer display or something to show. But I think he could have dealt with it really quickly. Like in Phantom Menace, for all the 30 years of bitching, in Phantom Menace, they spend like 2 lines of dialogue on midi-chlorians. You know, it's like it's explained in seconds.
Yeah.
And I think he could have done the wills almost as quickly. You
Yeah.
know, he explained really. You can give it to people in a couple sentences. You know.
Yeah, I think it was more going to kind of explore. I mean, at least in certainly in my story, it was more like exploring the concept of what is free will, and are you a slave to some higher master kind of thing, and and how do you grapple with that concept of saying that this I'm a player in the story, it's not all about me kind of thing, and kind of accepting your role in the whole thing, and not making it all about you.
Braden did correct himself to microbiotic life, so I was being snotty and correcting it, and he already noticed that. One question: in your special editions video, you show footage of the theatrical cuts of the films, and I was wondering, is there a version of them online that you would recommend? I would not recommend, because that would be highly illegal, and I got them through completely legal channels, which I cannot reveal. But the internet is a big place, and if you want to find things like that, there are all sorts of possibilities out there that I would not endorse or link to, because that would be wrong.
I would say just watch
there.
the 4K version and call it a day. I mean, who wants to see the original theatrical cut? And I know there's people that have quote unquote restored. There's no restored version that's going to hold up next to the 4K remastered version.
No.
They're
Because
using, it's not possible.
To do a real restoration, I try to explain this in my video, but this, I think, which is not to sound too snobby, but when I say a lot of people don't get it, but because I think it's a little esoteric for some people, but
it is.
To do like a real 4K restoration, you need to actually go back and scan the negative. What exists out there in the fan restorations is they scan the 35 millimeter print, which you can get something that looks very nice, but it's still a 35-year-old, 45-year-old print. And the print, even when the print's brand new and pristine and off the shelf, is not the same as the original negative. And people are very used to now with like 4K, whatever, they're used to stuff looking like it's straight off the negative. And I don't think people have a concept of like when you went to see a movie in the theater in 1977, the print you were getting, not only is the print a generation away from the negative, but these prints would play in movie houses for 1 or 2 years sometimes. And so every time you play a print, there's scratches, there's degradation. So what fans can do is they can scan these prints, but it's never ever going to look as good as a real genuine 4K restoration, because they don't have the original negative, nor should they, because that should belong to the people that made the movie. It's not a fan-sourced AI film. So you can find scanned prints, but I'm not going to link to those or anything, because that would be wrong. But they're totally easy to find. Preconceived notions you had about Star Wars before you started making the videos that were proven wrong during the research process? One that comes to mind for what we're talking about here is, I will say, one of the bullshit Gary Kurtz lies, from the Gary Kurtz fan fiction version of the sequel trilogy that he liked to spread around. One of those things, it had been spread around so much by fans for 20 years that I thought it was just a fact. And actually, when I was talking to James about a year ago, we were talking about the sequel trilogy, and I brought this up thinking that it was actually true, was the idea that in George Lucas's original sequel trilogy, Palpatine wasn't going to be killed until episode 9. Now, Gary Kurtz's version of this changes because he's making up the shit as he goes along. But in some versions, Gary Kurtz would say that the Emperor wasn't even introduced until episode 9, which is just stupid, because even if Lucas made the trilogies back to back, episode 9 wouldn't have come out for 20 years after Empire Strikes Back. So the idea that Lucas wouldn't introduce the Emperor until episode 9 is just dumb. That's nonsense. But I did believe this idea that Lucas was considering keeping the Emperor until episode 9, just because I thought it made sense that he would want to have one bad guy go through all 9 movies. But I realized when I was researching, there's many, many quotes where Lucas says way back in the early 80s that Return of the Jedi episode 6 would be the end of the Empire, and that the third trilogy would be about rebuilding the Republic. So from that, we know pretty clearly Lucas, even if he considered changing it at some time, Lucas's conception was always that the Emperor would die and that the Empire would end at the end of episode 6, and that the third trilogy would be rebuilding the Republic.
It was going to be his Silmarillion.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
There was no Sauron coming back or anything like that. It was about
Yeah. So that was one thing when I started to put together the research for this video that I saw. I was like, oh, that's just completely Gary Kurtz fan fiction. The idea of the Emperor surviving from episode 6, absolutely no basis for that. And I've seen people in the comments of this video too that still cling to that because it's just so kind of been normalized by people repeating the Gary Kurtz version of events. Not true at all. We got Lucas in 1975 saying that the third trilogy would be restoring the Republic, Emperor dies, and Return of the Jedi. So, yeah. What do you think of the Clone Wars, and will you ever talk about it? I'm assuming you mean the Clone Wars animated show. I think parts in the later seasons, like the arc where dealing with the Force ghosts and stuff like that, I think that stuff's interesting because it very obviously comes from Lucas. I think stuff in the first couple seasons is kind of janky and weak, but there's moments.
Well, you might even have noticed this. I don't know how much into it you got when it first came out, but obviously being a fan, I watched the first season. I didn't like the concept of even having a Star Wars TV show because I don't generally like TV shows. They're too soap opera-y, and it just becomes it's very character driven. And Lucas has said, I don't like character and plot and stuff. It's not that important to him, and he's more about thematics and the visuals and stuff. And so what I liked about the Clone Wars is that there were story arcs, so you could watch 2, 3 episodes, 4 episodes, and get a full complete story, and then move on. And so you could kind of jump in. You don't necessarily have to follow it all the way through. There was an episode I remember watching in season 2, Landing at Point Rain, and I remember watching that, and I was like, okay, something's different. They got it. They're getting it right now. And sure enough, there's a commentary on the DVD where Filoni said, like, Lucas kind of sat down at that point, and it's like, oh, we got a lot of work to do. And he got involved with that particular episode. Yeah. And I didn't know at the time, but I could tell right away that there had been a change. Something had gone differently. And I think it was him getting directly involved at that point. So that was the first episode I looked at, and it's like, okay, this is something a little more cinematic now. And then,
it's funny because you can really tell, because I wasn't too interested in the show really, but I watched it basically all once when it first came out. The interesting episodes I watched more, but I pretty much just watched it one time. But yeah, what you just said was interesting because you could, if you're kind of tuned into it, you can just immediately tell what's Lucas and what's not, because it's just like it's like his handwriting. You can just tell, and you can just spot certain things. You just know that that's him. And then it wasn't until years later that I went and started watching like interviews and special features and stuff. Not really till I was doing my videos, and so I would find, Dave Filoni or whoever talking about this or that. And without fail, every time that I originally, I thought, oh, this is a really interesting episode. This is a really weird episode. Yeah. I like this. If you go find a Dave Filoni interview, 100% of the time, Dave Filoni is going to say, yeah, we didn't get that one, but George came in with that idea. And George, that was all George. Oh, right. Because it's George. You could spot it a mile. You could see it from space, which episodes are Lucas and which ones.
The most interesting ones are real. And I mean, to me, the best of the Clone Wars is the best of Star Wars. So like the Mortis arc, and the Force priestesses and stuff that really get into mythology and really have very little to do with any kind of sci-fi motif or any kind of the basic Star Wars tropes. Those are the best ones.
Where's the video on the Disney sequels? LOL. When is it coming? I've been waiting for that for 3. I apologize for the wait. I do explain in the last video, if you watched it, that the first Disney sequels video is the next one. So I really wanted to set up what Lucas wanted the sequel trilogy for, to what he wanted it to do, and before I could show how J.J. Abrams and Bob Iger tore it to pieces. So this was actually the video that I just posted was written as my video on The Force Awakens, and this was going to be the first part of the video was explaining what we were supposed to get, and then the second part of the video was explaining what we got instead. And then at some point I figured out that the first part was almost 3 hours on its own and the second half is longer. So that was why I just cut it into halves, because it made sense. But the next one's mostly written and edited because it was one video when I was making it. So the next one's going to hopefully come a lot sooner than 3 years, because I've already done most of that. The only holdup on if you know, people say I'm really negative on social media and everything, because whenever they want to talk about Disney movies or whatever, I don't have anything nice to say. But if you actually look at my videos, almost every video I've done is defending something that I like. It's me defending the Star Wars prequels or defending the ending of Sopranos or whatever. And those are the videos I like to do, where I really dig into something that I really enjoy and that I have an appreciation for. Whereas talking about Disney Star Wars is going to be the opposite. It's going to be me. And these videos take a lot. And, you know, to make a video about something, I have to watch that movie hundreds of times. Or, you know, certain parts of it, at least, I have to watch hundreds. So the idea of watching The Force Awakens, which I've already had to watch it dozens of times to get as far as I have. God, let me tell you, you think that movie's bad, try to watch some of the worst scenes like 20, 30 times when you're editing a bit. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. So
Sorry.
It's brutal, guys. That's all I'm saying. Is it's you know, send me mine in the comments or something, because I deserve it. No, I'm just kidding. But it's not as fun as making a video about something that you like. But that's the answer, is that it's coming soon, and I've already done a lot of work on it.
I think I get the feeling that you agree that Kathleen Kennedy gets way too much of the blame, and Bob Iger and J.J. Abrams deserve probably almost all of it.
I think Kathleen Kennedy's made lots of mistakes. It's no mistake. I mean, it's true that her era has been a disaster, but I think it's very it's the exact same. It's very simple-minded. The same way that when fans didn't like the prequels, they thought everything they didn't like was George Lucas. Everything they did like was somebody else. Yeah. And that's kind of a very lazy way of people that don't actually want to investigate. Like, well, where did this particular thing come from? Where, you know, and it's much more complicated than that. I think Kathleen Kennedy, well, I guess we'll get into that in the next video, but I think you're basically right. A lot of times she's doing the best she can with a bad situation.
Yes,
you know, I don't think she ever had the power to go to Bob Iger and say, you know, no, Bob Iger, I don't care if you think that we should listen to the fans. We're doing the George Lucas treatments. I don't think she was ever really in a position to do that.
No,
she could have had a much better handle on what went down, though. She could have really.
Well, she hired the problem, which was J.J. Abrams. So
and that was kind of her idea, was that, well, I'll just get really good people and then they'll go make really good movies. The problem is that, you know, as you see with George Lucas and Empire Strikes Back, is he could hire a director who he really liked, who was Kirshner, who was very talented, but it still needed a guiding hand, because it's not just one movie, it's part of a thing, you know.
Yeah.
And Kathleen Kennedy was supposed to be the guiding hand, and I think that's what she just was really ultimately not qualified to do.
Well, I don't think people realize how much power JJ had in the say of how things were going to go down. It wasn't like, well, Kathleen Kennedy was his boss. I'm like, yeah, but you had a director, you had 3 screenwriters, and George Lucas. And so which one was expendable? George wasn't going to direct it. So when this whole thing went down, casting was being done, costumes were being made, sets were being constructed. And to have the director walk out at that point was not an option. So it's like, realistically, JJ kind of held everybody hostage and said, I don't like this George Lucas guy's ideas. I'm going to direct this movie. I think we need to start from scratch and we need to rework this. And if he walked out, they had a mess on their hands. So at the end of the day, he ultimately held the cards to say how it was going to go down.
And a lot of that's the fans' fault too, because the fans were saying that. Well, I mean, the fans, specific Red Letter Media famously said, "Oh, J.J. Abrams would be the perfect person." So when Bob Iger doesn't know anything about Star Wars, Bob Iger doesn't know anything about movies. There's a really funny interview with Bob Iger and J.J. Abrams where they're like feeding each other questions, and these are like, you know, pre-written softball questions. And J.J. Abrams is asking Bob Iger, when did you fall in love with movies, Bob? What's like your childhood memory when you fell in love with movies? Bob Iger, he can't name any movies because he doesn't watch movies. He doesn't like movies. He's a business person. Yeah. And Abrams, and he keeps going back to, well, I was really interested in the production side of the business, blah, blah, blah. He keeps like accidentally answering honestly. And J.J. Abrams keeps trying to get him back like, okay, but well, can you name a movie that you like? Abrams asks him like 3 times. I'm going to show clips from this in my next video. But Abrams asks him like 3 times, like, and after you ask Iger this, like, finally Iger comes back with like Lawrence of Arabia, or he names like the 2 most famous films ever made,
Citizen Kane.
Yeah, because he doesn't watch movies. He doesn't like movies. He doesn't care about movies. So Bob Iger's only business directive on the Star Wars prequels was that they have to make money. I mean, the Star Wars sequels.
Yeah.
Was that they have to, he has $4 billion he wanted to make back within a couple of years. And so he said, what we have to do, our number one priority, is to give the fans what the fans want.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at the fans, they're clearly, naming J.J. Abrams by name, saying this is what we want, And so Abrams came in with all the cards in his hands, saying like, well, I'm the guy. They've told you this. What I want is what they want. That they've told you this,
Yep.
And so Iger's like, okay, yeah, do what that guy wants. Well, that guy's a fucking jackass, but it's that's for the next video. Okay, I'm going to try to go through these questions a little bit faster. I'm sorry, but it's been a good conversation, but we're just going way too slow and ignoring people. Have you watched any other fan-made analysis of Star Wars RE videos as well as review? I used to watch a lot more Star Wars videos, and they just became too enraging. Even the ones that are pro Lucas or pro prequels. And again, I know people are going to say like I'm a snob. I don't think this is a very high bar that I'm setting for myself. I think it's just the fact that 95% of videos, the people have no idea what they're talking about. It just gets really upsetting and obnoxious to watch it. And I'm not saying that like, oh, well, I'm so great, I'm the only person that makes good videos. Because again, I think it's a really low bar is just to like have a basic clue what you're talking about. And that's all that I think that I do is to pass that low bar of I just try to, before I talk about something, I try to learn about it and know what I'm talking about. A lot of people don't feel like that's a prerequisite before you make a YouTube video about something.
Well, I think it's just life in general. I know. I remember Neil deGrasse Tyson once saying, anytime he met someone that was really impressive in any kind of particular field, he would ask them, "How many people in your chosen profession really know their stuff?" And the answer he said he would typically get back was somewhere between 15 to 20%. Right. Which means that the majority of people that are in a particular field or say I know this or I know that, they might know more than the average person, but are they by any means experts and really master the craft and really understand it? Probably not.
No.
So
yeah. I'm blanking out on who it is. Somebody, it's a famous writer. Well, he said it's a rule if you with most topics, you're just going to have a passing surface level familiarity. So when you read an article on a topic, you'll think, oh, that sounds about right. But if there's a topic that you happen to actually be passionate about, and you happen to be an expert on a certain topic, when you go to read articles about that topic, you'll notice that 99% of the articles, the people have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. And so then apply that to the topics where you aren't personally an expert, and you realize that those articles might seem good to you because you're not an expert, but if you are an expert, those articles are probably just as stupid as the articles on the other topic where you happen to know the topic, right?
Yeah.
So you've got to assume that most of people just don't know, and it's depressing to me because that's a choice, because they could go and learn about it, and they just choose not to.
Well, I mean, I think part of the problem because so I used to teach astronomy back in the day, and I'd have people come up to me and say, they would read some article on popular mechanics, and suddenly they think they're Carl Sagan, and they want to talk to me about solar sail technology. And it's like, you read one article, you don't know the basics. It's like you got to get the foundational knowledge so you can comprehend what you just read, because you don't know what on there is like theoretical. Like, well, if we can do X, then maybe Y. They just don't understand the basic concepts. So they read this one article and now they say, oh, well, I read this article. It says you can get to Pluto in 9 minutes if you just did this. And it's like, no, that's not it at all. So so if you read something and you don't have the foundational knowledge to actually analyze and understand it, you're going to come away with some pretty dumb conclusions. And I think, unfortunately, that happens with a lot of things where people read, especially, God forbid, it's something on a high level that you don't understand. You come away with just some wacky understandings that you really need to start with the basics and work your way up. You can't just jump into the deep end of the pool.
That's what I come back to that a lot with talking about movies on the internet or talking about Star Wars. And it's like again, I'm not complimenting myself because I think what I have is just the basic level of knowledge that everybody should have. I'm not saying I get a lot of people who are like, oh, you think you're so smart just because you went to film school. I didn't go to film school. I just, I read books, but yeah, a lot of people don't, when people come at me with like a movie opinion, I a lot of times, now, of course, again, I'm not talking about everybody. I'm talking about a particular thing, but I get intelligent people and people that are very informed. Since I've made these videos, I've got a lot of professional film people that have messaged me, people that know much more than I do. And, I made friends with some of these people, but there are a lot of people that come at you with a film opinion and you read what they say and it's like, I don't know where to start with that, because to start to answer it, it's like we have to go back to square one and explain. Like I have to explain to you what a movie is. I have to explain to you what art is. I have to explain to you like not even film theory, just basically like just how an audience is supposed to observe a piece of art.
Yeah.
We're talking about just like this is your first day on planet Earth.
My favorite one you did in your video was the explanation for the 180-degree rule, which is like film 101. And so
that's what I was saying. Like,
and I was like, oh my God, you clearly.
Chris Stuckman he's a guy that not only does Chris, and again, Chris Stuckman, by the way, I've always tried to make my comments about him about his videos, not about him personally. Sure. I don't know him personally. He seems like a very friendly guy. I have no problem with him, but his videos, not only does he not know like the most basic things you could possibly imagine, he's got a YouTube channel where he lectures about movies for hours a day for years. And, something like the 180-degree rule, that's not even like, I was going to say the 180-degree rule, that's like filmmaking 101. But it's not even like 101. It's like the summer reading before they even let you into the class. It's like you can't even go to a film class unless you know what this is, because we don't have the vocabulary to teach you until and so that's what just drives me crazy is people just don't have the fundamental.
Right. Well, and it's one of those things like if you made a movie and you broke the 180-degree rule, you'd realize real fast that you need the 180 degree. I mean, it would be so glaringly obvious to you.
Yeah, it's something that you shouldn't even have to be taught. It's something that should be self-evident, but a lot of people still don't get it.
Yeah.
Is there any of the Disney stuff you actually like to some degree? No, it's trash.
So I think you and I will disagree on Rogue One. I think you weren't a fan of Rogue One, if I'm not mistaken.
You don't like Rogue One, do you?
I enjoy Rogue One, and I will say, who else likes Rogue One?
George Lucas does not like Rogue One. Let's not get into that.
No,
we're gonna have to pull up the clips of George Lucas talking about how some stupid corporation made Star Wars. It would just be Darth Vader coming in and killing everybody, and then that's exactly what they do in Rogue One.
Now, I will say that that scene in Rogue One, I was not a fan of. The one that everybody
the most masturbatory scene in cinema history.
It's so ridiculous.
Okay, well, we're not going to get started.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
No, but you're correct that no, I do not like Rogue One. Knowing as many of the inspirations Lucas had when making Star Wars, what are a few films you consider absolutely critical to understanding where Lucas's head is as an artist? That's a good one. The stuff I talk about in the first video, back to things that I learned doing research not necessarily research for these videos, but when I was younger, like 17, 18, a lot of my film education came from, if I liked a movie, I would want to find out about how and why it was made. So I would go read interviews with the director. And when I read interviews with George Lucas when I was very young, like a teenager, Lucas was always name dropping classic movies, Kurosawa, of course, 2187. He loves old Westerns, The Searchers, John Ford, whatever. He would name drop Eisenstein, Battleship Potemkin. He talked a lot about silent movies, Russian silent movies. All that stuff that he mentions, and I try to name check as much of it as I can in my video. Go watch some of that stuff and you'll be amazed just how much, like, immediately you'll be that meme with the light shooting out of the person's head, because immediately Star Wars is going to make so much more sense to you if you just sit there and watch 2187 or The Searchers or almost any Kurosawa. He's constantly doing Kurosawa riffs. Or there's things that I've had people ask me to. Okay, when I talk about Chris Stuckman or Red Letter Media, and I say that they're cinematically illiterate, I've had people say, well, what do you consider? What would you say somebody has to know to be cinematically literate? And I'm not saying that you have to know. No, nobody knows everything about every movie ever made. I don't know everything about every movie ever made, but there are certain touchstones that you should know these things, or else you just should shut up about movies. And that would be like Citizen Kane. And then there's certain things that are like that even if you haven't seen the movie, you should still be generally familiar with. Like when George Lucas is doing Anakin comes up on the table like Frankenstein, right? Even if you've never seen, that's actually in Bride of Frankenstein, it's the bride that comes up on the table. Even if you've never seen Bride of Frankenstein, you should still know. And Anakin comes off the table like, you should know that that's Frankenstein. So that's my answer of like, what do you have to know to be cinematically literate? There are certain just things that are so iconic and so basic. It's like, if you watch that scene in Star Wars and you don't know that that's Frankenstein, then like, I don't know what to tell you, because it's like you've just been living under a rock. Because it's like, I mean,
or the good, the bad, and the ugly ripoff.
The eye thing and the good, right?
Yeah.
I even
clearly,
even when I first saw Revenge of the Sith, I had never seen the good, the bad, and the ugly, but I knew that eye thing was an homage to classic Western, because that's just, the music and everything, like the whistle music and the eyes. I didn't even know which Western. It's like the first time that you see, the first time you see Psycho, when she goes into the shower, it's going to end bad, right? Because like, how do you get to be an adult without knowing that somebody gets killed in the shower in Psycho, right? Yeah. Or like I remember the first I saw a Godfather first time I was like 14, 15 or whatever. And it was such a weird deja vu experience, because every single scene in The Godfather is famous. And I had never seen the movie before. But like, as soon as he wakes up in bed and there's blood on his sheets, I'm like, oh my God, they killed the horse. The horse's head is in his bed, And there's just certain things that like, just cultural osmosis, that you should have. There's no set list of films that I would say everybody has to watch, but you should, if you don't know that Rosebud is the sled, and you don't know that Janet Leigh's going to get killed in the shower, you have to have a certain just awareness of like history, culture, whatever.
Mm-hmm. As it pertains to Star Wars, I would say, the first place I would start was THX and American Graffiti.
Sure, yeah, very, very much. That's a lot of people. So many people that are Star Wars fans never even watch. I had that question in my first video when I used those clips from American Graffiti, and a lot of the clips I used in my first video, I have the name of the movie at the top. But when I was using clips from American Graffiti, I didn't put that on there because I thought, well, that's unnecessary clutter. Yeah. I had a lot of people asking me, "What's that clip from?" How could you? And it's not like Lucas has a big filmography. He only made 2 other fucking movies. You should watch his. By the way, if you're interested in George Lucas, a lot of his student films are on YouTube. You can watch those very easily, also. But Lucas, he only made 2 movies, 2 features before Star Wars. So it's like, how you can be a Star Wars fan and you've never seen THX? That's. I used the American Graffiti clip to try to show Lucas is doing the motif of like the teenager that wants to get away from the small town, and Luke was the exact same thing in space, and the same things in THX. He's trying to break out of his little underground world, and then they show him in front of the sunset. Lucas does the sunset shot in every single movie, every single time. So even in Star Wars with Luke with the twin sunset, you should understand that that's harkening back to the sunset. That's the last shot of THX. It's the first shot of American Graffiti, and the sunset to Lucas is always representing like a change in a person's life, a transition to a new phase. That's why American Graffiti opens with the sunset, and then the whole thing is that one nighttime before the next morning, their whole lives change, and then the sun rises during the car crash where the one character almost gets killed. But yeah, come on, guys. I know nobody knows every movie. Nobody's an expert on everything. But if you want to talk about Star Wars, if you haven't even seen THX and American Graffiti, you don't get to talk about George Lucas when the guy's only made 3 movies, and you haven't seen 2 of them. Right. Okay, 2 more questions. What do you think about people who say the EU is George's true vision of Star Wars? LOL. I say LOL. Do you hate watch modern Star Wars content, or you prefer? I have a certain. I feel like I have to keep up to date to a certain extent, just because people ask me. But there's like a limit. I couldn't make it through all of Andor, and oh man, I fucking struggled with Skeleton Crew. I don't think if they do season 2, I'm gonna watch that.
Yeah.
But have you watched all the Disney Star Wars?
I have. I'll say Andor is definitely the one that I would stand out the most. There's parts of Mando that, even that's hit and miss though, and certainly the third season was mostly miss.
Even I was gonna say, even if you like Mandalorian, that last season, man, that was fucking rough.
That was brutal. Yeah. So
really
I don't know.
brutal.
Yeah.
Whenever Jack Black shows up, it's time to bounce. Which is a general film rule.
It's funny though, because if you watch that in the context of like you watch the Clone Wars, then you watch that. I think if that were an animated show, it probably plays a little better. But as a live action, it just looks so campy and weird. So if it was an episode of the Clone Wars, you might be able to get away with it, but it just does not translate to live action. And Filoni obviously coming from that world, I don't know.
Favorite Bob Dylan album? You're tempting me to get on tangents. I'm not going to get into a tangent about Filoni's background because it drives me nuts when people say Filoni's the savior of Star Wars. But
no.
I'm like 10% through these questions, and
Filoni's the Kirkland's brand of
favorite. He's a storyboard artist from King of the Hill, and he said himself that Lucas taught him everything he knows. But okay, a favorite Bob Dylan album is Blood on the Tracks, Love and Theft, and Highway 61. If you're looking for recommendations, I would say that those three, what you got to do, because those sort of cross the rubric. It'll give you samples from different periods in his career. Are there any videos, books, articles critical of Lucas's Star Wars that you actually respect, agree with? It's not. People want to divide everybody into like apologists or haters. Like you have to be pro Lucas, or it's not that. I if people had a valid criticism of Lucas, I'd be fine. It's just that people aren't coming from a good faith, valid reason.
Yeah,
that's not where it's. If they had a real analysis, it's like Lucas says himself in that clip that, if the critics were educated and they had a real commentary, then it would be worth listening to. But that's not what you find.
I don't think either of us think that any of these movies are perfect. So I'm sure, we could nitpick and criticize something in them, but it doesn't on the big points, I think, people just don't get it. They want to criticize, Lucas doesn't know how to direct and
it's personality attacks. I don't think Lucas thinks that the movies are perfect, because a lot of people have an idea with the special edition that Lucas is kind of this obsessive perfectionist, and he's really not. He actually leaves a lot of half-assed special effects in the movies.
Yeah.
He changes stuff there's a lot of mistakes in the movies you can find. He changes stuff if he thinks it's somehow important to the story or important to the point he's trying to make, but he's not like going in and scrubbing out every little detail like Red Letter Media says. It's not at all how he operates.
Yeah. Case in point, I can't watch the scene where the Executor crashes into the Death Star in Return of the Jedi. And it looks so bad, that shot.
That's a bit of a janky. There's things in all. It's a tangent. Okay, fast questions. I don't know about Dylan album because he never even tweeted about Shadow. You mean Shadow Kingdom, not Shadow Labyrinth. Shadow Kingdom is beautiful, amazing, wonderful. I would say maybe if you're just getting into Dylan and you want to learn modern era Dylan and not just the 60s, that might even be one of the first ones I'd send you to, because he does a lot of the classic songs, but he does them in his new style, and it's beautiful, amazing. Listen to Shadow Kingdom. That's great. When are you going to watch Andor? You should give it a shot. I watched part of Andor. Fucking hate it. Think it's trash, but that's another tangent. I know James likes it, so maybe
I like it for what it is.
LOL at Andor, Andy. This guy gets me. LOL at Andor, exactly. These people are asking when the live stream's going to start, so that means I've just now got to the start. I'm scrolling down the questions here, and I just now got to. Yeah, okay. Part one of your video, a lot of the visual examples you often give Lucas quoting other films or his own. The shots are often inverted in framing position of characters. Lucas never spoke on this. No, well, that's what I'm talking about the difference between quoting and and just copying, because he's using the elements of the composition that are enough to tell you, yes, this shot is definitely from The Searchers, this shot's definitely from Frankenstein, but he's not just doing the same shot. He's got to change it so that it fits into his movie, into his aesthetic. He uses the part of it that conveys the meaning, but he's not just ever repeating shots. Okay. My question relates to part 2 of your Star Wars videos. Artist control of the art. Do you think it was wrong for Max Brod, Franz Kafka's executor, to go against Kafka's instructions by not burning his writing? That's an interesting question, because as a fan of art and with artists, I want everything preserved. I would like every scrap of writing, every outtake from the movies, all to be preserved and saved for posterity. But if an artist specifically says that they want something burned, I have a bit of a problem with them ignoring the wishes. Kubrick not only cut out scenes from some of his movies after the scenes were released, he not only did that, he literally burnt all the copies of those scenes, so those scenes no longer exist. So there are people that they saw The Shining when it first came out and had a different ending. There's no copy of that ending that still exists, so that's been permanently destroyed for posterity. And that's before people were filming the movie screen with their phones. So that makes me very sad, and it's not my choice. It's his choice. I don't make up that choice, And I also, from his point of view, I understand it. I think George Lucas fans are the perfect example of why Kubrick would want to do that, because he doesn't want people going in and second guessing. Oh, we prefer the original version of The Shining, not this bad special edition. Kubrick wanted the version that you have is the only version, and he didn't want fans to be making up their own alternate cuts. So, Star Wars fans, your kind of childish attitudes are the reason that he would burn all of that.
I'm sure you heard the conspiracy theory on Eyes Wide Shut that it was changed after Kubrick passed away. So the movie that got released was allegedly, a lot of people that are, big fans of Kubrick, like, oh, he wouldn't have done that. He wouldn't have done that. Clearly someone came in after the fact and changed this around, and he wasn't around to say no. So
have you ever watched that documentary, the Room 237, the documentary about The Shining?
No.
That whole thing is all the fans talking about their theories about all the secret meanings in The Shining, and the secret symbolism of this or that little thing.
Yeah,
the fans drove me up a wall, but it was really interesting because it kind of shows about how the way people go about misinterpreting things. About they're not actually looking for what Kubrick was doing. They're kind of projecting their own, and because he did movies where he didn't want to spoon feed you things, so he's not telling you this means that means this. And because he did that, it left it open where a lot of people just put in their own stuff, but they can't tell the difference between finding what's actually there and what they're putting there themselves. You know what I mean? They don't differentiate between trying to that's an interesting movie if you haven't seen it.
Oh, okay. Check it out.
Because people just come up with this completely off the wall shit. It's not in the. It's like the Darth Jar Jar thing, Like the people just. It's like, okay, that's not in the movie. You just made that up,
Well, and you certainly see that with song lyrics all the time, and people describe things. And Smells Like Teen Spirit, Kurt Cobain said it was like a bunch of nonsense, but people will somehow find meaning and like, no, he was trying to say this. And
yeah. That is a subject of interest to me of people trying to understand what the artist was actually saying versus people just making. And there's a there's a valid thing of people that, okay, well, maybe that wasn't an intended meaning, but it has this emotional resonance for me with my own life experience, and that's interesting. But that's different than saying this is what it means, because it's not what was put there, it's what you put there, and why do you think Lucas was trying to express that Vader was saved and became Anakin again through his connection to Luke? Hasn't Luke expressed the ease of the Eastern view of attachment? I think we already kind of went into all that, right?
Yeah. There's actually an interesting book on that subject by Jonathan Haidt, who's a moral psychologist, where he kind of takes old world philosophy and puts it through the lens of modern day psychology. And one of the things was the whole Buddhist philosophy of non-attachment. And one of the things, it's like, yes, attachment's bad, and that's where suffering comes from. If your attachment is to the wrong things, so it's not so much attachment bad, it's attachment to things, unhealthy attachment bad, but striving to have a family and striving to take care of others and striving to, do these other things will bring you happiness and joy and are, positives. But attachment to your car and attachment to other things are a problem.
Yeah,
and I
and
think
there's
Lucas has the same philosophy with Lucas.
yeah, this is what I'm talking. Yeah, shades of gray. I think that Lucas isn't saying that all attachment is bad or that you should let go of everything, but he is saying that there's, you can be attached to somebody and you can love somebody, but part of that is you have to understand that eventually it's going to be over. And every relationship is going to either end with you splitting up or with one of you dying. There is no relationship that's the end of a love relationship. So you can't have you can't have a psychologically healthy relationship unless you understand that as much as I love this person, I can't imagine life without this person. The only way that this ends is with one of us dying. It doesn't just, and so you have to understand that. So yeah, I think that, yeah, he's saying that possessive, unhealthy denial of reality is bad. He's not saying that you can't ever love people.
Yeah.
I mean, Anakin says that in the movie. You can love people, but attachment is the problem. But oh, he's just complimenting me. Okay, I thought that was gonna be a question. Thank you for the compliment. Attached. Okay, yeah, there you go. I don't think he's opposed to attachment. He's opposed to possession. There you go. See, it's some people get it.
Yep.
I literally felt like I was in a nightmare the first and only time I saw it. I think I was kind of in shock, like for the whole movie. I was just like, this can't no.
I mean, you probably didn't, like, I was at the point where I just really didn't care that much at that point. So it was like, whatever.
After the Last Jedi, I was just like, The Last Jedi, I was just like, oh wow, this is so much worse than I thought it could ever get. So with The Rise of Skywalker, I was just like, I don't know how it's possible to get worse than The Last Jedi, but I think they were trying their best. Okay, I'm sorry, we've just talked too much about the attachment thing. Thank you for the $10. Thoughts on the canceled Darth Maul game from LucasArts days? Would have explored what Maul did during the original trilogy. It probably was supposed to tie into. I don't know too much about the game, but I do know that Lucas said himself when they were bringing Maul back during the Clone Wars, we know looking back that was intended to pave the road for the sequels. So I don't know. Do you know anything about what would have happened in the game?
Well, no, the game initially I don't think the initial premise was for the original trilogy, but it was actually during the prequel era. And then they had a meeting with Lucas, I know, and to talk about it. And Lucas said he wanted Maul and Talon to team up. And they're like, okay, but Maul's dead and Talon is in the Legacy comics. And he said, well, it doesn't have to be Maul, it could just be a clone, and you can have them work together. And so he kind of floated Maul and Talon being partners back when they were doing this video game.
So I could see that was maybe him trying to sort of set up the sequel ideas, but still try to give them a way to keep it in the expanded universe continuity.
Yeah.
Because in the sequels, he was just going to have Maul and Talon, and he didn't care about the fact that she's from a different era in the comic books, right?
Yeah. So obviously, when he did his sequel trilogy, that would have all gone out the window.
He just would have done that.
Yeah.
For the game, it would have tried to.
Yeah.
For the game, it would have stayed in continuity, sort of.
Correct.
It's interesting.
But just like Ayla Secura, he saw art for it, and he obviously got the inspiration for the Darth Talon character based off of what he saw in the comic books, and wanted to run with that.
what would you say about someone who loves your videos, has deep respect for Lucas, agrees with most criticism of Disney Star Wars, and hates Hollywood, but genuinely loves The Last Jedi? I would say, I just don't even know. I would need, my video about when people ask me what's wrong with The Last Jedi, I say that, my answer to that is 4 hours long. So that's what my video is going to be. But for somebody to really explain to me how they could love Lucas and hate Hollywood but love Last Jedi, that maybe they need to make a 4-hour video explaining that to me, because I just don't, not getting that.
Do you just think it was a horrible movie or a horrible Star Wars movie?
I think it was.
Let's like the whole premise of it, put it in its own separate universe with its own rules, so it's not in violation of anything that came before or is to come after, but it's literally just a standalone.
Right, just this filmmaking.
It's Rebel Moon, but not Rebel Moon.
I would still think it's terrible. I don't like Rian Johnson. I don't like any of his. I've had a beef with Rian Johnson's movies going back to Brick, but even even though I didn't, I watch a lot of movies. I don't just watch Star Wars, but I thought Brick sucked. I thought Looper was shit. But even when they announced him to direct Star Wars, I thought, okay, well, he's like an indie movie kind of guy. Maybe he'll do a cool spin on it, whatever. I wasn't biased against the idea of him doing Star Wars. And when I came out of that movie, I was just completely like, I think my tweet was just, holy shit, that I don't believe that I couldn't believe that there was a Star Wars movie that bad, something like that. It was stunning. No, but my problem isn't just with the filmmaking. It was it's with it being as a Star Wars movie that it's so deeply, not just that it doesn't understand Star Wars, it's like an active opposition to the fundamental ideas that Lucas had. It's like not only does it not get Star Wars, it's like he's deliberately saying that, okay, one, we're going to shit on all these core concepts that are not optional, they're necessary concepts to make Star Wars work. And then not only are we going to shit on them, we're going to sit here and tell you that, oh, we're so clever because we're subverting your expectations. That's why it just like enrages me beyond rage. That's why it's a 4-hour answer, because I feel like it's not just a bad Star Wars movie. I feel like it's a active, premeditated attack on Star Wars. That's what The Last Jedi feels like to me,
Well, and the message is like a brick to the face. I mean, it's not subtle, covert, or cleverly done. It's literally just, yeah.
And it's well, okay, we're
gonna.
I'm still like 20% through the questions.
Yeah.
You think George had any approved directors, at least one that wanted to do his story? George in the beginning approved of J.J. Abrams because George was and this is going to be my next video, so watch that video because it's a long topic, but the details of how he sold it, if you learn the whole timeline and how he sold it and what he had talked about with Iger, Lucas very, very clearly thought that he was still going to be involved in the sequel trilogy. And he almost tanked the whole sale several times because Iger wouldn't promise him creative control. And he was very set on that he still wanted creative control. And he's talked 100 times about how he learned during Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, even with another director, he still had to be there very, very closely working with him to make sure it stayed on track. So it was never, ever his intention to just let it go off and let other people do whatever the fuck.
That's also what tanked Underworld, the live action TV show, is that HBO wanted to be partners, creative partners with Lucas. So they wanted to basically be a 50-50 partnership, and there's no way he was going to agree to that.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of people don't understand the whole Disney sale. Lucas he came, even Bob Iger said a few times in his memoir, 2 or 3 times, Lucas basically said, you know what, just forget it. We're canceling the whole sale. And the reason was, the issue was that Iger wouldn't let Lucas keep creative control. In the very end, it's a complicated reason why Lucas decided to sell in the end without getting that in writing that he would have creative control. But he had made this very clear for a year negotiating with Iger that he wanted to have very strong creative influence on the sequels. And he always wanted that. It was always important to him. And so, he said, oh, J.J. Abrams is a good director, whatever. because he still thought that he was going to be playing the role that he played on Empire: Return of the Jedi. That's really what he thought.
Yeah.
He had no inkling that they were going to fuck him over like they did. That was not part of the deal.
Yeah.
But that's my next video. It's going to be a good one. Check it out, you guys. Thank you, Yao. Always great work. Shattering bad faith myths about Star Wars will help inspire future art and auteurs capable of bucking the system like George Lucas did. Thank you. I'm clicking on all the ones that gave me. What is that called? A super chat when they give money?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm at least giving a call out to all you guys that did that. I'm apologizing if I don't get to every single comment, but I appreciate the assistance, guys. It's very, very nice of you. Rick Perez as well. Thank you for that. I've written stories and they were always changed a million ways before you write it. George always had broad strokes planned, but the details change over the years, especially as he started making the movies. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's not the same as it's not the same as saying that he had no plan or that he made it all up as he went along, but he did also have flexibility based in there. If you've ever written something big that takes you years to write, then you understand this.
Yeah.
It's the fans that have never made anything themselves that kind of struggle with this. They either think you've got it all spelled out from day one, or they think that you had no plan at all.
Or they don't know that good writing is rewriting.
Right.
A lot of people write one draft and be like, "Oh, look at this great thing that I wrote." And realistically, if you think your first draft's good, you're delusional.
No, exactly. And that's like I was talking about before. That's something that you build in conceptually as you leave yourself room. You don't want everything locked. You have a plan. You might know what the last page is, but you don't want everything locked in. Otherwise, it becomes really pointless when you're doing the actual writing because you don't have any room to be creative. So,
yeah.
See, I get what you say, but I think the essence are structurally. He conceived of the idea of the Sith coming back, remnants of the Empire, and Leia as a prominent figure. I do think that, I think that was the eventual reason why he brought back Darth Maul, was he didn't want to have a continuity of the threat from episode 1 through to episode 9. If this is going to be one movie, 9 parts, you'd want a continuity from episode 1 to episode. So I think that's why Darth Maul made a lot of sense. I don't think it ever made sense to just leave the Emperor unresolved until episode 9. Episode 6 had to have some kind of resolution. So, even if he conceived of at some point he considered Palpatine living, there's still Palpatine would have been dethroned. The Empire would have been over at the end of episode 6. He had to. There's just no way you could have done it. If Gary Kurtz would think about it for 2 minutes, he would know that that's just not even possible.
It might have been a passing comment that Lucas made at some point, but
yeah.
That was ever, they probably thought about it for 2 seconds, realized why it was so dumb.
And like I say in the video, the idea that Leia would go on to become a major leader or whatever, that's in the third trilogy. That's the only thing that makes sense with Leia. But this idea that Gary Kurtz somehow had the idea that the Emperor and the Empire would survive all the way through to episode 9, but also Leia would be queen of something. How? They're still living in Empire. What is Leia queen of? This makes no sense at all. Kurtz is kind of combining shit that he didn't really understand, and he's not even thinking about it when he says these things.
Yeah.
The idea that the Jedi. I'm just now getting to the parts about when they're leaving comments when we were talking about the Jedi being flawed. Yeah. The idea that the Jedi make mistakes has been present in the fandom for a super long time, but some people have taken it to weird extents. Yeah, I think that's part of the backlash against my comments is people think that when I'm saying the Jedi were flawed, that I'm one of those weird fans that's like on the, the Jedi are the bad guys, the Jedi are fucked. It's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that good guys have flaws, bad guys sometimes make a good point. It's both, Skimming. A lot of this is people talking back and forth about the idea of the Jedi flaws. So that's interesting that what we were talking about was inspiring discussion. Unfortunately, I couldn't answer everything at the time, guys. So I'm sorry if, we passed you by. what is the approach of my further videos on the sequels compared to other reviews on the internet? Is there really a reason why we're getting a video for each movie individually? Yeah, because I don't want to just do one of those videos. I'm not going to name the channels by name because then their fans come after you. But those videos that are just kind of like, I wanted more Boba Fett and there's no Boba Fett, so I'm very, very mad. Fuck Kathleen Kennedy. That's not a critical analysis of a movie. What I really wanted to do was, I don't want to, in my sequel videos, I don't just want to analyze whether or not I like the video. What I want to analyze is why they don't work as Star Wars movies, which is kind of why I had to establish first thematically, how do Star Wars movies work? What do they mean thematically? And then you can see, if you actually understand Lucas's concept of the Force, then you can see why stuff that J.J. Abrams says is a bunch of nonsense horse shit. Or I think George Lucas calls it gobbledygook, or garbledy-gook is what Lucas called it in that clip. But you have to actually understand and that's the type of stuff I want to talk about in my videos, was like, I could just say, oh, I don't like Qui-Gon coming back as a Force ghost. I think that's stupid. But the issue isn't that I don't like Qui-Gon coming back as a Force ghost. The issue is that this fundamentally, really deeply undermines concepts about the Force that Lucas had and why some people become a Force ghost, why some people don't. Yeah. This is so central to the entire philosophy. Qui-Gon being able to do that is a big, giant no-no. So that's what I want to actually talk about, is why this stuff doesn't work as Star Wars, not just why I personally don't like it.
And the behind the scenes for each individual sequel trilogy movie is very different. So it's there's a lot to unpack with each one in terms of what went down and how these movies came about.
That's the other big part of my videos, is not just that they made decisions on The Force Awakens that are wrong, but how did that come to be? And that's what I think I've already kind of hinted a couple times, but I want to actually break down like the whole timeline and the process of, why did George Lucas sell? At what point did George Lucas realize he was being shut out? What happened after George Lucas got shut? What parts were written after he was shut out? What was written before he was shut out? Why was J.J. Abrams allowed to come in and kick George Lucas out of Star Wars? That I really want to get into that in kind of a granular way, which I don't think that most videos that I've ever seen have done that. They don't, and even in the videos that are like pro Lucas videos, I see a lot of misunderstandings about exactly what Lucas was involved in and where it went wrong. So my videos are going to break all that down, I think, hopefully in an interesting way. So that's why that's answering the question. So why do I want to do these videos? I'm always amazed at so many adults that can't follow the plot and message of a movie aimed at 10-year-old boys. And, people that are operating on that level, they always want to leave a comment for you on YouTube. They love leaving comments. Right? If you're like, an intelligent person, I please leave comments. I would love to, just to kind of balance out the ratio, because I'm aware that the people that leave comments don't actually represent the most of the viewers, right? Because as a viewer, when I see a video, I don't usually feel the need to go in the comments and scream at the creator about it. That's a certain personality type that does that. So I'm aware that, the comments are a certain segment of the people, not all of the people. Did you watch Nerdonymous? I've heard of him before, but I don't know how to say that. Do you know how to say that?
Nerdonymous? Yeah, I think that's how you say it. Nerdonymous. Yeah. Nerdonymous. Okay, got it. Yeah. I'm sorry. I have heard of him before. I just never tried to say it. No, I haven't watched that video, but I've had a lot of people telling me that. I've had several people say your videos and his videos are the only good videos on Star Wars. So I was like, oh, okay, well. Yeah, if I remember correctly, because he did a good breakdown of the quotes of what JJ said about the sequels, what Kathleen Kennedy said about the sequels. And, anybody that's paying attention can connect the dots and realize that everybody is saying different things. So someone's clearly lying.
Right.
Like JJ said, "Oh, when I was hired, it was a mandate to start from scratch," but we know that's not true because Lucas was involved up into and after JJ was hired. So if
We
the
know
mandate
that
was to start from scratch, why was Art still
literally,
writing a screenplay?
yeah, right. Literally one day before J.J. Abrams signed his contract, Bob Iger was in a meeting with George Lucas's concept art team, looking at a presentation of George Lucas's sequel trilogy plans that had been all overseen by George Lucas based on George Lucas's treatments. That was literally the day before. So the idea that J.J. Abrams just walked in with a clean slate, that's
Yeah. So
total
they asked
bullshit.
JJ, like, well, what's the difference between what Lucas wanted to do and what you did? And he's like, I can't answer that. And even Lawrence Kasdan said, like, well, you know, like we didn't throw out the story. There wasn't really a story there. But,
See,
I mean,
that's
it's
that's such
bullshit.
a dickhead thing to say. Like I try to keep it, talk about the work, not the person. Don't make personal comments, but stuff like that's just such a dickhead thing to say. Oh, there's nothing there. When George Lucas had story elements in mind for 40 years, and it's his story, and then just to say, oh, we got nothing from this guy, that's just, come on, man, have a little respect,
And Kasdan made it sound like they never read anything of George's sequel treatments. And then JJ came out and said, well, it's supposed to be around young kids. It's like, okay, well, if you didn't read the treatments, how do you know it was about young kids? I mean, and if the mandate was to start from scratch, why would these things even just, like it's clearly that there's plenty of people that are full of shit.
That's one of the, one of the first things that I did to make these videos was I took every quote and every interview and I put them all in one document in a timeline of when they happened.
Yeah.
Because it's really interesting if you look at these things. And that's how I started to piece together like what part of the art department meetings were made when George Lucas was supervising and everything. I was like, oh, this is interesting because, you don't realize that until you actually so I had to go through like a calendar with like 2,000 quotes and one of the interesting things with what you just mentioned was, J.J. Abrams, he made a couple quotes where he was going around saying like, well, Lucas's idea was to have it be about really young kids and they were like 14 years old and it was like Phantom Menace. And he made a few quotes about that. He didn't know that a month before that, Lucas did the interview with Colbert where Lucas specifically said, well, the kids were 20. And in that interview, Lucas says, so it wasn't the Phantom Menace again. So you could tell somebody had already brought this up to Lucas and said, like, oh, we can't have kids. It's going to be the Phantom Menace. And Lucas said that to Colbert that, like, by the way, they were 20. It wasn't the Phantom Menace. And he said that like a month before J.J. Abrams started going around saying, oh, they were, little kids. It was the Phantom Menace. So he had just missed the Colbert interview where Lucas had already, because it was at a film festival or something.
Yeah, right, yeah.
And the video didn't make it online until after the fact. So Abrams is going around saying this shit. He doesn't know Lucas already brought this up a month ago in another interview because it didn't get online until later. And so they had obviously mentioned this to Lucas. Lucas had said, he was annoyed by it because he brought it up to Colbert. Because it's such a stupid complaint to say, why do you, for one thing, they weren't 14. That part's a lie. They were 18, 19, 20. But to say like, oh, you can't have a 18-year-old hero in Star Wars. Luke and Leia are 18 years old in A New Hope,
Yeah. And it's interesting because, you can start to like connect the dots with some of the things Lucas said after the fact. Like, you notice how many times he says you need to train to become a Jedi and takes training and they got to train. And that was the whole thing. That was the reason why, quite frankly, he walked out of Force Awakens because the training was supposed to happen in Episode 7, and it didn't. And Lucas was pissed off about it, and JJ wanted to take it out of the movie.
He said that in all the interviews that happened after 2015, every time Lucas talks about, he did it in his Paul Duncan interview. He did it in his interview with James Cameron. He always goes about, he's like, well, the thing about a Jedi is that to become a Jedi, you have to have training. He managed to work that into like every single interview after he saw The Force Awakens.
Yeah. And when he was on the set with Mando, he mentioned it. Like, well, he had to have gone through training.
Like, well, so, by the way, I'm not naming names, but there was this really stupid movie I saw a couple years ago. It's like, he got, he just would get it in there every chance he can. You think Luke and Leia ever canonically fucked? I'm glad we're getting into the important questions as I get further down this list here. I always thought yes, as it thematically ties back to the Oedipal complex, ancient mythologies, etc. Children of Dune. No, that's one thing that I know this guy's being facetious, and no, I don't think that they fucked. But one thing that a lot of people, they use the kiss between Luke and Leia as kind of like evidence that Lucas didn't plan for Leia to be the twin. And I'm always thinking like, well, have you ever read ancient mythology? Because a brother and sister kissing, that is not so out of bounds,
Yeah.
you know? It's basically every single,
Yeah,
you know,
you guys get to be real upset when you read Hercules and have him run off
right.
the cabin boy.
It's like all the time. So the fact that they kissed, no, I don't think that that's any proof of anything. I mean,
Yeah.
if he had actually had like in Empire Strikes Back, Luke and Leia had been like hot and heavy and sleeping together, and then he said Leia was the sister, then I'd be a little bit like, you know, but the fact that they kissed, I'm not saying that brothers kissing sisters is good or acceptable, but I am saying in mythological stories that's hardly even a blip at all.
I mean, I think obviously, as you know, you can trace back, and the story always involved twins, and I certainly think that because he talked about like Han being Clark Gable, and and he talked about like, well, who's going to get the girl, Luke or Han, and so there's clearly a love triangle being set up at some point, and he did pivot on that, but the concept of there being twins was always there. So it just the story.
Well, the other thing about shifted. Yeah, the concept of twins was always there, and the concept of Luke having a long lost sister, that was always there. We have notes from like 1978 where Lucas writes Luke's sister. He talks about Luke's sister in the notes from like 78. But also the fact that he kept mentioning Gone with the Wind in space. That was something he came back to a couple times. I don't know how many people these days actually watch Gone with the Wind, but in Gone with the Wind, Clark Gable is her real love, the one that she's actually should be with, and she thinks that she's in love with Ashley, but that's a mistake. It's totally wrong. Ashley belongs to somebody else. So if you actually watch, when he keeps saying that Han Solo is Clark Gable and that we're doing Gone with the Wind in outer space, there's a love triangle element, but Clark Gable's the one she's supposed to be with. So he's always saying, Luke was the mistake. Luke wasn't actually the romantic partner.
Yeah.
If you're going through the Gone with the Wind analogy, which he kept bringing up.
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts about how Lucas's sequel trilogy plans would or wouldn't have resonated with Mike Kilmo's ring theory? Do you know the Kilmo's ring theory?
Yeah. I mean, so I think people take it way too literally. Right. Like Return of the Jedi is supposed to mirror Revenge of the Sith, and there's parts of it that do, but there's parts of it that mirror other parts of the trilogy. And it's I mean, it's just there's a lot of references, and a lot of the references are to previous chapters of the same story. But it's not a thing of like, well, this shot happens exactly here because it happened here in this movie. It's just liberally borrowing, and it just kind of it's interesting. It's actually, and that's one of the fun things of like doing like the sequel trilogy that I did, is like you can take, you really are looking at it and like, how do you recontextualize the things that happen in the first 6 episodes? So you take a scene and you basically do the same scene, but maybe in a different way or a different take. So pretty much every scene you can kind of go through and say, well, this happened this other time, and now it's just there's a different twist to it, or the characters are in different ends of the. Yeah, so I'm sure there would have been a lot of stuff where it would have resonated from the first 6 movies, and would have recontextualized things in the first 6 movies and just plays in a different way. I mean, you see that with the prequels and the original. So I think that's
a good answer. I pretty much agree with that. That's I mean, I did that whole video every time Star Wars quotes Star Wars. It's about all the repeated moments throughout the movie, and it's not complete, by the way. I tried to make it the length of a Star Wars movie, but all 6 of them. But I think Lucas very, very consciously was taking certain shots and certain lines of dialogue. I break down towards the end. By the time you get to the end of Revenge of the Sith, basically every single line of dialogue is repeated from one of the other 5 movies. So yeah, obviously he's doing these parallel structures, parallel themes. The movies are all almost exactly the same length. They all open with a similar montage, end with a similar montage. But where I think you're wrong is where I think he's wrong is basically what you said, which is I don't think that Lucas is sitting there like, okay, at 5 minutes and 10 seconds, we have to have a shot that's like 5 minutes, at 5 minutes and 10 seconds in the other movie. And
Yeah.
every movie at exactly 20 minutes and 15 seconds has to have a shot that does this. I think that those things are more coincident. They're coincidences because the structure is broadly the same. But like,
Yeah.
When he changed Phantom Menace, when he changed the pod race in the DVD version, he changed the length of the movie almost 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And so it's like if Lucas is lining up stuff minute by minute between the different movies, then well, how does that work? That he just made the movie 5 minutes longer, right?
Yeah.
Didn't he just ruin all of the correspondences? So I don't think that it's down to. I don't think Lucas is like sitting there with a calculator at minute 21. We always have like a shot of a lightsaber,
Yeah.
I don't think that he's doing that, but I do think that he is very. I know for a fact he was sitting there like when he was doing the end of Phantom Menace. He had to be sitting there watching the end of Return of the Jedi and looking at, okay, when Anakin, when Luke is holding Anakin's body, it's like we're doing this. And when Obi-Wan's holding Qui-Gon's body, we're doing that. And it makes like a symmetrical image.
Yeah.
He was absolutely doing that because you can see that's not a coincidence. You can see hundreds of those.
Yeah.
But I do think that the ring theory goes a little bit too far with the trying to sync up exact.
Yeah.
Well,
like of course, you said if you read my script, the plot of that is identical, really, to Phantom Menace with a little bit of A New Hope in there, but then the ending is Revenge of the Sith.
Mm.
So yeah, you just kind of rearrange some parts of it, but the story structure, essentially, the framework a lot of times is the same because even the Phantom Menace has a lot of the same story structure as A New Hope.
Right, and that's
different movies.
That's actually a whole sequence of my next video is trying to explain the difference between doing like a jazz riff on something, like the whole scene with Palpatine at the end of Revenge of the Sith is obviously the end of Return of the Jedi, and it's just with Palpatine in the chair, but different people in front of him, and the way that Anakin reacts is different than the way that Luke reacts, and all that. But there's also a lot that's so different because you're doing a riff on it, and the idea is that you recall very specific images like Palpatine in the chair, and even the way it's shot, the distance of the camera from the chair and everything is identical. But then you do other stuff that like, okay, if you're following along with that scene, then you expect, oh, well, this is what Luke did next. And then instead Anakin does something totally different. So if you're aware of the parallel structure, then you get this little extra little jolt, and it's fun because you can see, oh, Anakin just took the left turn and Luke took the right turn, and it's interesting. And that's like doing a riff on it. You're playing with it, whereas J.J. Abrams is like, what if I just made the same fucking movie because I want people to feel like I felt when I was 7 years old? What if I did that, which is the exact opposite of the reason that Lucas does these kind of repeated motifs, And I've had people bring that up to me. It's like, well, you point out all the similarities between Phantom Menace and A New Hope, and you say it's good when Lucas does it, but then you say that J.J. Abrams is just repeating. It's like, well, because what they're doing with those similarities is fundamentally oppositional. It's the Abrams is trying to create nostalgia. Lucas is trying to jolt you by going like, oh shit, this is different. Like, Luke did the different thing, it's a jolt. The differences are a jolt with it because he's making you think of the previous scene, and then he's like deliberately tweaking your expectations, and he's doing a little spin. That's really interesting.
And what's also I think interesting too is like JJ's comments of like when he said he did episode 9, he really just kind of was more just kind of like, fuck it, just I'm gonna do what I want to do. Whereas he said he was a little bit more thoughtful, I guess. I don't know. I'd have to see what the exact quote was, but basically the way I interpreted what he was saying is like that shot that's from Force Awakens. That's pretty much an homage to Apocalypse Now with the TIE fighters and the sunset there. I think that was kind of a direct influence of him talking and working with Lucas and really kind of planning stuff like that out. And in episode 9, that shit went out the window. and he just kind of said, "I'm just gonna do whatever comes to mind. I'm not going to really think about, the references and doing all that stuff. That just kind of went out the window."
Yeah, I mean, Lucas loved to do his Apocalypse Now. Well, both
Mhm.
because Coppola, but because Lucas also was going to direct Apocalypse Now
Yep.
and all the Vietnam stuff.
Mhm.
But that's kind of a perfect example of. There's actually more of it in The Last Jedi because Ryan Johnson thinks that he does a lot of quotes from other movies, and he thinks
True.
he's being really clever when he does it. The difference is that, like the famous one is when they get to the Canto Bight Casino, they do the famous shot from Wings, the tracking shot that goes down over the table, and
Mhm.
lots of people picked up on, oh, it's the Wings shot, right?
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, but why is it the Wings shot? And it's like what we were just talking about, that when Lucas does Frankenstein, he's making this really elaborate point. He's saying that Anakin becomes
Yeah.
Frankenstein. And there's 100 other ones. When he does The Searchers, he's comparing Anakin to the John Wayne character in The Searchers. And if you actually watch The Searchers, which Star Wars fans don't, you would see that it's not that Lucas took a shot from The Searchers. The whole plot of of Shmi being kidnapped by the Tusken Raiders and all, that's the story of The Searchers. He's doing a riff on the whole entire thing.
Right.
And he calls out specific shots from The Searchers because he wants to tip his hat and say, like, yeah, we're doing The Searchers, by the way. I want you to think about The Searchers. So that's why you get 5 or 6 shots that are right out of The Searchers. But the reason is because it's a really meaningful, actually, if you compare what happens to the characters, which I'm not going to go into the whole thing, but that's the total opposite of what Ryan Johnson's doing. Is like, oh, I did the shot from Wings. Look at me. I watched a movie from the 20s. But
Right.
why is it from why?
Why is it there?
It has nothing to do with nothing. What do you even?
Right.
People have asked me like, oh well, Jar Jar's doing all these jokes from Buster Keaton movies during the end battle on Naboo, and people have asked me like, well, Jar Jar's doing Buster Keaton. Is that a meaningful? Does that mean something? And even in a case like that, I would say
yes.
In some of those cases, yes, if you actually watch those Buster Keaton movies, which Star Wars fans don't, but there are thematic parallels to Star Wars. But more than that, Lucas is putting the character of Jar Jar in the context of kind of the Buster Keaton silent comedy. He's telling you you're not supposed to watch this like a Farley Brothers movie or like a 1990s comedy. He's telling you this is 1920s slapstick. This is pure, Keaton Chaplin, whatever. Don't you can't watch this like it's something about Mary or something. It's not that genre,
Right.
That's what I always took from it. It is because he's very clearly, the whole thing is kind of in that tone, but then you get like a specific shot from a Keaton movie, and you're like, okay, it's not just vaguely Keaton inspired. He's actually doing the
Shot
Keaton
for shot.
bit,
Yeah. Very
and
much so.
that I think it's it's the Star Wars fans don't watch Keaton. And when I say Star Wars fans, by the way, for the person that gets offended, I'm talking about, I know there are specific Star Wars fans that do watch Keaton. I'm not saying every. And by the way, guys, I'm getting close to the bottom of the questions, but I did tell James this would be 2 hours, and we're already at 2 hours, 20 minutes. So I think I'm testing his patience if I'm not already testing your patience.
I got nowhere to go right now, so.
Okay, well, let me know if you want to dip, but I'm going to try to go through more of the few more questions. Andor to me doesn't feel like the universe George created, from the outfits, design, story, and the way they talk. One guy even used a human curse word in the show. Well, Lucas did use curse words, but generally I would agree that no, Andor does not feel like Star Wars.
Well, what I would say to that is, if you talk to any, and actually just more recently, what was his name? I would say Roger Moore, that worked Battlestar Galactica, and he talked about he was on with Katie Sackhoff talking about Underworld, and George was inspired by Rome and Deadwood, and that's what Underworld was going to be. And Rick McCallum said it was going to be dark and gritty and sexy, and he said there's no way Disney would have bought the property if they actually made it. And I believe that because, that's what I had heard too, is that he was a big fan of Rome and Deadwood, and he wanted to do a Star Wars version of that. Would that have felt anything like The Phantom Menace? Absolutely not. But it's a big universe, and I think there is room to, play in different genres and different tones in that universe, and not have it all just be one thing. So yeah, so I think Andor's more in line with what Underworld. I don't think it would have been the same, certainly, but it would have gone more in that kind of darker, grittier tone.
Well, one thing when you were saying before that you don't like TV and you don't like soap opera, Lucas has said a lot of times that he said he's actually a big fan of TV. And he said that he likes TV because it lets stories play out over a lot of hours as opposed to, a movie you get 2 hours. And he said that, that was something he's always called Star Wars a soap opera. He's always said it was the soap opera of the Skywalker family. But I think that, if he did a Star Wars TV soap opera, I would assume there's still fundamental Star Wars things that he would bring to it. He would do the Star Wars spin on it, as opposed to like, Skeleton Crew, which is just sort of like some Star Wars trappings, but it's put into a context where it's no longer Star Wars. You could do, a lot of the genres that Skeleton Crew is playing with were already kind of inspirational to Star Wars, but there's certain defining traits of Star Wars that you have to apply to take those genres and turn them into Star Wars. Which I don't feel that Andor does. I think that Lucas could have done a Deadwood type of show and still kept it Star Wars, I think. It wouldn't have the sort of like, the editing techniques or the style of action scenes that Star Wars has, or...
Yeah, well, it's interesting to say because, God, it was not that long ago. I'm trying to remember who said it, but they said they have essentially a style guide of what the cinematic language is for Star Wars that they give to their directors. It doesn't seem like they all get the memo on that. And I get it too, because obviously with, people that aren't in the industry, they don't understand the difference between film production and TV production is that TV production, you don't have the time and luxury of like, you're not going to be David Fincher doing 20 takes. You're on a tight schedule, on a tight budget, and if you don't get it right the first time, sometimes it's good enough and we got to move on because we have to get this shot done by the end of the day.
Or even George Lucas. Lucas wasn't a fan. A lot of times Lucas liked to do 1 or 2 takes, and because he tried to minimize he didn't like being on set. He didn't enjoy it. It was expensive. But the reason that he did that though was because for Lucas, he was making the movie in the editing room. So his idea was like, okay, do 2 takes, whatever, we're fine, because he knows he's going to have 2 years of post-production editing it to do whatever he wants to it. So he just wants the little pieces, but that was because he knew that he was going to, which they haven't had on any of the Disney shows. They're cranking them out like Star Trek,
Well, and some of them, like certainly I know Kenobi, it was made during COVID and stuff, and there was reshoots that were planned that were never done, and it's like there's some strange things on that, and I don't know. It's one of those things that's always kind of hard to place blame on who's at fault here, because it's like nobody wanted it this way. This was like the best they could do with what they had, and whether they just didn't have someone available for reshoots, or the budget was cut off, or maybe the director wasn't competent or the editor wasn't competent. It's hard to say who's at fault a lot of times with why these things turn out so badly.
There's a lot of that show that it just it doesn't feel like a real TV show, just like the camera moves and stuff. I'm like this is the mistake. This is the take you throw away, right? Like you toss this one and then you do a real take, but instead it's in the show for some reason. So
well, it's definitely a quality level drop off when they film here in the States versus filming over in the UK. It's pretty noticeable. So that's part of it. And also with Kenobi, for some reason, that's the only show that you had a showrunner that also directed every episode, which is that's a lot,
right?
And I think that show suffered tremendously from just not anybody like having the time to figure it out and get it right.
Well, you can do that if you're David Lynch, or even if you're Mike White, but you have to be somebody that's a really special, and it has to be like your vision. Like, nobody else could have directed Twin Peaks season 3 because it's not all there on the page. It has to be David, because he's writing the movie when he's on the set, and so there's nobody else that could just come in and do that. With Kenobi, it's not. I don't really know this director from her other stuff, but it certainly doesn't feel like has like a, David Lynch auteur kind of thing going on. That she just, I have to be there for every day to fulfill my vision. That's not the vibe that I got from that show ever.
No.
But like you said, it's hard to know exactly who's at fault for what. So I try not to be too mean to individual people, because I don't know. Maybe she wanted to make a better show and that she didn't have the money. Who knows? I don't know what's going on in her head.
Yeah, some of the stuff is just that's the problem with getting stuff shoved out as quickly as possible. Is something? I remember Book of Boba Fett just going like, a simple rewrite of some of these episodes would have just made the story much more tighter and much more sensical. But it was just like, it just looked like first draft, good enough. Film it.
I think it was more like they were just like, laying down the tracks before the freight train. Like they had a deadline and they didn't have a plan, but they had a deadline, because these shows are announced 2 years before they actually have a show.
Yeah.
And so it's like, and I think, some of that stuff, it just felt like they were shooting when they didn't even have a script, a lot of that show.
Yeah. Seriously.
It just felt like such a, did I get through all the super chat comments? I think
there's one more here that I saw.
Did I?
Oh, actually, two more.
Oh, thank you. This guy's very nice. He comments on my Twitter a lot, and he retweets me a lot, and he always says things that are intelligent and not obnoxious. So I hope he's still watching, because it's very nice of him, $20, and I didn't notice it until just now. Crazy people thought Star Wars was conceived as a 9-part work when Lucas himself said the whole story is 6 episodes. The other 3 are there if I want to do the sequels. Basically an epilogue like Godfather 3. Yeah, that's actually not a bad way to look at it. That is kind of what it was. It was a afterthought, but it doesn't mean that Coppola never had ideas about what might happen to an old Michael, or,
Yeah.
Do you think the Lucas sequel treatments will ever be leaked, released? And any thoughts on Trevorrow's? I don't know if they'll ever officially release the treatments. Eventually they will, because it'll make them money, but it's going to be many decades after it was much too late to do anything about it. When they started doing this, we still had Carrie Fisher, and we still had Peter Mayhew, and we still had, they still could have done it, and it's over now. What we could have is something like what James is doing. James is doing, possibly animated, but it's never going to be, what it would have been if they had done it in 2014.
Well, now keep in mind, and we kind of touched on this earlier, sequel treatments were literally just like a bunch of concepts and ideas put forth by Lucas, but it wasn't like episode 7, this happens, episode 8, this happens, episode 9, this happens. It was much more vague. What I'd be interested to see is the script that Michael Arndt wrote.
Yeah.
Now, if that leaks, that would be interesting. And I really don't know much. I know he's talked about it a little bit, Michael Arndt, in terms of, it's, Kira's village gets raided, and then she goes off to find Luke, gets trained, and then kicks the bad guy's ass, was kind of like the basic premise that Arndt kind of laid out for how that thing went. And so that would be the one that'd be interesting. Trevorrow's Duel of the Fates script is bad. And the reason why he got fired is because granted, he was behind the 8 ball when Carrie Fisher passed away, because that he completed that draft like a week.
And there's only so much you can do to fix The Last Jedi. I mean, there was no fixing it after The Last Jedi.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely could have done something better than.
Well, they could have done better than they did.
Yeah,
but they couldn't have. It was already, dead. It was.
Rise of Skywalker is reads like a choose your own adventure.
Yeah, well, I think that Trevorrow, if you follow my tweets and my channel and stuff, then you'll know I also loved Jurassic Park as a kid. That was one of my biggest things ever, was when I saw Jurassic Park at the age of 9. Mm-hmm. And I saw it 27 times in the theater, and I loved it. I was obsessed with it because I was a dinosaur kid. And then it's really hard to explain to people that were born after. how mind-blowing it was at the time. Because as a kid, like in the 80s, 90s, the dinosaurs I had seen were, Land Before Time, or like old Ray Harryhausen movies, which some of that was amazing. It's great, but it's, it's a stop motion special effect dinosaur. And then as a little kid, when we saw Jurassic Park, it was just like, holy shit, there were real dinosaurs. Like, it was like they had taken a camera and filmed real dinosaurs, So it just totally blew my mind and the mind of a lot of kids at the time. So why I bring that up is that I really dislike Colin Trevorrow for Jurassic World.
Yeah.
Because what they've done to those movies is almost as bad to me. I take it personally, kind of like I do with Star Wars, just because I love Jurassic Park so much as a kid.
It's a perfect parallel to the sequel trilogy is the Jurassic World movies.
Right. So I bring that up because they're asking what I think of Trevorrow's Duel of the Fates. Is that I have like a visceral, I could taste the bile in the back of my throat. But that said, though, I will say that what I know about Trevorrow's Duel of the Fates, he was at the very least, trying to bring it full circle and bring things from the prequels. And it seemed like his concept was to try to unify the 9 films into a 9-film saga. That he wanted to do an ending that was an ending for all 9 movies, as opposed to just whatever the fuck J.J. Abrams did. And so for that reason, I give Trevorrow a little bit of, or Trevorrow, if I'm saying it wrong, but I give him a little bit of credit for at least understanding that he was doing the finale of a 9-chapter story, and as opposed to just like, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I feel like doing, which seems to be the J.J. Abrams philosophy.
Of course, he had R2-D2 doing a clip show at the end of the movie, and it's like, oh, that's a little too...
Did he really?
Oh, yeah, there's like at the end, like, because at some point, like, R2 gets basically almost like killed. He gets like blown up or something. And so they're working on it and fixing him. And all of a sudden this like clip show starts playing of like clips of all the other movies.
Okay, forget anything nice I said.
Right? Say no more. It was bad. And the sad thing is, like I said, the subsequent drafts only got worse. So you can see why they let him go. And then Jack Thorne came up with the brilliant idea that Rey's mom was Kylo Ren's nanny, and they have a fight in the childhood home. I mean, sadly, all those ideas are better than what we got. But
I didn't know about the R2 clip. The R2 thing really that bothers me.
And the script even says like they won the Star Wars.
Okay, that is news to me. Those few little bits there. Okay, so
I just wanted to like gouge my eyes out after I read that.
Okay, well, let's go back to what I said a minute ago, where I was saying I hate Trevorrow for what he did to dress it, and I think Trevorrow's a hack, and I don't like him. All right, let's go back to that.
Especially Jurassic World, it was kind of a cool concept. There's so much you could do with that. Like the park's actually open, and it's like, okay, that's a good starting point of like a premise.
That's what's
and then
so
they
bad
just
about
like
it is
shit the bed.
But that's what's so bad about it is because ever since I was a kid in 1993, and I think a lot of people ever since they saw that first movie, that was like the one dream is like, what if we could see the park open and operational, see what the real dinosaur park would be like. And then you're thinking like in the 2010s with digital technology, they could actually, because Spielberg wouldn't have had the budget to make a whole Disneyland on his set.
Right.
He showed like little bits of the road and he showed the gate, But in the 2010s, they actually could show you the whole dinosaur Disneyland, And so when I found out what that movie was going to be about, I thought, oh my God, this is so great. This could be, and for him to fuck it up as badly as he did, it's just.
I've only walked out of like a couple of movies, and the one movie I remember walking out of was the Roland and Emmerich Godzilla movie.
That's up there. Yeah.
And it was one of those things like I remember going to see it and I'm like, it's Godzilla. You can't really fuck it up. It's about a big lizard that stomps through a city. This is like it's the scrambled eggs of filmmaking. It's like you can't fuck up scrambled eggs. You just scramble.
That's what I said.
They fucked it up. And I was like, oh my God.
Well, I keep saying with every Jurassic Park sequel, I keep saying, how fucking hard is this? There's not like a complicated storyline or anything. The only thing people want is like good set pieces with dinosaurs eating people. That's
No,
it.
they
That's all that we
wanted
need.
locusts eating crops, don't you know? Isn't that what you wanted?
Right.
in
And
a
it's like,
dinosaur movie.
it's like, okay, all we want, give us a cool dinosaur, have him
Yeah.
chase some people. That's it. We have
Yeah.
one. That's all we want. The bar is so low. And then he
Yeah.
says, oh yeah, let's do locusts.
Yeah.
Let's do
Well,
locusts.
I don't know if you ever watch Pitch Meeting, channel on YouTube where he
No, I don't
pretends to
think
be
so.
a writer. He plays two characters. He plays a writer and a producer. That's one set, of course, pitching the producer about this great movie, and he does them for all these movies. And he did one, of course, for all the Jurassic Park ones. And I love like that teardown of that, because it's like, Jeff Goldblum gets these people into this place that he works at, so he can get them to find the information. And they're like, well, if he already works there, couldn't he just get it himself? It was like,
I don't even.
This is so obvious. Like the basic things like that. It's like, did anybody think for a half a second? Yeah.
Even quibbling with the plot on that movie, it's not even. I mean, every single thing in the plot is stupid, but it's just the entire concept. Okay, we can't start this. I'm sorry. This is going to be another hour about the Jurassic World movies.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, because I could do that. Like I was just saying, that was my favorite childhood movie, so I could do an hour on Jurassic Park, but we can't do that. Are there any Star Wars spin-offs from before the Disney era that you enjoy? Cartoons, novels, comics, etc. Blah blah blah.
Yes, I can list them on.
The core of my interest. I like Star Wars as a kid, like on a plot level. I like the dinosaurs, like the monsters and whatever.
Yeah.
The reason that it stayed with me as an adult is because I think that George Lucas is an interesting filmmaker. So I get really interested in the filmmaking stuff and the all the interesting editing stuff and the film theory stuff and the thematic stuff. So for me, the cartoons, novels, and everything, they're not part of that. So it doesn't have the same interest to me. But I don't hate all, people interpret that as me being really against all of it. And some of it's fine. It just doesn't have the thing that I like about Star Wars.
Well, I think part of the thing that I would argue that kind of ruined Star Wars was Heir to the Empire. Because I think in the 90s, people were starved for Star Wars and they started reading that. And that became their Star Wars. So then all of a sudden this Lucas guy comes over and starts making Star Wars and it says, hey, this isn't like Heir to the Empire. This isn't Star Wars. Because suddenly their idea what Star Wars was changed to what the EU was. And what the EU was god awful.
That's true. I think that was really a fundamental problem. I think that was kind of sold to people wrong. Because I remember when Heir to the Empire came out, I was like, 10 years old or something. And I read it at the time. And that was really because, like you said, people at the time were very starved for Star Wars. And then this book came out and we thought like, oh, this is episode 7. That was kind of what people thought it was. And people, I really don't think that they got the concept that there was like A canon, B canon, C canon. I don't think so when the prequels weren't like the expanded universe, I think you're right. I think a lot of people were like, what happened? I was all into this thing. And then it's like, well, that was never meant to be, Heir to the Empire I barely remember it. I read it when it was new. But, it was, even as a kid, it was fine, but it wasn't Star Wars to me. It didn't have the same.
Yeah. Well, and going back to like, we talked about earlier about peeves. That's one of the things when people want to say that the EU was canon and Lucas approved it. And actually, even I was kind of disappointed. I actually just saw not that long ago a video of an author that I have met and had many conversations with. I knew from day one because I met Tim Zahn very early on when these books were coming out, and then Aaron Alston and Stackpole and Salvatore and all these guys, and they all knew that their stuff wasn't canon. If you asked any one of them, they would say, "Yeah, no." And Zahn always used the analogy, we get to play in the driveway, but if he decides to back the car out, if our toys are in the way, they get crushed.
That's good.
And that's it. And even like the West End source books from that era had disclaimers in the cover. Says these stories do not reflect George Lucas or Lucasfilm's vision of these characters. These are the author's interpretations, yada yada. So there's a disclaimer basically saying Lucas has nothing to do with any of this crap. But people still to this day want to argue that it was all Lucas that was involved in the stuff. And one of these authors actually, when I was on a show not that long ago, saying, and like I said, I know he knows, and so I'm not saying he's lying, but I don't know if he's grossly misinterpreting what he's saying, because he's like, oh yeah, no, they were always canon. Well, they were canon in the continuity of the EU, but they were not canon in the eyes of George Lucas. They never were. They never intended to be. That was always the case. Nothing ever changed with that.
And I being a fan at the time, I remember that being made clear. I remember Lucas talking about in interviews once in a while. I remember the thing in the role-playing books that you talked about. And I had those role-playing books. I used to play that. So again, like, I'm not, people get really defensive about this because they have an emotional attachment to the expanded universe, but I'm not, pissing on you for liking it. I'm not saying that you're stupid for liking it or whatever. I had those role-playing books. I even, I had the ones for the original trilogy, and when Phantom Menace came out, I even made my own character sheets and everything for all the Phantom Menace characters, because I wanted to play in the Phantom Menace era, and there wasn't a book right away.
Right.
And so I probably still have a notebook somewhere where I made all the stats and everything for everybody from Phantom Menace.
Wow.
And me and my friends would get together at the little Burger King, and we'd sit there and buy one soda and refill it for 6 hours while we played Star. And I wrote out all the stats and everything so that we could do the prequel era. So anyway, I'm not against the expanded universe. I'm not pissing on you if you like the expanded universe. But I remember even at the time, it was very clear. There was the movies, there was George Lucas, and then there was this other thing, which is, it was for fun. It was enjoy it all you want, but it was not the same thing.
And I would say of the expanded universe, the Darth Plagueis novel is a standout. And one of the reasons why is because Lucas was tangentially involved in that novel. Where basically, it was an on-again, off-again project, and James Luceno, who wrote it, said Howard Rothman somehow got involved and said, like, what do you know about the Force, and why are you doing this stuff? And Luceno kind of explained his rationale for it, and he said it's not right at all. I'm going to have George kind of talk to you about how the Force works. And so the Darth Plagueis novel is a pretty good, interpretation of the Force and how it operates, because most of that information came directly from Lucas.
Speaking of, because you just brought this up when I was looking at the next super chat, was he said he's asking about Darth Sidious creating Anakin Skywalker and the way that Disney dealt with this compounded Star Wars problem. This is another kind of subtopic, because I actually haven't read the Darth Plagueis book, although I have it right there. And I got his Dark Lord Rise of Darth Vader book also, because the same guy. So I thought I'd read the two of those. I did always have, just purely from the movies and from what Lucas has said, I always had the idea that Darth Sidious made Anakin Skywalker. I know you have the other idea, so that's not really how it plays out in the book. Darth Sidious making Anakin.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, Lucas and Paul Duncan's book said specifically that the Wills created Anakin. And initially in the screenplay, it was that Sidious basically came out and told Anakin, like, basically, I'm your grandfather because I kind of created your father because I created you.
Right, because that was basically my main evidence, was that Sidious does kind of say that in the screenplay.
Yeah, but then it was taken out for a reason, and actually, it was a Rolling Stone interview that Lucas gave at the time the movie came out. Said that he wanted to keep it vague. He didn't want to make it sound like, oh, he was born evil, and so it was more of it was kind of a nature versus nurture kind of argument. Well, was it because he was born evil, or was it because he made bad choices, or he was, so it was specifically left vague and ambiguous at the time. But obviously, when it came to the sequels and he started diving into the Wills and the midichlorians and thinking about that, it came down to him really pinning it down to saying, well, no, it was the Wills that created him.
Okay, because I could still see, just because Sidious started the process, that doesn't necessarily mean that Anakin's fate is predetermined or that Anakin was born evil. The Sith could have created Anakin, but Well, this is a whole other.
Yeah.
By the way, seriously, tell me if you have to leave, because I'm just cutting myself off because we're coming up on 3 hours. But
Yeah.
I'll read that the Darth Plagueis book at one point, because that is something that people bring up a lot with my videos that I'll have to get more into. It's funny how when the originals came out, viewers recognized the references to other films. By the time we got to the prequels, fans studied only Star Wars itself, leading to confusion about what it even was to begin with. That, I would say, is accurate. And thank you also, Dunkin' Donuts. I appreciate the $20. Yeah, if you read vintage reviews of A New Hope from when it first came out, everybody is saying, "Oh, it's like a Western in space. Oh, it's King Arthur in space." People are getting a lot of this stuff. They're all over these things that Lucas is playing with, and also they were closer chronologically to, maybe more people knew Metropolis or those guys, because that was more their frame of reference. Was if they thought of a sci-fi movie, they would think of the movies that Lucas was referencing. Whereas by the time the prequels came out, the frame of reference was Star Wars, and I don't think people really understood, that he was playing with Flash Gordon and Metropolis and all this. I would say that's a good observation, that a lot of Star Wars fans now I see responding to my videos. A lot of the problem is that their frame of reference for film history is very incestuous. They know Star Wars, but they have no idea from whence Star Wars came. They kind of think that Star Wars just burst into the world.
Yeah. Well, and also when the originals came out, there was no streaming or home video, or you saw it in the theater, and if you missed it, then you never saw Metropolis. You couldn't go to YouTube and watch clips. You didn't have access like you do now.
But people did have an awareness of a lot of, especially like if you're reading film reviews, because back then film critics went to film school and they were actually educated, which isn't that's not how film critics work anymore. But at the time, there a lot of people they understood right away. Oh, okay, 3PO is the Metropolis robot, and okay, the saloon is from the John Wayne movies and John Ford movies, and there was a lot of awareness of that now. Whereas I see film critics today, they don't have the fucking clue at all. I just wanted to thank you, Rick, for all the videos you made. You've given me a better understanding and insight into Star Wars. Once again, thank you for making videos and putting a smile on my face. Thank you, cool kid. That is very kind of you. And thank you. I appreciate the contribution. Thank you, Old Fashioned. What's your favorite Woody Allen movie? Love your videos and how to view art. Favorite Woody Allen movie is, I would say, Purple Rose of Cairo, closely followed by Match Point. Then we get to
Not Annie Hall.
I think he's made. What's that?
Not Annie Hall.
Annie Hall would be in the top five. Top five. Annie Hall.
Yeah.
I think Match Point is his. Well, that's a. I'm going to do a Woody Allen ranking video one day, and then we'll get lots of thoughts on. You still James there? You still there? Okay, you froze.
Yeah, I flashed out for a second there.
What's your favorite Woody Allen movie?
I would probably have to go default to Annie Hall, just because that's the one I'm most familiar with. Just because.
Okay. No, if you're not a huge Woody Allen fan, I mean that.
Yeah.
Annie, I would say that he made 10 or 20 stone cold masterpieces, and then he's made 50 movies. Then you start getting into the everything else. But I mean, Annie Hall was one of the greatest movies ever made.
Yeah. Certainly, I think any of his later works, I don't think are as good.
Well, okay, we're getting started Woody Allen discussion. I'm trying so hard to stay on topic, but we're having a good time. It's Cool Kid again with another super chat. Thank you, Cool Kid. Would you say Lucas saw the Clone Wars as a part of his canon, as Lucas has used particular arcs as reference? Yes, especially the parts he was involved in. I think maybe season 1, like a lot of expanded, just because Lucas doesn't consider expanded universe like full on 100% canon, that doesn't mean that if he liked something, or if there were parts of, I'm sure there were parts of expanded universe that he liked. There were obviously little bits that he took and put into the movies. He really liked Twi'lek women if they had bare midriffs. So when he saw Aayla Secura, he's like, oh, putting that in the movie. And he saw Darth Talon, he's like, goes in the movie, Lucas, he liked his sexy Twi'lek ladies. So those, I don't think Lucas had a problem taking parts of Expanded Universe. That just doesn't mean he was putting his stamp on it and saying that all of it was canon. You know, it can be both. But there's parts of the Clone Wars that are straight out of Lucas's mouth, totally 100%. Certain bits of it.
Anything that has to deal with the Force is straight from Lucas. They wouldn't touch it without his permission.
Yeah.
And those are usually the standard
until
episodes.
after. Yeah. When now Dave Filoni seems to think like he's the authority on what Lucas wants, and he thinks that he, like, you know, in Star Wars Rebels and stuff, Filoni seems to think he can deal with like the afterlife and everything. It's a bunch of horse shit. But in the actual Clone Wars show, that all that stuff was from Lucas. Wow, Dunkin' Donuts again with the super chat. Thank you. Do you have any thoughts on season 7 of Clone Wars? On the one hand, it ties some loose ends from the first 6 seasons George was involved in, but I also see it as existing just to explain Ahsoka's existence in later installments that I didn't care for. As far as I understand, Lucas and Ahsoka, he might have kind of backtracked. He might have kind of reconsidered at some point, but I think Lucas originally wanted Ahsoka to die before Revenge of the Sith, right?
He did.
And if you look at the Disney Star Wars, Dave Filoni has managed to put Ahsoka into like 50 fucking different. And we get it, Dave Filoni. She's your character. You want to use her. Calm the fuck. Maybe creates a second thing, because it was Lucas's idea originally for Anakin to have an apprentice. So I think Filoni has this attachment to Ahsoka because like that's Filoni's big creation. But even Ahsoka was originally Lucas's idea that he wanted Anakin to have an apprentice. So it's like. You know, calm the fuck down about it, Filoni. That would be my take. Is, you know, I don't know. What do you think about Ahsoka?
Well, in reference to the question, season 7 was mostly done when the sale went through. The fact that it didn't come out wasn't the fact that they didn't have a season 7. They had one, and you know, it was problematic with the contract with Cartoon Network, was it, at the time, and then obviously Disney owned Disney XD, and so that was going to be an issue. Yeah, Ahsoka, you know, it's funny because, I think, the initial reaction when they announced, like, oh, and Anakin's going to have an apprentice, it was like, well, how the fuck is that going to work? I mean, it's a whole movie without her in there. But no, I mean, obviously they, you know, and same thing. I feel the same way about with bringing Darth Maul back. They kind of shoehorn these things in there, but you know, thank God they did, because there's some really good stories that they pulled out of it. So I'm usually not a fan of, you know, trying to, you know, resurrect characters or trying to reverse engineer a story plot point, like having an apprentice in there. But they did it so well that I have no problem with it whatsoever.
I think this person was saying I missed one of his super chats. If I missed one of your super chats, I'm sorry. The questions got away from me, and I am trying as much as I can to at least make sure I mention all the super chat ones. So I'm sorry if I missed a question and you did that. I thought I was getting all of them. It shows me like a little list of those, and I thought I was going through the whole list.
More popular.
You also have to keep in mind I don't know what I'm doing, so I have a little. I'm learning the StreamYard interface here, and so I'm probably scrolling right by. So again, I do really appreciate the people that are doing these, and I'm sorry if I zoomed past one. If this is the question you were saying that I missed, he says Filoni is a competent storyteller, but not a visionary storyteller like Lucas, and the quality of his work is dependent on who his boss is and his marching orders. A good soldier, but not much more. Absolutely. I would say he said that himself. He said a million times, Lucas had to teach me everything. You know, he says that all the time. So I don't think that he's the visionary people try to make him out to be. Which is, again, like, not to make this stuff personal. I don't have a beef. Maybe he's a nice guy. I just get annoyed when people are trying to act like he's the next George Lucas when he, you know, he's as clueless as anybody else, I think, in a lot of instances. Crazy people thought Star Wars was conceived as a 9-part. Oh, we already did this one, I think.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make sure I didn't miss any now. I already did that one.
I think there's maybe 2 that we missed. 3 of them.
If you see what I missed, tell me, and I'll try to.
Yeah, someone asked, what do you think about KOTOR 2? That was
I really don't know much about
at like
that.
9:03. There was one. I think we missed like
What's the guy's name?
NC or N Chief NCN. There we go.
This one.
Yeah.
I really couldn't answer that because I'm not very familiar with that game.
Yeah, well, anything that's kind of like, because there was a character in was the New Jedi Order that was kind of like, well, there's no dark side and light side. It was a Jedi character, and it was like a different philosophy and how the Force works. But at the end of the day, I don't think Lucas, had it up for debate in terms of how the Force works. So anybody that has an alternate philosophy of what the Force is, obviously you have like the Night Sisters, and that's a whole different thing. If we want to get into the Acolyte and how the
I don't think we should get into the Acolyte because I'm gonna turn into one of those channels I make fun of where I'm just like fanboy rage. This is
right.
It's a measured take, but no, that was see that's one thing where it's some of the fan reaction to that was wrong and dumb because a lot of the fans seem to think that the fan reaction against the show, I mean, some of it was wrong because a lot of fans have this idea like, okay, the Sith are the dark side, the Jedi are the light side. That's not really what it is. The Jedi are a religious order, but they're not the only way to commune with the Force.
Right.
And everything they say is not automatically that's not the only way to interpret the light side. So I don't necessarily have a problem with the show saying like, whatever, here's another Force cult and they're off and they have their own version of it. That's okay. The problem is that the way that they talk about it and the way that they is written by people that don't have the first fucking clue about George Lucas's ideas about everything. It's not a valid way that people existing in this Lucas's mythology could deal with the Force. It doesn't work that way. It's wrong.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have a problem with another Force religion being in there.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. I feel like, especially with something like the Acolyte, it's people have good reason to not like the show, but the reasons why they don't like the show aren't the good reasons.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's endless valid reasons to not like the Acolyte, but there's also a lot of really stupid fanboy things that people came out with, so you can dunk on that too.
Well, it's funny because like even like with different like versions of the Force and whatever, I mean that dates all the way back to Battle of Endor when Lucas was involved, and when you had your first Force witch that could transfer, could turn into a crow and fly around.
And those were like some of the early concepts for Darth Maul were like Force switches and other kind of like sort of Sith adjacent dark side Force people, but they weren't they were witches and this and that, and they weren't really Sith. That's what the Dathomir and all that stuff in the Clone Wars. That kind of comes from there. Missed one of. Wow, look at this guy. What have you given me, like $50 or $60 or something? Some of you guys are very nice. I very much appreciate it. I try to not be one of those YouTube channels that's always got its hand out and it's always begging for donations, begging for subscribers. But it does make me able to make these videos more frequently if my channel is making some money. And my Patreon, I don't promote the Patreon, but I have had at various times contributors. The Patreon's making me $100 or $200 a month or whatever, and that really does let me spend more time working on the videos. The fact that there are people that contribute, so I really I appreciate that people do that even without me begging for cash like some channels do. So he says, since you mentioned this film before and I don't know, and I know you don't know his work. What I picked, Last Jedi or Rebel Moon? I did actually watch Rebel Moon. I've told the story a couple times. I watched Rebel Moon and I fell asleep during Rebel Moon. And then I woke up like a half an hour later and it was still going, and I fell asleep a second time. So I think Rebel Moon, that's the only movie in my life I fell asleep during twice. Um, last Now the story I tell about Ryan Johnson, about my exposure to Ryan Johnson during before The Last Jedi. What I knew about Ryan Johnson was, back in the days before streaming, I rented Brick on DVD from my local Blockbuster, and I also rented Looper on DVD from a video store. And the reason I mention that is because back in the day, if I rented a DVD, you would have it for like 3 days and then you had to return it. So if I rented a DVD back in the day, I would watch every special feature and every director's commentary. I would watch it all the first night because I had to return the DVD, right? And I mentioned that with Ryan Johnson because when I rented Brick, I fell asleep during the movie and I didn't finish the DVD. And then like several years later, I rented Looper. And I swear that this is true. I'm not just saying this to be a dickhead. I rented Looper and I took Looper and I fell asleep during Looper. And those were the only 2 DVD rentals that I ever in my life fell asleep during. Because usually when I rented it, I had to watch every single thing, because I was obsessive in the DVD days of watching all those commentaries and all the special features. And Ryan Johnson directed the only 2 DVDs that ever put me to sleep during a DVD rental. So that's what Last Jedi and Rebel Moon have in common is Ryan Johnson and Zack Snyder can both, they're both like Zoloft or something. They're my cinematic NyQuil. So that said, I probably hate Rebel Moon less than I hate Last Jedi.
That's so tough. I mean, I would choose the cyanide capsule before I choose either one of those. But
did you see Rebel Moon?
I saw the first time because there's a second one out now, right? And there's no way in hell I'm watching that. I know curiosity. First of all, I hate Zack Snyder. If that man ever, I would pull a Jay and Silent Bob. If that man ever got a Star Wars movie, I would fly to Hollywood and make sure that production was shut down immediately. I don't want that man anywhere near the franchise. And so I was like, well, this like morbid curiosity. What was this guy thinking he was going to do for Star Wars? Because he famously said this was a Star Wars story that he just
that's Rebel Moon's basically his Star Wars movie.
Yeah, and so I'm like, oh, if this was the hard pass.
I keep saying that I try to not make it personal. I'm talking about the movie. I'm not talking about Zack Snyder as a person, as a human being, whatever. I don't know him. I don't care. Mm-hmm. But as far as his work goes, I have just a really visceral, deep dislike of every movie he's ever made. But what would you say are the 3 to 5 must-watch classic films people should watch before seeing Star Wars to get an actual understanding of what the fuck it is? I would say that Star Wars is for 12-year-olds, so I don't think you need to watch anything before you watch Star Wars. But I think that if you want to talk about Star Wars in any kind of film theory way and have something intelligent to say, well, you have to watch Metropolis. You have to watch at least a couple of Kurosawas, like Hidden Fortress, Seven Samurai. Probably the most important.
My next 2 that I was going to say, yeah.
The Searchers is a major one. If you guys haven't seen The Searchers, when you watch it, it's going to start dawning on you about halfway through that Lucas was doing the same story in Attack of the Clones. And not only was he doing that story in Attack of the Clones, but the whole Star Wars is a Western thing. Searchers was thematically important to Lucas, going back to the first movie, because Owen Lars, the last name Lars, is taken from the Searchers. That's the family in the Searchers. It's the Lars family. And the whole Luke's homestead out in the middle of the desert, that's all inspired by the Searchers. So I would say if you want to have a deep Star Wars, go watch Searchers. You'll love it, because if you've only ever seen Star Wars and you haven't seen the Searchers, the first time you see Searchers, it's going to be like one light bulb over your head after another the whole time, because you'll start seeing one thing after another that Lucas was doing from that movie. And then 3 to 5, I think I already named 4. Frankenstein is a big one that he loves to do riffs on Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Would you say what's another one you would say?
Well, I mean, if we're talking specific Star Wars references in terms of what he borrowed from, I think you pretty much hit the ones I would say. I would be curious to to see if you would say 2001 if you'd include that. Certainly, obviously there was a lot of inspiration taken from that. Not so much in the same way it was from, say, Kurosawa, but in terms of using technology in the film and certainly the use of a soundtrack in the movie.
I would say that 2001 was a big influence, not so much in terms of like thematically, like The Searchers or Frankenstein, but in terms of at the time, if you're trying to understand the historical context of Star Wars at the time, a lot of science fiction was kind of a B genre, is a children's genre, and I think that 2001 was kind of the gold standard of science fiction, and I think Lucas looked to that of like, okay, how can we do this as a movie that's like not embarrassing? Like, how can we do this as a very, very high quality movie, And I think that's what he got from 2001.
Yeah.
A lot of how do we do this with like some self-respect, Obviously, I would have to say Flash Gordon is huge. If you watch Flash Gordon, every 5 minutes in Flash Gordon, you're going to say, "Oh my God, they did that scene shot for shot in Star Wars." Flash Gordon's a gigantic one. I would say one of the biggest things, if you want to understand Star Wars in terms of like what Lucas is thinking as an artist, watch 2187, watch stuff from the Film Board of Canada, watch, all the ones he, George Kuchar and all those guys that Lucas name drops, those 1960s experimental film guys, because they're not in Star Wars in terms of like the plot, but in terms of just how Lucas thinks about putting movies together. You're really going to see a lot of Star Wars if you try to watch those guys.
Yeah.
Somebody says, I think that ties into THX. Yeah, absolutely. And the way that Lucas was making a movie like THX, you see that those kind of experimental films were much more up Lucas's alley than, genre movies or any of that kind of. Flash Gordon is like the window dressing, 2187 and those kind of experimental films. That's what George Lucas was actually interested in as an artist.
Yeah.
That was that's where his passion actually was, So yeah, all those guys in that section in my video where a lot of those guys, I run through their movies really quickly and I show like one or two shots from each. The thing with a lot of those movies is they obviously didn't get big releases. They aren't feature films. And most of those things, almost all of those things that I mentioned in that section of my video, you can find them on YouTube. So you can go watch 2187s on YouTube. All this stuff's on YouTube, So if you're really curious, just go Google all those guys on YouTube. Stan Brakhage, you could find hours of Stan Brakhage on YouTube. And a lot of this stuff's just, beautiful, mind-altering stuff, and it's all for free. Go look up Stan Brakhage movies, It's right there on YouTube to watch it. Thoughts on Strange Magic? Strange Magic is what it is, which is Lucas had a daughter. I think she was like 12 or 13 at the time, and he wanted to make a fairy tale movie for a 12-year-old girl, and that's what he did. It's not exactly my lane, but if you want a cartoon if you have a 12-year-old daughter, she might really dig it. A 12-year-old daughter who's like into the pop music of 2012 for whatever reason.
Say it's better than Red Tails.
Shout out to Red Tails. We got the Red Tails
coming up.
Red Tails is the same thing. It's not really in my lane, but it's if you, he said a lot of times he was trying to make like a sort of patriotic 1943 Go America, rah rah, let's support our boys kind of movie, and he wanted to do that kind of movie, but do it that focused on the black fighter pilots and the people that weren't recognized at the time. And that's what it is. It's not exactly.
Yeah, it's not Top Gun. It's definitely more pulpy.
It was. I don't watch like 1942 war propaganda films for enjoyment. I might watch them for film history. So But that's kind of the spirit, is kind of like a, let's cheer for our boys, like right in the middle of World War II kind of patriotic spirit, which, do you think the prequels were a trilogy in the same way the originals were? Structurally, they're very different because they aren't all. The original trilogy was more or less one script that got split into 3 parts because first act, second act, third act. The prequels are much more tonally different between the 3 movies. Revenge of the Sith is a very different movie than Phantom Menace, and that's by design.
Yeah.
So,
and also, if you just like read Save the Cat and think now you're a screenwriter, you're probably going to think that Star Wars is horrible because the story structure is terrible.
right.
The
Yeah, that's a whole genre of people that think that they think there's a formula, that every movie is supposed to follow this formula, and if you don't follow that formula, then you made a mistake. And it's like, oh, this is, I don't know if I should answer this. Before I forget, the Rowling video went unlisted. I suspected an update would come, but now that it hasn't, are you unlisting it as a retraction? My J.K. Rowling video is another issue that's completely off topic here. No, it was not unlisted as a retraction. I made that video unlisted because I thought that the current videos, this one and the next one, are going to make my channel a little more high profile, because I know my next one is going to get into some controversial subjects when I start dealing with Kathleen Kennedy and so on. And so I unlisted my J.K. Rowling video because ever since I posted my J.K. Rowling video, lunatics have deliberately, openly plotted about how they can use that video to get my channel deleted, and they've made false reports about my channel. They've lied about what's in the video. They've gone after my character personally. They've gone after people that I work with in the comic book industry that have nothing to do with my videos, and tried to get those people to not work with me and tell them I'm a bad person. People that have never watched my J.K. Rowling video, people that don't know me, have gone after me in very personal ways and tried to hurt me and hurt my life. And so I just thought I thought when I'm doing a video about Kathleen Kennedy and everything, I thought, I know I'm going to be stepping into some controversial territory. So I just temporarily, the J.K. Rowling video is still there. If you follow the link, it's just unlisted, so it doesn't come up in the search results. And I did that purely because I thought, as the profile of my channel raises, I just don't want to deal with these bad faith lunatics coming around and lying about me and trying to hurt me over a video that they haven't even watched. I just thought I really, because I've got people telling me I'm far right, telling me that I'm a Nazi. If they would watch 5 minutes of the first 5 minutes of the video, I'm saying that I'm a left-wing gay guy from the San Francisco Bay Area, and I'm making fun of Donald Trump supporters. That's the video. And these people read the title of the video and then decide to try to go after me and try to hurt my livelihood and hurt my career and everything. So these people are liars and they're crazy people. And so I just wanted less liars and less crazy people. So I decided to temporarily unlist my video. But it's still there if you follow the link, and I'm going to make it listed again, public again later on. It'll come back. It's not a retraction, because if you actually watch the video, I don't say anything that's hateful or bad in the video.
Yeah, it blows my mind. I mean, there's plenty of people I know that have YouTube channels, or even, not that I'm a big fan, but Star Wars Theory, and he talks about how he'll get death threats. And so over a Star Wars channel, oh, you lose Rick.
Just for a minute. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries.
The window just booted me out, but is everything's working now?
Yeah, looks like
Everybody
it.
tell me in the comments if you can see.
Mm-hmm.
That was StreamYard telling me that we've already gone over schedule and telling me to wrap it up. But I was trying to click on a super chat and it just kicked me out of there.
Wow.
There we go. I wanted to make sure I acknowledge all the super chats.
Yeah, right.
Leave any out. Sorry, were you saying something that got cut off?
Well, I was just talking about, like, even Jason that he's going to show for making Star Wars. He had people that were on Reddit and then just saying all this stuff and accusing him of this, that, and the other, and then he's got to make a video rebutting it and showing evidence that they're making this, and it's just like it's over a Star Wars channel. It's like do you have anything better to do with your lives? I mean, come on, it's so sad.
Yeah, most people don't know a lot of it because it's just all so childish that it's usually I don't feel like it's worth my time to respond to it.
Yeah.
But I have had people try to nuke my channel and try to all this stuff. I've had friends, people that I know personally, that have got messages from crazy people telling them I'm bad news and they shouldn't work with me and blah blah blah. And normally I don't acknowledge it, so that's why I just quietly unlisted the video instead of like making a whole declaration or something. But that's people are just the internet is a big place, and there's lots of people on there that I guess maybe you should feel sorry for them because there's obviously something wrong with these people, and they obviously are unhappy people. So it's hard to feel sorry for them when they're going after you and trying to fuck up your life, and you don't even know who they are.
Yeah.
But they're obviously they're not happy people. They're not well-balanced people. Here's Dunkin' Donuts again. Thank you again. Thank you guys so much. That you guys are really being very cool. I didn't expect this much support. Since you're well-researched production-wise, do you know why 2001's compositing looks so much better than Star Wars originally did? I was surprised how much worse it looked than I remember after watching 4. I assume you mean that the shots that were recomposited for the special edition when they went to the DVDs and Blu-rays. That's just because in the original Star Wars, compositing things was a physical process. They had to take a piece of film and print each element on it, and then you print the next piece. You print it every time you composite an element. It goes through the printer again, so there's new layers of dust and new layers of physical scratches on the film. And if you're a micromillimeter off, that'll show up as a black line around the composited object. And so every single time you're doing this, and some of the space battle shots in Return of the Jedi had something like 110 different elements being composited into a single element, which is, it's insane. And nobody else had ever done something like that, So when you're combining 110 different pieces of film, it's not the fault of anybody there, but it's not going to look perfect. You can't do that 110 times and have everything be perfect, all 110 pieces. So normally when you get a restored movie from that time, what you get is a scan of the 35 millimeter print where all these elements are composited together. Because George Lucas is George Lucas and he owned all the movies, he saved all the original elements. So in an original shot, they didn't do this for every shot, but in an original shot where there were 110 pieces, somewhere in his vault, Lucas still has all 110 pieces. And so they could actually go in, digitally scan each piece from not from the 35 millimeter print, but scan each original piece of film negative digitally, take all those full 4K beautiful digital scans, they were working at 2K more when they were doing this, like in the early 2000s, but they could actually scan those all at full digital quality and combine them in the computer as opposed to combining them with a physical printing process, which means that when you're combining things in the computer, if you're a millimeter off, then you move it, you make it perfect. So that's why they could take the same film elements that they filmed in 1977 and just recomposite a lot of them. And when they were redoing shots for the special edition, that was 95% of the work that they did was just that. They were just cleaning up and restoring the original bits and pieces. And that's why it can look so much, saying better has like a pejorative connotation for the original work. The original work was amazing, it was groundbreaking, but they can do things in the 2000s that they just simply couldn't do in 1983. And so that's why it looks different. And that's also why when all these fans are like, we want the original version, I don't think that many of them really understand what the original looked like, because if you just straight up gave them the original version, they would say, why does this look so shitty? Because it's the original version, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, they have no idea.
Yeah, they have no idea. Because
it should be horrible.
When people talk about a 4K DVD or even like a 2K Blu-ray of a movie that was made back in the 70s, 60s, What they actually want is the original film negative scanned, fixed up, recomposited. Because if you just scanned it exactly as it was in the theaters in 1977 or even earlier, and then you just scanned that and just put it out the way it is, it's going to look the way that Star Wars looked on Laserdisc in the 1980s. It's not going to look like a modern 4K restoration because that's not what movies looked like back then.
Yeah. People have no idea how glaringly obvious those matte lines were in that original release and just how bad it would not hold up. And even just simple things like there's that one shot in New Hope where you got the X-Wing kind of pans in, you got the tower as it kind of shoots over. That was sped up in the special editions, and they added another shot to take the place of those frames. That shot in that original looks so bad of that X-Wing panning over because it's so slow. I don't think they realize like how bad and how poorly it would hold up.
And you could kind of get if it's on like a 35 millimeter print and people are watching it on 1970, which the projection wasn't good, by the way. You have a dim light and all this stuff. You could kind of get away with it then. You put that onto somebody's 4K, 4K ultra release today, they're going to be screaming for a refund. They're going to say, why didn't you restore the movie? Well, what you're asking is you want a special edition of the movie with the special effects improved to today's standard. That's what you're really asking for.
And I had someone argue with me once. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was sorry. He just said his follow-up comment was, I meant, why does 2001: A Space Odyssey compositing look better than Star Wars originally did?
Oh
no, there's a good answer to that because the reason with 2001 is because Stanley Kubrick was a crazy person who could spend months or years on a single shot. Because 2001, the shots were actually not, in most cases, they weren't composited. In 2001, what Kubrick would do was he would do the effects in camera, meaning that he would film one piece like the spaceship, and then he would film another piece, and he would double expose the film. So the composite, like you have the spaceship, and then you have the starfield, or then you have the planet, then you have the astronaut. Each one of those things he was exposing onto the same film negative. So there was all the artifact I'm talking about when you do optically composite things, and each time that you composite a new element, you're printing a new piece of, you're doing a new round of printing, and it's printing from the negative onto 35 millimeter film. So it's a generation away from the original each time you do that. And that's where you get compositing artifacts like matte lines and all those things. Kubrick wasn't doing that. He was exposing the same piece of film negative for each element, for the ship and for the planet, whatever. The problem with doing it the way Kubrick did it is it's insanely difficult. It's insanely time consuming. And if you make any mistake, you just got to throw the whole fucking thing out and restart over because you don't have the original elements anymore. When you made a mistake on the second film exposure, you ruined the original shot. So you would just have to do it again from scratch. Which is why on Star Wars' schedule and budget, and with the level of complexity of things like in the indoor space battle, Lucas couldn't do it the way that Kubrick did it. He had to shoot individual elements and then optically composite them. Kubrick was filming the same film. He was doing it in camera is the difference. And so that's why when you look at 2001, there's no matte lines, there's no junk mattes or anything like that. Because he didn't make any, because he just did it all on the camera. But you have to be Kubrick. You have to be insane. You have to, spend 3 years on one shot. And you have to, we've been working on this shot for 3 years and we messed up something. So now we just have to throw it out and start over. That's what Kubrick did. That's why 2001 looks that way.
Well, you also didn't have motion control cameras, so you didn't have the dynamic range of motion that you could have with, ships panning and doing stuff. And he was a lot more limited in terms of what he could accomplish with that style of filming it in camera.
That's true too. Yeah, Kubrick was working. He was doing it analog, so he didn't have the motion control computer. So, he couldn't have done stuff like a whip pan following an X-wing. He couldn't have done that because that takes the motion control camera for each pass, each element. You have to replicate the camera move, which Kubrick couldn't do that. So that's down. But it also works for Kubrick's movies because he's doing the very slow, beautiful, where the ship is moving at the glacial pace, so Kubrick could do that. So 2001 is an absolute anomaly. Yeah, 2001 is a unique piece of film history.
Yeah.
It just, it just takes an absolutely ludicrous amount of work to make a movie look like that with analog technology.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the most impressive thing about some of these movies in 2001, certainly one of them, is that given the limitations of the technology at the time, the fact that they were able to accomplish what they did is downright amazing.
Yeah, 2001 is a complete miracle. That's why
Yeah.
I went on a total rant the other day, because this jackass Marvel director that's making the Fantastic Four movie said, we're making it all analog the way Stanley Kubrick made 2001. He actually said that. And I was just
So
like,
dumb.
the different levels of stupid that you have to be to think that you're doing what Stanley Kubrick did when you're making a Marvel Fantastic Four movie,
Yeah.
It's just like 30 different rings of stupid,
Well, it's funny as we talk more and more, I keep going to that original question about like the pet peeves and stuff. And one of the things is, like when JJ came out and it was hyping, oh, we're filming on film, we're not going to do it digital. And all these fans were like, yay. If you showed them a side by side, I mean, how many would even know the difference? And how many would be able to point out that, okay, that one's the film, but would actually even tell you what the difference is? And plus, I mean, it's like the same thing with these people that are like these vinyl audio files. It's like vinyl sounds different, but different doesn't necessarily mean better.
No.
And a lot of times you're spending like, what is it, $40 for like a vinyl record nowadays, but all you're getting is a digital copy and printed onto a vinyl record. And the same thing with your movies. You're going to a digital theater to watch an analog film. It's still projected digitally. The
How
effects
many
are done
theaters
digitally.
How many theaters even projected The Force Awakens on celluloid? Like none? Like 5
Yes,
theaters?
probably
projected
zero.
Force Awakens on celluloid?
Did any? I
But
mean, I'd be surprised if any did.
The incredibly stupid thing about that, though, is The Force Awakens, even the shots that were filmed on celluloid, they all were scanned and then digital effects were added and they were printed back out. So you're still watching a printout of a digitally created image. Even if you watch it on celluloid, which nobody did, they all watched it projected digitally.
Yep. Yeah, so it's completely stupid. Even like, so Roger Deakins, who I think is probably the best cinematographer DP out there working, will argue all day long and say, well, there's no reason to use film. You can do all the same stuff in digital. Digital's more consistent because you work in a physical medium like celluloid film. Reel to reel, you can get a different color palette because you've got a different chemical batch. And there's a lack of consistency there that you just don't have to worry about with digital.
And then
so
they fix the color timing digitally on every movie now anyway. So you're watching a digital version of it.
And I've
more spoilers for my next video. That's a whole. Go ahead.
Well, as I say,
I try not to
Quentin Tarantino gets into this whole thing of like, what is cinema? And it's like, it's got to be 24 frames a second and it needs like film grain. And it's like, why does that make it a better movie? There's certain, it's like anything. It's a tool in the toolbox, black and white movies are good. There's plenty of movies where it's been used artistically to not have color. But I would if I have color and I want color in my movie, why would I use it? If I can do a movie at 60 frames a second and I think it looks better, then why wouldn't I do it? But Tarantino would be like, it's got to be shot in film. It's got to be 24 frames a second. You need this, you need that. And it's like, I don't think that's what defines whether it's a movie or not, is whether it has a certain aesthetic look based off of a preconceived notion.
What's so obnoxious with the whole J.J. Abrams thing was so obnoxious is that J.J. Abrams knows that that's bullshit, and he's saying it purely to pander to the fans. Because the truth is, Force Awakens, everybody thinks, oh, it's all practical. Even like shots where BB-8's just rolling along, they've got a puppeteer there, and they've painted him out digitally. BB-8 is 100% digital in like 70% of the shots or something. That's not an exact figure. Don't quote me, but you can find the number of special effects shots, of digital effects shots in Force Awakens. Force Awakens actually had about 200 more digital effects shots than The Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
And this is going to be fun in my next video. You guys want more spoilers of the next video? I even found a quote, and I looked for this for a while. somebody brought this up to J.J. Abrams that The Force Awakens has more special effects, digital special effects, than The Phantom Menace. And Abrams says, he's like, yeah, well, technically we have the most digital effects of any Star Wars film. And it's like, yeah, I know you do. I know you do. You just fucking lie, because a lot of the fans know the difference. They have the most digital effects, and Abrams knows that they have the most digital effects, and he's just purely pandering to the fans that don't know any better, the fans that don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, that was the one thing that I was actually, when like the whole sale went through and they're gonna make the sequels, and it's like, especially once Lucas wasn't involved, I'm like, well, at least it'll be good to see, like, a digital, shot in 4K, probably a higher frame rate, and it'll probably be shot in native 3D, maybe even, or something where could really show off the modern technology in a Star Wars movie. But I didn't even get that. I got let's just shoot it on film, and so
that would have been exciting to see really Lucas. He would have done what he did with the originals and with the prequels, which was push the whole medium forward a decade. Every time he did a Star Wars trilogy,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people kicked and screamed about all the digital stuff in the prequels, and then 5 years after Attack of the Clones, like every theater in the country is digital, he changed the entire. People whine and complain about him. Meanwhile, they complain and they say he's wrong, and then quietly the entire film industry converts to his way of working.
Yeah. Well,
everybody
it's funny.
Cries and kicks and screams.
Have you ever looked into like the whole history of that, the conversion and all the stuff that you could do a whole video on that.
Yeah, I remember when Attack of the Clone was coming out, there was only something like 10 theaters that projected it digitally. I had to travel about an hour because I wanted to see Attack of the Clones digital. I remember that was a big thing to go see it. And we saw it digital. Oh my gosh, it was like the first time we ever saw a digital movie that was shot native digital and then projected that way. And that was a big giant thing. And then like just a couple years later, it's like you can't even find a celluloid projector in most theaters. You know? Okay, I'm getting behind the comments again. How grim are your thoughts on Star Wars? Think we'll ever see Lucas's treatments realized? Well, we will never see Lucas's treatments. We lost Carrie Fisher. It's not going to happen. However, that's why I had James on today, because he's working on a version that I think is at least attempting to be faithful, and it's possibly as an animated movie or something. One day we'll get there.
Yeah, and and again, I would say, when you say Lucas's treatments realized, you got to keep in mind that his treatments were a collection of ideas and not fully fledged stories. It's not like if you took his treatments, you could say this is exactly what Lucas would do. It's a starting point for concepts and ideas that would have become the sequel trilogy. It wasn't a sequel trilogy in and of itself. So but
if you have a good understanding of Lucas, like what we were talking about earlier, is like you can see structurally things that he would do and things that he wouldn't do.
Yeah.
You can't speak for him and you can't read his mind, but you can see that, like, okay, for example, off the top of my head, he obviously wouldn't do what J.J. Abrams or Rian Johnson did. That you can see structurally there's certain things that work in his universe and things that don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, even just in terms of like camera work and stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Jurassic Park thing where they used like the frog DNA to fill in the gaps in the genome structure. That's basically what you would have to do if you ever did something like that. Somebody would have to come through and say, "There's a lot of holes in this thing, and you're going to have to figure out how to plug them up." So you're never going to get Lucas's true vision, unfortunately, because he's not doing it.
The only way to really have Lucas is if Lucas actually spent 10 years of his life developing it, because that's how those movies happen. All those movies happened, even the prequels, he had a strong outline. He had a lot of things that were very important that he wanted to do, but it didn't become the movie it became until he spent 10 years working on it and looking at concept art, getting ideas, going back to his script, blah, for 10 years. So that's the only way you would really get Lucas's, but you can make it educated guesses, which I think you're doing a lot more closely than Bob Iger would be able to do. What I remember from watching Clones in theaters, intermission talking about the digital projector and filming, and afterwards my normie dad being impressed with how clean and good the movie looked. Something I remember with Attack of the Clones is it's so funny now when you watch like the restorations that show you what DVDs looked like 20 years ago, that don't upscale or whatever, that actually show you a DVD. Because I remember when Attack of the Clones came out on DVD, I walked into, I think it was a Best Buy or something, and they had their big display. Flat screen TVs were a novelty, right? And they had their big display, and they were showing Attack of the Clones on their display TV as like a display of like, look, this is how amazing your $1,000 TV looks. Was the Attack of Clones DVD. And when you watch that now, you think, oh my God, like it looks so grainy and tiny, you know? And so that's how far our, just what we're accustomed to looking at on home video, you know, that's how much has changed in the last 20 years. And that goes back to what we're talking about. I think people really don't understand what Star Wars looked like in 1977, because I vividly remember walking into the store and seeing Attack of the Clones on the $1,000 TV, and just my mind being blown at like the clarity of digital Attack of the Clones, you know. And just recently I looked at like a DVD restoration of Attack of the Clones that shows you like pixel for pixel, this is what DVD Attack of the Clones looked like in 2003, you know. And it's, you know, comical how far the technology has progressed in 22 years. Thoughts on AI fan films and fan edits? Thank you, Obvious Al, by the way. Those are 3 different topics.
Yeah.
I don't have any problem with fans doing fan edits and things just for their own enjoyment, for their own pleasure. That's fine. What I have a real problem with is people like the despecialized edition coming in and saying like, we're going to fix this and we're going to show George Lucas how to make a movie. That's what really pisses me off. If you're doing that for your own pleasure, have at it. And I think one thing that really people don't understand is that Lucas has always been so incredibly generous with the fans, of just letting the fans take his movies and illegally replicate his movies. He's never made an attempt to stop the fans from doing that. The only thing he's ever made an attempt to stop is fans trying to have their version replace his version. He said when he releases his movies, he's going to do it his way. You know, that's all that he's ever said. He's never tried to stop the fans from doing their own, you know, and some of it's good, some of it's shit, but I don't know. How do you feel about you're kind of making a fan film in a way?
Well, I mean, I've never seen a fan film that I've been impressed with, because a lot of it's just this fanboyish kind of stuff. And you know, I'll give Star Wars Theory credit for putting his money up, and you know, and certainly the you know, I know he put out a trailer for his Vader project, and and it's impressive that a fan can do something of that scope and scale. Of course, he's spending probably like $1 million on whatever he's spending on it, which most normal fans are going to do. But at the same time, if you're talking about in terms of quality of effects versus quality of story, and is it something that Lucas would do? I haven't seen anybody out there that's, and obviously that's a high bar too, because it's like, well, I haven't seen anybody dunk like Michael Jordan. Well, yeah, no shit. And it's the guy was very good at what he did, and so I don't expect the average fan to go out there.
I wouldn't expect. It's like, it's like, oh, you can't write as well as Cormac McCarthy. Well, no, Cormac McCarthy is a very special person. It's just, if fans, I don't expect fan films to be to the level of the real films. It's just when so many of them have this attitude that like, we're going to do it better than Lucas, and this is what George Lucas should have done,
Right.
And that just pisses me off, because clownish,
This shit's really hard. I mean, it's if you're doing it right, because you have to really think about it in terms of, like you said, like, because we kind of brushed on like the ring theory and the whole, like, using references and then your shots and conveying information through the visuals, and how you do that, and how you tie in all those elements into the story. It's not just like, oh, and then there's a fight, and then there's a chase, and then they talk about it. There's a lot more that goes into it if you're going to do a Star Wars project correctly. And I just don't see anybody putting in that level of detail and attention to it. It's just like, oh, let's just have a cool lightsaber fight. And, it becomes very just kind of base level stuff that they focus on.
And that's why I've taken shots at Star Wars Theory a few times, like on Twitter, and I probably shouldn't, because I should probably do it in a video where I can fully explain why I'm taking shots at him. Because some people get defensive because, like, well, he's pro George Lucas, he's on your side, And it's like, yeah, he goes around saying like, I'm going to make Star Wars in the style of George Lucas. You know, he says that all the time. And he understands like the plot. He understands the characters maybe to a limited degree. But if you tried to talk to him about anything that we've talked about in this live stream about, you know, George Lucas's philosophy of the Force, the themes or the mythology or the all the filmmaking stuff that George, all this experimental film stuff, the way that George Lucas thinks about just putting a scene together, where the camera goes, how you move the camera. If you tried to talk to Star Wars theory about any of that, you would just get the most blank stare. He would, you know, he wouldn't have the vaguest clue what you were talking about.
Or
And so
even
that's
worse,
what
he might think he does.
well, he does think that he does, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's why when he's going
That's even
around saying,
worse.
I'm making a movie in the style of George Lucas, that's why I'm like,
Yeah.
you're a fucking idiot.
Uh-huh.
Because it's just so presumptuous of him to be like, I'm the new George Lucas, you know that.
Yeah.
That's what drives me up a fucking. If he was saying I'm making a whatever Darth Vader lightsaber movie because I like lightsabers, I'd be like, oh, go have fun, child, you know. But the fact that him like I'm continuing the work of George Lucas, that's where I just like. Okay. Do you have any thoughts on Rob Zombie's films? To make a video discussing horror movies. That is off topic, but I'm going to answer it because you did a super chat and also because it's a good question because I love horror movies. On my own personal, what I'm writing, I've been working on a horror novel for years and I'm doing horror comics. I love horror movies and I love horror in general. That's more where my personal taste is than Star Wars, to be honest. So that's why I clicked on this right away because I love Rob Zombie's movies. I don't know how you feel about Rob Zombie's movies, but I think they're great. He cracks me up.
All of them. But so horror, the thing with horror is like, and maybe it's me because I'm not a fan of the genre as much as you are, but you know, and I always said, because I mean, my goal was in life was to be a film writer director, and I would want to do a horror movie just because I think most of them are done so horribly bad, no pun intended. Like there's not a lot of people making like a good horror movie out there in terms of like the stuff we're talking about with just like actual cinema.
Yeah.
And again, it comes down to this like base level fan filmish kind of, you know, there's not a lot of thought put into them and stuff. And
Chris Stuckman made a horror movie.
Oh God, did he? Or the Red Letter Media made a horror movie. Yeah,
I think Red Letter Media made a horror movie.
Yeah.
It's the go-to genre for idiots.
So there's
that's
bad out there.
I think that's a barrier to entry for a lot of people with horror is that 99% of horror is so bad. Yeah. But I think that if you really do horror well and you do it artistically, I think it can be one of the most powerful. And that's kind of why I want to do it because there's so few horror movies that are like the way that I would do a horror movie.
Yeah.
So that's kind of why it's enticing to me because I see an open space there that's like nobody's really doing it the way that I want to do it, you know? Mm-hmm. I'm not saying I'm better than everybody else, but I'm saying that I have an idea of like what I would want to do that I don't see out there. And so that's why I kind of want to work on horror in my comics. And, you know, I've been writing a lot of stuff, so we'll see if anybody likes it. But yeah, I agree with you. The most horror is really terrible, but the like the 1% of horror that's great, you know, is so transcendently amazing. You know, I think some of my very favorite movies of all time are Psycho, Rosemary's Baby, you know, horror movies. Yeah. Just, you know, there aren't very many movies that are better or even on the level of like something like Rosemary's Baby, you know?
No.
But then there's also the 10 million horror movies that are just worthless, completely, you know, useless garbage, of course.
Even because I remember when The Conjuring came out and people were like, oh, it's like finally good. And I was like, it's not offensively bad, but I wasn't like, you know, putting it up there with, you know, Exorcist or anything like, you know, it wasn't.
No, it's
it's
like, kind of like James Wan kind of horror movies are just
just kind of whatever. And most horror, like The Ring, I mean, I laughed when I saw it in the theater because it just
The Ring. You know, The Ring's okay. I wouldn't put it like on the Rosemary's Baby masterpiece level, but I think it's a good genre picture, enjoyable level.
Maybe because I don't. But it just when the ghosts start playing pranks on people, like, you know, ringing the doorbell and then running off, I'm like, is that scary? It seems like just so like some juvenile sometimes, like the things that when you really start to think about it, like, okay, there's this like demonic force and it's pretending like there's somebody at the door. So you go check and there's nobody there. seems like.
I think there's a thin line between horror and comedy. A lot of
Yeah.
horror is almost like Psycho is a hilariously funny movie at times.
Oh, yeah, yes,
but that doesn't
absolutely.
mean a lot of people think it's like the comedy cancels it out. Like sometimes the comedy makes it even more disturbing. You know, I think
Yeah.
that there's like a tonal thing that people. I'm not saying you, but I think there's like
Yeah.
it's uncomfortable for a lot of people that a lot of horror movies are very funny, but they're still horrifying.
Yeah, well, Clockwork
I
Orange
dated
is very
somebody that
disturbing.
had
Yeah.
I dated somebody that he had never seen Rosemary's Baby, and I nagged him for a long time to watch Rosemary's Baby, and then he just kind of sat there stone faced the whole time, and then afterwards he's like, I don't know, I thought you're telling me this is like one of the greatest horror movies ever, and then I kind of thought parts of it were just sort of funny, And I was like, of course it's at the end when the people are all like, hail Satan, and they're all all these like old people, and of course it's hilarious,
Yeah.
And I realized that he was sitting there like trying not to laugh because he thought that I would feel like that was making fun of this movie that I thought was a great horror movie. I'm like, no, of course it's.
Yeah.
I wasn't reacting much because I didn't want to influence him, because it was his first time seeing it, so I was being kind of quiet. And then he was just sitting there like stone faced because he didn't want to laugh at this movie that I thought was a great horror movie.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like, no, of course it's funny. Of course, horror movies are hilarious a lot of the times. I don't know. It's a balance thing with people. That's why a lot of people are surprised when I say that I'm writing a horror novel, because what I was known for was comic books that were humor comics for a long. I was doing like funny animal comics for a long time. And so people are like, well, where does the horror come from? And I'm like, I'm doing the same thing.
Yeah, it's funny because there's a lot of, and now that you mentioned that, there's a lot of parallels with like heavy metal, where people are like, they think like Ozzy Osbourne was some kind of Satan occultist, and Alice Cooper and all these people, and it's like, I remember Alice Cooper
or Rob
talking
Zombie.
about, Rob Zombie, it's same genre, Alice Cooper was talking about Mae West and Groucho Marx showed up to one of his concerts. Obviously this is way back early in his career, and of course he was being vilified at the time, and he said they showed up and like, oh, so you're doing a vaudeville act,
right?
And he was like, yes,
it's
thank
kabuki
you.
Theater. It's a costume. That's why they wear the whole thing. Yeah.
It's so if you don't get the joke, I remember the band Anthrax, when there was a big anthrax scare came out and people were getting anthrax in the envelopes and dying. And there was like, oh, you guys got to change your band name and stuff. And they wrote this very well put letter of like, if you don't understand the genre and it's because it's all very tongue in cheek and schlocky. And it's, if you take it serious, you're not going to have a good time.
That's a tonal thing people kind of struggle with Star Wars, is they don't really get that Lucas is absolutely sincere, but also there's supposed to be a sense of humor. There's something funny about doing like the Flash Gordon thing with the big budget, and this super chat's kind of for you. They said they're excited to see what you're creating, James. And I trust that your vision will be more respectful and artistically sound than anyone at Lucasfilms. That's a veiled threat. It better be more respectful and artistically sound.
Slow bar.
The Shining is pretty funny sometimes. Absolutely, The Shining is funny. Do you like the Evil Dead's a comedy? I mean, it's still horrifying at times, but it's a comedy. That's a perfect example.
Yes.
Weren't you writing a horror novel at one point? That's what I was just talking about. Yes, I am writing a horror novel. The novel's really long, but I think this person was from Defending when we were talking about Star Wars Theory. I know I get people that defend Star Wars Theory because he's a pro Star Wars. He's a pro George Lucas guy. So they think that he's on the same side as me, which in that aspect he is. Yeah. I just don't think that he's in any way qualified to say that he's speaking on behalf of George Lucas, but yeah, that too. The fact that Star Wars Theory plays himself as like a little scrappy underdog when he's got like, he's got more money than most A24 films from all of his online supporters. So Oh yeah, did you ever name drop your how people can find your work, James?
Of course, you can always look me up on social media, and I actually have to look my actual page on Instagram for the sequel trilogy, and I actually even sadly I have to look it up to make sure that I don't get it wrong. Is Star Wars _ sequel reboot is the Instagram page. I have some of the concept art up on there, and of course, if anybody wants to message me directly, I can send them a PDF of the script. Episode 7 is locked, and episode 8 is 95%, and I have all the storyboards for episode 7 done, and episode 9, I will pay someone to rate episode 9. It's like that one kind of terrifies me. It's like I
I'll
have
do
some ideas.
you pay me. I'll do a draft of episode 9 for you because I've
Yeah,
got a lot of episode 9 ideas.
I seriously would, honestly, because like it's one of those things I almost kind of, because the problem with it is like you really have to stick the landing, and you have to do
Well,
a better ending than Return of the Jedi, and
well,
that's terrifying.
I say pay me facetiously because I'm not trying to use you for money, but it would take some time, so I would want you to pay me something if you're going to use it. But
Yeah.
doing these movies, I've had a lot of thoughts about Lucas's episode 9. So yeah, talk to me after. Well, I could take a pass at episode 9. That would be fun.
Yeah, no, I would honestly, I would love to hear anybody's thoughts and ideas on it because I have mine, but I'm also, like I said, the 7 and 8 that I did, I'm very happy with. 9, I have some ideas, and I'm just mortified that if you don't stick the landing, none of it matters.
Well, also, if anybody follows me in the announcements I did for this live stream, I tagged James in his Twitter handle.
Yeah,
So you could just click on that. That'll show you his Twitter if you want to find the rest of his work. Let's see, am I missing any? Remember you saying art should always be judged by how closely the artists achieve their goals. Is the artist always a clear person? Do you think there can be multiple voices behind something? I clicked on this because I thought it was a good question, because
it is.
When we're talking about the sequel trilogy, I've got comments to the effects of, well, that's a Rian Johnson movie, so shouldn't it reflect Rian Johnson's intent more than George Lucas's intent? The answer is no, but that's a complicated answer. When I get to the videos on this is another thing I really want to break down when I do videos on the Disney movies, is the idea of how that relates to auteur theory. This is part of why I harped on auteur theory so much in the first couple of videos, because yes, it should always reflect how much the artists achieve their intention. But when you're coming in to do chapter 8 of a 9-part story, you have an obligation to the framework that you're working in. So no, I don't just think that somebody coming in to do chapter 8 can do whatever the fuck they want. I think that the author is still, they should operate as though George Lucas is the author. They should question, would George Lucas do this or not? And if Lucas had the role that he thought that he was going to have when he sold the company, Lucas would have still been the author in the way that he was the author on Empire Strikes Back or Return of the Jedi, which is that he didn't have the title of director, but obviously those were still following his intentions to a degree.
Well, so, I think of, with regard to that, the artist did achieve what he wanted to. The one thing that I always think of with that, because there is the extreme of like M. Night Shyamalan's Last Airbender. I don't know if you've ever seen it. And so I don't know how you feel about M. Night Shyamalan in general, but certainly that movie is bad. And he came out and like, it was like, people just don't get it. And I understand what he was trying to say. He was like, well, I was referencing these other movies and you guys don't understand the genre and what I was trying to do. And I was like, no, I do understand all that. And it's still a bad movie. So like,
well, that's Shyamalan's kind of a useful example, because I'm not a fan of Shyamalan. I hate almost all of his movies. But people have said to me in conversations about him, like, yeah, but the stuff that you don't like is intentional. He's going for a certain tone and a certain comedic style and all this stuff. And they're saying, so, this is the same as what you say about George Lucas, is that the stuff that you complain about in Shyamalan is Shyamalan doing his own style. That's what a Shyamalan movie is supposed to be like. And I would say, okay, I can accept that to a degree. I just don't like his style personally. But in a movie like Last Airbender, he's working on an established property, and so there's a certain, to an extent, he can do the Shyamalan take on that, but there's a point where there's friction that his take doesn't work on the subject, So I that's a whole tangent too, I guess. But this guy says he would pay to see my episode 9 draft, so maybe get in touch with him. He'll help you pay me for my episode 9 draft.
Start a Patreon.
Bribe Rick to do his shitty episode 9 draft. Just to be clear, I'm saying I would do an episode 9 draft because I think it would be fun, but I'm not going to spend years on it because I have other things that I'm working on.
I'd be happy just to get an outline in terms of what you think. I
would have a lot of fun, like doing like a quick pass at it. Yeah. Maybe like a developed outline, with some of the dialogue and stuff. But I'm not going to spend years doing a perfected.
Right.
Don't expect the ultimate episode 9 script, but I have a lot of thoughts. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
This I click on this because this is going to be a subject in my next video. It's an involved topic, but it was absolutely important to Lucas that he would still have creative input. And he did think when he sold that he was going to still have that creative input, and he was kind of scammed. And there's a story for how that happened. So watch my next video. We're going to get to that. And I think, guys, we're coming up on 4 hours here, and I'm abusing I'm abusing James here because I told him, it's going to be no more than 2 hours. So
that's midnight here, so I got nowhere to go.
Well, like I said, you can dip out anytime. But
yeah,
I think I am going to wrap it up pretty soon, guys. So if you have any last minute comments, or if you want to send me more last minute money, you're welcome to do that. But ideas for all 3 sequels as well. I'm always curious about other people's ideas. 7 and 9 figured out. 8 is the one I'm struggling with. Well, go check out what James is doing because he's had some pretty involved, developed ideas. And then maybe I'll take my crack at episode 9 at some point during all this. James is chill as fuck. So the people here like you, James. You're making fans.
There you go. Hey, trying to do my best George Lucas impression.
This is an interesting question. Do you consider the Disney 4K transfers of the Star Wars movies to be the definitive version of George's vision? Now, this is something I'm kind of interested in. Maybe that James has a little bit of a take on because, like he says, I know the alterations were the ones that George made, but I don't know about the color timing and DNR. That's a very good question because my understanding of the history of the 4K versions there are the 2K transfers that Lucas made that were used on the Blu-ray. And they were also used a version of them on the DVDs from 2004. When Lucas sold the company to Disney, he was developing 3D versions of all the movies. He was going to do. They released episode 1 that way, but the plan was he was going to release each of the original 6 in 4K 3D, leading up to the release of his version of episode 7. That was the plan, and so he had done new 4K transfers of all the movies, but he had not yet done the final 3D version of the original trilogy. Yes. Is my understanding. So he had done the 4K versions in preparation for that. Then he sold to Disney when he was in the middle of this process. He did not approve a final 3D version of those movies, and then Disney shit-canned his plans for the 3D reissues. So the issue with the original trilogy becomes Lucas did the changes, like the new version of the Greedos scene. Those were from Lucas. Lucas did those because he was working on the 4K version. The issue that I have is the color timing on those versions goes a little bit back to how the colors looked like on the laser discs before the color. A lot of fans noticed the original trilogy color timing on the Blu-rays was pretty different because Lucas was bringing it in line with the colors, and that was intentional. He's bringing it in line with the colors of the prequels. So the original trilogy Blu-ray colors are much more saturated than they were, like, say, on the Laserdisc. And the 4K version that Disney released seems to go back more to that. So I've always wondered, was that actually a creative decision on Lucas or on Lucas's part, or are the 4K versions kind of like a midpoint, like Lucas approved those, but he hadn't finalized it? And for me, that's kind of an open question. I sort of, in some ways, think like the color timing on the Blu-rays might be more reflective of Lucas's intentions. But the 4K is also his 4K remaster, and it does have the changes. There's several changes, especially in A New Hope. So I don't know. What do you think of the color timing on the 4K Disney versions?
Well, and I know George is involved with that. I know that's part of, yes, he sold the movies to Disney, but, part of that is that the original authors of their work have the final say. And so you don't get a situation where like someone's going to come in and, add scenes to A New Hope after he's gone. So they don't have the right to change his movie. So anything that's on there, and anybody that knows anything about color timing and the process of taking, an analog film, scanning into digital, and then doing color timing, talk to 10 different people that will work on a project like that, and they'll have 10 different ways of how they handle their workflow and how they do color timing in a movie. It's not like there's a one-way cookie cutter way to do your color timing. So depending on how your philosophy is and what you're trying to go for. But yeah, I mean, I agree. Yeah, he's trying to bring it more in line so that the tone kind of carries through all 6 movies. And so there's a consistency there. And they did the same thing with Lord of the Rings. And I think, because your video, you pointed out the fact that Peter Jackson kind of danced around the issue of the changes. Like, we're not changing anything. It's not like this is a special edition. But
we're not changing anything. We're just changing all sorts of shit.
Yeah. It's like, God.
I love that.
Yeah. So yeah, and I know.
I agree with the point that I agree with the point that a lot of people have this idea that Disney can release the original versions whenever they want. I absolutely promise you, when Lucas sold it, in his contract was that Disney was never allowed to change it, that they had to release his version.
Yep.
And he's even said that. There's interviews going back to, there's one in Wired magazine that I quote, where Lucas says specifically that any corporation that buys Star Wars down the line would not have the right to release it in a version that he doesn't approve of. The question is just, so those 4K versions are definitely the version that he sold them. That was his final approved version at the time when he sold to Disney. The question is just because it seems to reverse his decision about the colors in the Blu-ray, that I've always kind of wondered, like, if he did finish those into 3D like he was planning, would he have left the colors that way, or would he have sort of gone back to the Blu-ray colors a little bit more? And I don't really.
That's a hard question to answer. And what
I think
was the
maybe
difference? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think that maybe the version maybe he did kind of want to go back to a mid-ground, go a little bit more. Maybe he felt like he went a little too far with the Blu-ray colors, and he was going back a little bit. That's entirely possible. I don't think that the 4K colors look terrible.
No,
I think the 4K colors look reasonable.
Yeah, and it's hard to get everything perfect. I mean, because it's always a kind of a trade-off. Because maybe too much blue now, but that's a trade-off you made. So, yeah, there's no definitive answer on that. But what I do wonder is, like, because they did have the 3D versions of Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith, and they were set to release, and that got pulled the second that it looked like the sale was going to go through. Because those are supposed to, I think it was supposed to be like that October when the sale became final. Was they were looking to release somewhere around there, but we'll never get to see those. And what I like about because 3D, there's a way you can just do 3D, and it's very kind of just matter of fact. But Lucas saw 3D as being a cinematic tool, just like anything else. It wasn't that you had to have it. You use it as a tool to convey whatever you are with the scene, and so it's not just, well, this object's far and this one's close, and so this is the way it is. He would have done it. And in fact, the best movie I've ever seen in 3D was Hugo.
Mad Max Fury Road. No, not going to say Fury Road.
No.
Okay.
Hugo by Scorsese, which is kind of out of his wheelhouse. he used it in
Did
a
you
way.
see Mad Max?
I did. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you about Hugo. He used it in a way that actually used it. It wasn't just matter of fact that giving depth to the thing.
It was an artistic choice in how he utilized the technology. And I think Lucas did the same thing, certainly in The Phantom Menace, would have done the same thing with Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith.
Well, Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith, that this person mentions, this is right. They did actually screen Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith at a convention.
Yep.
And
once.
Yeah, once. And the people and also a couple people that have worked on it have talked about how Phantom Menace was kind of his first stab at converting to 3D, and they said that on Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith, he went much further in terms of using the 3D to enhance the movie. Made much bolder choices, and the people that have seen it too said that the 3D was really interesting on those movies. So I think that would have been really something to see if he got to do the original trilogy that way.
Yeah, right.
I think he really would have used it for something creative,
Yeah, and that's the thing is that, like, I trust him doing that. If you just gave it over to a company and said, "Hey, because any one of these real 3D or whatever and IMAX, they all have their proprietary technologies and converting old films into 3D, but they would just take it as a very literal conversion, and it might look, it'd be in 3D, but it wouldn't necessarily reflect an artist's vision of what they wanted from their movie. It would just be
very pointless. You know what? You said you saw Fury Road in 3D.
Yeah.
What really impressed me in that was it's not like how Scorsese used it in Hugo at all, but in Fury Road, the way it seemed to me was that Miller used it in a very selective kind of passive. Most of 80% of the movie, he just gave it depth. And so I forgot I was watching it 3D most of the time until there would be certain moments. I remember there was one moment, right when the chase really starts to rev up, some gravel flies out from under a car, and the gravel flew out of the screen. And I remember I literally ducked in my seat because I thought it was a real rock coming out.
Yeah.
And I just thought that was so cool because the 3D, most of the movie you didn't know, it just was immersive. It just gave depth, and so you didn't know, you didn't think about it until certain moments. You would suddenly, jump out, and I thought that was cool. And of course, the big scene where they have the big crash and the guitar comes out and everything. That was all designed for 3D. That was actually when you watch that in 2D, it seems weird because it's intended for the 3D.
Yeah,
so
well, it's funny
because that was really cool.
Even in my project and thinking of it, the very opening shot that I had was a ship coming out of hyperspace, but it meant to work as a jump scare for 3D, where it would come out of hyperspace and be right in your face.
Have you ever seen Hitchcock's Dial M for Murder? That's 3D from back in the day, but that was what he did was genius. Is that the whole movie's in a couple scenes, it's a stage. I think it was based on a stage play, or it was written like one, but the idea was he just gave depth to all the scenes, it was like you were watching a stage play, these actors were on a set in front of you. How the play would have depth, and then there's almost nothing that comes out until the moment when the woman is killed and her hand comes out at you from the screen. And he wanted that to be a scream moment, right? Because the whole movie you're just watching it it looks like you're watching a play, there's depth to the screen, and then her hand comes out at you, And I think that's kind of what George Miller was doing with Fury Road a little bit, was just to have the jump scares, at a selective. I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah, it's if you're thinking of it in terms, but I mean, obviously, it's like any technology. I remember when the bullet time thing came out, the Matrix, and all of a sudden, everybody wants to throw that in their movie, and it's it just becomes the new toy.
There's no meaning to it,
No, there's no purpose or reason. It's just, hey, wouldn't it be cool if, and so it's good to see when people use it in a proper manner.
I'm giving favoritism to the people that have done super chats before, even if the particular comment isn't a super chat.
Sure.
Just because you can buy my friendship, of course, obviously. Discussions about Western artists. Well, we've been talking about Kurosawa a lot, right? I honestly, I don't like that many. I don't like very many American movies these days. I think most American movies aren't that great. I like a lot of South American movies, European movies, of course, but there's a lot of There's a lot of South Korean movies that are really. South Korea's been kind of on a roll. There's a couple of great movies out of there every year. But do I have a favorite anime? I don't watch enough to really, I feel like, have a very smart opinion on it. There's been ones I like. I like whatever Miyazaki, the famous stuff, but I don't have a lot of like deep dives on anime. I couldn't.
You know, watch all 5,000 episodes of One Piece.
I can't think of any ongoing show where I watch the whole thing. There's some manga that I read because I write comics, and I think a lot of manga is pretty interesting. There's a few big. I've read all of Death Note, some of the big ones, but I'm not an expert. I don't have a very super informed.
What did you think of Star Wars Visions?
Well, that was shit, but it's because it's Disney, not because it's anime.
Yeah.
I thought that was that strikes me the same way as people talking about The Mandalorian, and they're like, well, it's Star Wars, but it's a Western. It's like, well, Star Wars was always a Western, but Star Wars is not. Star Wars is what happens when you take a Western and you combine it with Kurosawa film and you combine it with Metropolis. And, Star Wars is this very particular alchemical combination of all these different things, So if you just do the Western, that doesn't work. It's not Star Wars. And I felt kind of the same way about like, it's Star Wars, but it's anime, because there's always been a huge Japanese cinema influence in Star Wars, mostly live action Kurosawa stuff. But, doing Star Wars but Japanese is not a new thing. It's part of Star Wars. But Star Wars is when you take the Kurosawa and you add in the John Ford, or you add in the Fritz Lang. So it's like, it doesn't work to me to just extract like the one thing, like anime Star Wars or Western Star Wars. I think that's kind of like a misunderstanding. If you want my more on Star Wars vision rather than just saying it's shit,
I mean, I do think Star Wars is better in animated form, just because, well, especially because like when you talk to like Disney Plus, making TV shows is, it's hard to do on a small scale budget, and when they do like the Marvel TV shows, they're at a much better advantage because they can film on Earth with things from Earth. But when they do a show like Andor, every single thing you see in that show has to be not of Earth. And so every prop, every costume, everything has to be, it can be something repurposed that's an actual object, but at the same time, you can't just go to Target and buy
it theoretically has to be not of Earth, but then they cheat a lot. And there's several points in Andor where they just try to find some like brutalist building from the 1970s and just try to pass it off as Coruscant, and it immediately is wrong. It's like a it's like a discordant note in a song, because it just immediately jumps out. And that's why Lucas, people bitch and moan about the CGI that they think is unnecessary in the prequel. And I've seen people talk about like the scene where at the Senate and Mace Windu is crossing the hall in the Senate, and they, rather than just building a hallway, they filmed Samuel L. Jackson on a blue screen, and they made a model for the hallway, right? And they're like, well, why would they do that just for one shot? He's just crossing the hall, Well, the reason is because it's just for one shot, so they can't afford to build the whole set just for the one shot. But on the other hand, you can't use a found location. It has to be a fabricated location, otherwise it won't look right. And you see that on a show like Andor, where they try to just mix in a real location with the Coruscant, with locations that actually look like Coruscant, and you see immediately it doesn't work. Because they're just like a sore thumb, they just stick out. It's like, okay, well, that's not Coruscant. And you can just instantly spot. And then when that show was on, every time that they did, the next day I would go online and I would see all the like internet sleuths found out like, oh, well, this is, a building in Germany or whatever, that they just used this building. And because immediately people could see it's not a Star Wars building. It's an Earth building, So, I clicked on this. With the exploration of the Will's realm, will they interplay at all on what themes can emerge from the juxtaposition, especially in light of Lucas's philosophy? I think if you go back, we kind of talked about that already, like how would Lucas visually represent the Wills? But I kind of gave my best answer to that earlier, so that's why I clicked on it. I don't know if you have more thoughts in your treatment about how you deal with that.
Yeah, like I said, it's more of a thematic thing of, like you said, you think you hit it out perfectly. There's always a bigger fish kind of thing. And Yeah, so it's a big thematic thing of just kind of accepting your role in the universe, and understanding that you're not the one in charge, and kind of coming to terms with that, and that kind of ties in all Anakin's whole thing of like not being able to let go.
I'm clicking on this just because I recognize this person's avatar from Twitter. And I wanted to say to this person, a while ago, I think it's a she, was commenting on my posts, and I went to this person's profile and was going to send them a direct message just to reply to something they said, because I didn't want to get into a whole thing on the replies. And when I got to this person's profile, I noticed this person's bio, their heading says, my hyperfixation is trying to get Rick Worley to notice me on Twitter. That was this person's biography on Twitter. And then I went to I had come to the profile to send this person a direct message, and I noticed this person's direct messages weren't open, so I couldn't send them a direct message. And I thought, wait, your hyperfixation is to get me to notice you, but you have closed DMs, so I can't message you. And I came here to message you, but I couldn't because the DMs were closed. Anyway, so I thought I would tell that story and also give this person a cheap thrill because I just noticed them in the comments. But yeah, man, you said your hyperfixation on Twitter was to get me to notice you, and you did once, and then I went there and I couldn't even send you a message. So what the fuck is with that, buddy? So that's why I quit on that one. I quit on that one. Follow-up question: would Lucas have contradicted the EU with the sequel trilogy? Yeah, obviously, absolutely. He would have done. I mean, right out of the door. But we've talked about this a few times if you go through the whole chat, so we've already but one thing I wanted to say about it was that while he felt free to contradict the expanded universe, he also felt that doesn't mean that he hates it. Whenever I said the expanded universe isn't canon, people that like the expanded universe get really defensive about that. And I'm not saying that he hated everything. And at the same time that he would contradict things, if he liked something, he would use it, And the reason I bring that up in the sequel trilogy is because, yeah, he was going to contradict the EU all over the place. That's a given. But at the same time, things like Leia and Han having twin children and one of them falling to the dark side and one of them going to the light side, you can also see he was going to take plot elements straight out of expanded universe and use them, Yeah. So that's what I think people need to come to peace with. Like, no, he didn't consider it canon, but also, no, he doesn't hate you for reading the novels. No, he's not pissing on the novels. He was going to use. I always saw the whole thing with Skylar and Kira as being, very much inspired by things from the expanded universe. Because I don't read much of the EU, but that's basically what happens, right? Is Luke and Leia? Leia and Han have twins or two kids, right? Yep. And one of them becomes dark side, and one of them becomes light side, right?
Yep.
And Lucas was going to do that whole thing.
Yeah.
So expanded universe fans, if they don't want to get butthurt about the particular plot minutia, they could have been really happy because Lucas was going to take this whole storyline from expanded universe and put it in the movies for them, So that could have been something EU fans would, I think, could have really liked if they could handle that the exact particulars of the story are going to be different.
But the problem is they can't. And like, I know a lot of people like you bring up Mara Jade and that character being incorporated into the Disney canon. And the problem is you can't have that storyline, that character play out the same way it did in the EU. So you're always kind of damn if you do, damn if you don't. Because if you bring her in, they're going to be like, oh, she's different than she wasn't like this in the books. That's not how the books happen. So you get the people that are the purists that are going to be mad that they've changed things. And if you don't change, you have to change things. So it's like, well, how do you incorporate something in there that you can't use just as it was? You have to change it, but still try to keep the fans happy and give them what they want.
That's a good point too. Like, because I did see like some of the expanded universe fans that were upset about Darth Talon being in the sequel trilogy because in the comics or whatever, she's in a different era. I don't know the whole thing, so I haven't read those. But it's like, well, but Lucas is throwing you a bone. He's using a pure expanded universe character and giving her a giant part in the movies, But they were getting all hung up that it wasn't the timeline wasn't right. Yeah. And it's like, guys, he's not going to follow. for one thing, the EU is full of contradictions anyway, because you have 30 years of
course.
books and comics and
Yeah.
everything under the sun, you know. So
Yeah.
there is no internal. I know that there's a certain amount of continuity that does work and is,
Sure.
but there is no 100% perfect way to do it. And so I would think that if you're expanded universe, if you're a fan of the expanded universe, the fact that in his sequel trilogy he was going to give Darth Talon the main villain role, he was basically going to do the whole story of Leia and Han Solo having twins. You know, he was going to do that different, of course, but the same general story. You know.
Yeah.
So I would think, you know, he's given the expanded universe fans a ton. You know, has thrown them a bunch of bones.
It's not enough. Yeah, that's the problem. It's got to be exact. And it's funny because, like, even like Heir of the Empire, there's like a whole chapter where Luke is like stuck in space fixing his X-wing, and people are like, you know, they should turn that into a movie. And like, yeah, you're going to have 30 minutes of Luke trying to fix an X-wing in space in your movie. You have to change it. A book's a book, a movie's a movie. It doesn't. You can't do a 1-for-1 transfer on that kind of stuff.
And even if you do like Heir to the Empire and you don't want the continuity of that to be violated, then you should understand that it's something that could never be adapted one-to-one to a movie. Even apart from the fact that it's Star Wars, it's not. It's a long trilogy of books. You know, you would have to cut things and move things around a lot to do any movie adaptation of that.
Yeah, you look at.
I just clicked on this because it was another super chat, and he says that I rock. So thank you. I appreciate that. Some of these people have been giving me super chat after super chat, and it's really cool. Anyway, I'm sorry I cut you off a little.
Oh no, you're good. The adaptation of Fight Club, if you read the book, or The Shining, even, you know, those are two examples, and you got Kubrick and Fincher, who are two great directors, and think they understood that we're making a movie, so you take the premise of the book and you change it to a movie. So you change from, it's like if you turn a picture and turn it into a poem, and people are going to be mad that, like, you know, well, how come it's not abstract with lots of color? It's, you know, it's a totally different genre, a totally different medium. And I don't know if the average Star Wars fan can get over that.
I think The Shining is The Shining is one that I talk about a little bit in my special editions video because he changed it after release, but it's also one I talk about a lot in the next videos when I talk about how things are adapted. I think The Shining is a perfect example because, of course, famously Stephen King hates that movie because the movie has virtually nothing to do with his book. But I think it's very clear from Kubrick's point of view that Kubrick was never trying to tell Stephen King's story. Kubrick was making a Kubrick movie, and he was using the premise of a Stephen King story. And that's like a distinction that, you know, if it's upfront that that's what we're doing, then you can get away with it. If you follow the conceptual framework of what you're doing, then you can do that. And I think that it works in the case of something like if you're doing a novel and it's very well understood. I'm not making any attempt to adapt the novel. I'm using part of the novel. It's completely different in something like Star Wars, where you're working within an established universe of the movies, and you're doing, you know, and you're Rian Johnson doing Chapter 8. You know, the equivalent of what Rian Johnson did would be if, it would be if Stephen King abandoned The Shining 2/3 of the way through, and he wasn't able to finish the book, and then Rian Johnson comes in and says, "I'm going to finish Stephen King's book, only I'm going to do some completely fucking different thing that has nothing to do with what Stephen King was writing," right? And so then you're sitting there reading The Shining, and suddenly 2/3 of the way through, you get this completely different style of prose, and you get this completely different plot line, and you know, Rose Tico shows up and they're going to Casino Planet for half an hour for no reason, right in the middle of The Shining. And you're like, wait, I was just reading a fucking story about the Overlook Hotel. And now we're doing like, why is Rose Tico riding a yak in the middle of The Shining, right? That's basically what Rian Johnson did to George Lucas's story, you know?
It's the Gremlins 2 of Star Wars.
Well, I like Gremlins too, but it's another analogy.
I mean, yeah, but that's one of the
it's a good comparison.
No relation to the original movie.
Yeah, it's a yeah, okay, I see where you're going with it. It's completely separate from the first. Yeah, exactly. In that way, yeah. This person asks, would you rank THX or American Graffiti above any of Lucas's Star Wars films? Also, have you seen Radioland Murders, and is it worth a watch? And again, I'm showing him favoritism because he's given me like 4 or 5 super chats.
Right.
If you're running out of steam, we should wrap this up soon. No? THX, well, I don't know. They're very. I think Star Wars is Lucas's magnum opus, and that the scale of it is completely different. I think that THX is more true to who Lucas is as a filmmaker
Yeah.
than Star Wars ever was. Radioland Murders is sort of it's a decent movie.
Mhm.
A lot of the reasoning behind why he made it was because he wanted to test out certain digital technologies at the
Yeah.
time. And I don't think as a story, it's necessarily that successful because that wasn't necessarily what he was interested in.
Yeah.
But it's not terrible. And I would think it's worth a watch. Yeah, sure. It's worth watching.
It's entertaining. I'll give it that. Yeah. But I agree. THX, though, I would say, because God, how old was he when he made THX? But it's a bit heavy-handed, but certainly a visual masterpiece, considering his budget and what he was working with, the constraints he was working under.
Yeah, I can see that as far as like the social commentary and everything. It's
Yeah.
very much a young man's kind of film, a very
Yeah.
on the nose.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think like in terms of the visuals and everything, I think that's more closer to Lucas's heart than Star Wars ever was.
Absolutely.
Cole says, I was the Twitter account. I wanted to come clean about that at the very least. But if you don't want to DM my weird ass, I completely understand. Wait, you were the Twitter? That I just somebody that other person had the avatar for the
Yeah. Right, there's living double.
Okay,
life.
well, if I just called out that one account and told the whole story that was about the wrong account, I apologize to that person because that wasn't cool. But I'm pretty sure that was absolutely the avatar that was on the Twitter account that I was talking about. Official Rave Blitz. Our official Rave Blitz. Was that story that I told about you?
Yeah.
My DMs on Twitter are open, by the way. So if either of you, if I made a mistake or if you want to talk to me, it's not that hard to get my attention on Twitter because you just DM me. If my channel gets more high profile and I have a lot of spam, I might have to change that. But right now, if any of you guys in the chat want to chat me, DM me about what I said, then feel free to do that. And if I mixed up 2 Twitter accounts, then I apologize. This person says, no worries, Rick. Wait, so that wasn't the whole story I told was about the other person. It wasn't about you? Okay, I'm sorry then, but I swear to God, this other person had your exact identical My Little Pony avatar. Okay, so I'm sorry if official Rave Blitz, whoever you are, if I mixed you up with another account, I apologize for that. But that account had your avatar at a recent point. Now I don't know what's happening. It might be time to wrap it up because I don't know what I'm doing anymore. We talked about thank you, Philippe, for the super chat. We talked about Matthew Stover's novelization for quite a while, so I'm not going to go into it again.
So funny story.
Yeah,
I actually saw Revenge of the Sith with Matt Stover.
Oh, really?
So he's actually from Chicago, like me, and so it wasn't intentional, but we showed up at the theater, my friends and I, and the average person doesn't know who Matt Stover is or what he looks like. I'm like, holy shit, it's Matt Stover. And so just so happened that he had tickets for the exact same showing that we did. So it was me, my buddy Matt Stover, and a guy from the local news channel.
What did Stover think about how they adapted his book?
Well, it's funny because the first thing I said when the movies ended, I was like, well, what'd you think? And he looked at me, he's like, what did you think? I knew the movie. And
I remember at the time that parts of his novel leaked well before the movie came out.
Yeah.
And a lot of people kind of took that to be the word for word from the script. And then when people saw the movie was different, they were upset about it because they were expecting it. So I know he contributed a lot to the novel, though it's not actually in the movie, and a lot of stuff that Lucas was involved in too.
Yeah. Yeah, Lucas went through all of it. So, I mean, if it's in the novel.
This person says, laugh my ass off. No, I don't use Twitter. So official. I just told that whole story about this Rave Blitz person that was not actually about this person. So I apologize for if I embarrassed you. That was a story about a different Twitter user. Is this a popular avatar that I didn't realize? Because I swear to God, that person had your avatar.
Got a brony invasion on the channel here.
I have got I'm on Facebook. You've chatted with me before. I would say that maybe I confused it with Facebook, but I really swear that this person had that avatar on Twitter, because I remember that whole story about going to the profile and trying to DM but not being able to DM. But anyway, we'll let it go. We've talked about that enough. I apologize for the mix-up. Well, guys, I think that, we're coming up on 4.5 hours, and I did promise James 2 hours, so that was a filthy lie.
Got a 2.5 hour bonus there.
So you guys, I'm amazed there's still 156 people watching, so somebody thinks this is interesting.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well,
but I was having a fun chat, and I told James that he could dip out if he wanted to, so I didn't feel like I was forcing him. So,
if we have 478 comments, ooh, wow. Oh, we got to.
At some point, I started skimming the comments and only going to the people that super chatted me and just giving favoritism to those people. So, I think this stream is. You know what? That's funny because the stream I was making fun of before, where I said I was on there with these people that do these obnoxious long streams, and I left before it was over. And it's true, I left that one at about 3.5 hours. So I just did a stream that was actually longer than my participation in the stream that I was making fun of. So,
well, this is the red letter meter review of live streams,
Yeah, it's
we'll be praised for
not awful, hopefully.
We'll just be praised for the length of the live stream, supposedly content.
So, well, I have to wrap it up soon for James's sake, and also because I don't want to do this to you guys anymore. But I was having a fun chat, and I hope everybody else is entertained. And if anybody has a final question, we'll do like 5 more minutes. All right, guys? Yes, I did. Anomaly was he invited me on. He was one of the very nice people that was a big fan of my Star Wars videos early on when I had like 100 viewers, and he invited me on the live stream, which is a much bigger channel than mine, and got me a lot of viewers. And I didn't deserve the invitation because I was a little tiny channel with like 200 viewers at the time, and he invited me on there very nicely to help him out defend the prequels, be his co-host on the prequel defending live stream. And I got there, and it was, Anomaly is nice. The guys on the other side of the debate, they just wanted to like go on and on about plot trivia with the Phantom Menace, and like, well, how could the planet core of Naboo be porous? Any planet the size of Naboo would have to have a molten core, and a porous core is totally unrealistic. And I just, at some point, I started to just get a migraine listening to this shit. And so if I'm being totally honest now, if they ever watch this, because I lied to them at the time and I said that I had to go because I had an emergency. And so if they watch this, they're going to hear me telling the true story, which is just that I'm like, I did that for 3.5 hours. And then I was just, I just can't do this. I can't do this shit anymore. I just can't. And so I lied and I left. And I left Anomaly there to defend himself. And it was totally a dick move on my part. But I watched this. I didn't watch the whole stream, but I looked it up later. Yeah. They ended up talking for like 8 hours.
Holy Moses. Yeah.
And I could not sit there and argue about the molten core of the Naboo ecosystem for 8 hours. I just could not do it. And I swear to Christ, every time I try to bring the conversation back to like George Lucas or talk about film theory or whatever, and they just did not care. They wanted to like argue about like this plot trivia shit. And I just, I lied and I left early and I abandoned an Anomaly, which was very mean. So, I'm not seeing any more pressing last minute questions. So I think we're about to wrap this up, guys. James, do you have anything? Maybe plug your work again for people that weren't here at the beginning.
Yeah, sure.
You want to just explain real quick what you do?
Yeah, trying to do a reboot of the sequel trilogy, knowing what I know about the George Lucas treatments and kind of what his plans were for the sequels. He said got artwork, got scripts for the first 2 episodes, got storyboards for all of episode 7. Always looking for additional talents if anybody wants to lend their, creative abilities. They can find me on Instagram, Star Wars, one word, _ sequel reboot, one word. Again, that's on Instagram. Like I said, Rick has me tagged on Twitter or X. So if you want to find me on there, or just find me on Facebook or however, I'm easy to hunt down. But yeah.
Yeah, if you guys follow me and you want to find James, I've tagged James a couple times in my announcement for the live stream, so you can just go click on, that's his Twitter handle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've talked to him for a while. He's been doing some cool work trying to make concept art and a script and everything for, trying to imagine what Lucas's sequel trilogy was supposed to be like, and some interesting stuff. And yeah, when I was going to do this live stream, I thought, well, he'd be the perfect one to talk to about, because that's what my video was about. So I invited him on here, and I've been really lucky. I might do more live streams soon. We'll try to line up guests, but so far I've been really lucky with my first 3 guests were J.W. Rinsler and Paul Duncan, who wrote by far the best behind-the-scenes Star Wars books ever. So I was very honored that they both agreed to do my little channel. Yeah. And then James has spent years working on his sequel trilogy, so I was very lucky. He was the perfect person to come on.
Yeah, massive downgrade from the other 2.
No, it's you're as close as I get to an expert on the Lucas treatments, unless Pablo Hidalgo wanted to come on here and break his NDA or something, but I don't think that's going to happen. So, if he wanted to come on here and suddenly reveal all the stuff he's read that he's not allowed to talk about.
I might know a guy.
Hey, pass on. James, also, guys, I'm thinking of making the live stream a little bit more regular, semi-regular. It won't be 4 hours every week, but I do have some other guests I'm considering, so check back. And James is possibly going to hook me up with a very interesting guest I think you guys would like a lot, of somebody who worked on the Star Wars prequels, and he would be a major guest for fans of my channel. So yeah, stay tuned for more guest announcements.
Yeah. I'll be in Celebration Japan next week.
Yeah, he's going to be, if you want to track him down, he's going to be Celebration Japan. And go find his Twitter and his Instagram. Other than that, unless you have any parting things that you need to say.
Nope. Keep doing the Lord's work here with spreading the good word. Yeah, the Star Wars stuff and just cinema in general, keeping visual medium part of people's vocabulary.
I have speaking to what you just said, he asked if I have any teases of non-Star Wars videos coming. Yes, I try to talk about cinema other than Star Wars, although part 4 is not going to be a 3-year wait. So part 4 of my Star Wars is going to come soon. But I also have several non-Star Wars videos coming. I have a big one coming on Megalopolis, if you liked my video on that. The video I did about that was done before the movie was released on streaming, so I couldn't show clips and analyze it in a close way. So I'm doing a video on Megalopolis that analyzes it in a close way, like I did with the Star Wars video. So check back for that. I'm also doing a video on some recent releases. I don't think I'm going to spoil what those are yet, but I'm going to talk about some current movies that I really like. So yeah, non-Star Wars stuff will be mixed in. So yeah, just, like and subscribe, like the kids say, and there'll be lots of stuff coming soon. Thanks to James. Thanks to, I can't believe 151 people are still watching this.
Wow.
But I think that we're going to sign off for now and just follow us to see lots more stuff coming up soon. Thank you, everybody. I think that's it for now.